The LEC was forged by tons of great moments that forever changed the EMEA landscape. In match history, we look back at the games that will live in the memory of all of our fans, and of course, highlights from the LEC 2023 season.
You highlighted it, Dagda. Never mind. I was going to say a point, but that was my point. Thank you, Berlin. I like it. There's a rhythm to it. It feels correct. Will they? Yeah, they can hear them. They know. Will you give them what they want, Mad Lions and or G2? Big moment. Is this a democracy? We will find out momentarily. Does the crowd get a vote in the picks and bans? So far, no. Oh!
There it is.
G2 always a team of the people. Know how to please a crowd. Yumi band, Vi band, Maokai band, Draven band. Pretty standard stuff thus far. I would be curious to see if Milio's going to hit the bench as well. It feels like once Yumi's out, Milio becomes that much more impactful.
Yeah, it feels like Milio, Nico, Cassante, LeBlanc was going to be up and available, but now taken away. So there's still a lot here. I think Milio probably your best bet. Maybe we see that taken immediately. But it was kind of funny. Yesterday we had in our last game was the first time Nico actually made it through the entire draft. But this time is going to be left up and available. Milio, though, is incredibly strong in that bot lane, synergizing so well with pretty much every pick that you want to take into the bot lane at the moment. So not surprised to see that hovered. But will Caps actually get his hands on the Nico here?
And interesting that the Aphelios is ultimately going to be the ban that comes through here. A bit surprised. Mad Lions, do they want to try their hands at the Lucian Milio, as we've seen be very powerful, even especially in the early levels, like a more aggressive curving Lucian Nami, but now, oh, I'm so excited. I love this champion. We described it on Euphoria. This is the single most interesting champion in the meta, keeping what has been otherwise, outside of Static Shift LeBlanc, pretty uneventful. It's all eyes on Nico. What can she do? What will she turn into? That's exciting stuff, but the Lucian also has been taken away to deny the combo on the side of Mad Lions.
Yeah, I'm curious to see exactly what the answer is going to be. There is opportunities here if you wanted to go for something like a Jinx and just go, hey, we're going to go for a super late game scaling and try and go for a massive range advantage with the Milio, but instead they're going to go towards the Zion and just try and fight a little bit more of that mid-game power with the Lucian and see if you can have a bit of pressure in the lane. It's not the most ideal of partners, I will say, but still one that can do relatively well.
Yeah, and obviously some safety for Carzzy overall. And if Niski wants to go for something scaling again, if that is an option that he wants to look towards, something like the Azir, having a AD carry that can protect themselves does make things a bit easier. But instead, the Cassante, obviously making it pretty far into the picks and bans, and top lane matchup, definitely the one that we have to keep our eyes on. A lot of history between these two players already this year, but Broken Blade and Chasey yesterday, at least, were both playing phenomenally. See if they can replicate that today. G2 had to decide, do they want to match top lane here, risk some of the options getting banned out? They're happy to let those bans happen because they want to secure their bottom lane.
Yeah, and that's the question now, is what do you try to ban here at G2? Because you're looking at that Cassante can go mid, can go into top side. We've seen it go towards top more often than not in this patch, at least in LPL and LCK. So I imagine it's going there, but could still ban things like the Annie and that towards Niski. Just make sure that you're getting some of these big power picks off the board. And especially when you're looking at Cassante's not great at engaging. You don't really have these tools and Mad Lions as of yet. With the Maokai gone, maybe you ban the Sejuani, something like an Annie, and just try and make these engages more difficult for Mad Lions.
And I think the Gragas is a great option to limit some of the engage potential, especially when you look at the nameplates on the opposite side. Niski obviously incredible on the champion, domestically banned so frequently at MSI and has been banned just about across the board in a lot of our games in the LEC thus far. Mad Lions really taking their time here, really debating what they want to shut down. Yesterday was a fantastic Renekton from Broken Blade, but instead the Olaf, obviously being unstoppable, just being able to run into Milio seems very strong. It definitely seems like a very positive interaction.
Also just really good on that top side as well into the Cassante, so I imagine they're just like, hey, look, let's just get Chasey onto this pick. He was fantastic in our playoffs in spring as well on this pick. Absolutely monstrous in the finals against BDS, so definitely going to see if he can get at least that ball rolling once more. And then I think when you look across at G2, it's going to be a case of, cool, do we just end up matching with something like the Sion or the Ornn then for Broken Blade in that top lane, try and play for something that's a bit more standard, and then just allow the fact that we have this Nico and also the Lucian then to just be a nuisance and try and be a bit more creative around objective fights, because I think that's where G2 really shone yesterday.
And I'm wondering how ready Mad Lions feel for this Nico. I've heard it's been banned a lot in scrims, because this is a nightmare champion. You know, people Nocturne turning off the lights. It's like the lights are off all the time. It's that invisible Evelynn pressure. Where is the Nico? What does she look like? Will you be ganked by a Gromp this game? Will we get the Canyon impression? Gonna have to see exactly what they want to do with it, where they want to put it. For now, though, G2 Esports taking their time. Pretty easy to just blind pick a top laner here, I have to say, but you did highlight the flex potential of the Cassante, even if we haven't seen it mid lane quite as much. And wait a second.
Okay.
Oh, it's the fear. This is a paranoia comp. At any moment, darkness can come down and that blast cone can start walking towards you with murderous intent.
The slowest of waddles.
It's like that episode of Doctor Who. The lights turn off, the blast cone starts walking forward. So now, Wukong coming out alongside the Ahri. Okay, so pretty stock standard for Mad Lions. Reminiscent of our playoffs. Milio really the only big difference here.
I do feel that the Nocturne is a bit of a weird one though, because when I think, oh yeah, I want to dive in onto an immobile AD carry, try and get a bunch of pressure down, and even tether with the fear as well. Well, Zaya's got the ultimate to keep herself safe while the Nocturne's diving in. You even got the Milio then for a lot of the opportunities to just get rid of that and cleanse some of the CC that's coming through from the Nocturne. So I think Yike will kind of have his work cut out for him here, and especially when he kind of is that soul engage, unless Caps can get a bit creative with where he's positioned on the map. I think this is going to be a difficult one, honestly, for G2 if you don't get the ball rolling early.
Definitely can be. See what they can do to set up snowball early, potentially. An early level 6 for Yike could obviously be pretty big. Have to see what Caps can do on the Nico as well. Bot side set to be pretty explosive. We're not having really either side going for the hyper scaling AD carry, even if there are, you know, those enchanter support options. Interesting draft. This is a much more unique look, I think, from the side of G2. Mad Lions a bit more conventional, certainly, but the Xayah, you know, not quite the same reliable scaling, and so feels like we're ready to see fire matched with fire here in the early to mid game.
And it definitely feels like G2 have kind of drawn their line in the sand. They're like, hey, look, we want to try and fight for these early objectives. We saw it a lot yesterday, especially around things like the Rift Herald and that, but when you've got something like a Nico trying to control that river and try and control the space as teams are trying to contest you on Dragon, on Rift Herald, becomes crucial, because trying to walk into a Nico is nigh on impossible. So I want to see G2 playing towards that strength, controlling vision, and if you ever walk into the likes of G2 with the Poppy, the Nico, that's where it becomes very, very difficult.
Well, it's time now for your match of the week, Mad Lions versus G2 Esports. Here we are, Dagda. I'm very ready to see the Nico. And you might not see her portrait on screen right now because she's actually the Lucian. Love this champion. See, when she was bad and couldn't turn into a Blast clone, nobody cared. But now that she can turn into a Scryer's Bloom or a Gromp, all the rage, baby. That's all it took.
I mean, I don't know how many people have seen the Yagao clip, which is the one where he houses the bloom, the Scryer's Bloom, and just waits for someone to attempt to hit it. It is class. Like, I'm so excited to see what you can do, especially in the hands of someone like Caps. You know how creative he can be, so I want to see exactly what shenaniganery he can get up to in this one. But as G2 already starting to just try and control around the spot side, I'm pretty sure they're aware that Milio has walked pretty far up here, which is why we have Caps coming in here.
Caps walking down. They can fake right now. They can bait. One of them hovers in Fog of War. Uh-oh. They see two Lucians. Something's afoot. What the heck? Two Lucians. 2014 LCK already to level 1. Coming through. Carzzy now in trouble. Hansama, the real Hansama, trying to finish the job. The heal now coming back. And no! Getting first blood in our match of the week. Going to the AD carry for G2.
And that's just a great read from G2. They know that Carzzy and Hylissang had already started to walk up in that bottom side, so they get into position, make sure that they're able to keep themselves covered, and Caps able to wander down. I don't think they actually like spotted them out as they moved up there, but oh no, actually, yeah, there seems to be a ward in that brush bush.
Oh, they can't see the Oh, nice.
Yeah, just the ward there spots them out. Really good stuff there, and G2 able to punish perfectly.
Having the man advantage. Super close exchange in the end, but of course, extra bit of damage, all it took to have that work out in their favor. TP back now to mid lane. You can see in the back end of that replay. Caps, because he is able to get the assist, certainly is not hurting. Not able to go back and buy anything meaningful, but still feeling pretty comfortable in the laning phase as Yike just tries to power clear through, and currently ahead of Elyoya in the clear as well. So really early game right now, going swimmingly for G2.
Yeah, if you want to try and punish this as bad, your best bet is to try and get Niski some sort of reset around about like 5:30 or something like that. Then have Niski TP back into lane, use the fact you've got an item advantage, like you should have your lost chapter at that stage, and really try and put the hurt down onto Caps, especially with Elyoya then being in a decent position. But we'll have to see if they're going to be able to do so. Just try and use the fact that you should have a quicker reset at some point. But Yike already trying to get down onto this bottom side again. Like, this is basically what G2 have been doing so well, is using any sort of mid push and bot push they have to get vision, just get in the face of the enemy jungler.
Root gonna connect on the Niski, just a bit of poke here. Checking on the top side, some trading back and forth. But yeah, Yike burning a decent amount of time, slowing down his own clear a little bit to lay down that deep vision, so we'll have to see what it does for G2. For now, at least, it's the information that they need to know that Wukong is on the top side of the map.
And I think it's been really interesting to see kind of the dichotomy that we've got over in like the LPL and LCK, and like how teams want to approach the change to minion waves. Because you've got like the waves now crashing at similar times, it doesn't really make as much sense to try and go for 4-man dives. So some teams have gone, right, we'll go for things like maybe Elises or Volley Bears and look for these dives as just 3-mans and become as powerful as possible. Whereas you've other teams who are like, oh, well, we can double crash and then actually look for invades and play off of things like Kindred and even carries like Nocturne and Yike. But it looks like he wants to go for these 3-man dives.
Aggressive option, most certainly. Flashes up both the Mad players. Let's see where they want to go. Flash back from Carzzy, rooting Hans! Oh, it's so clutch. Mickey's going to get one back in return on the Nami. Chasey coming in just to cover, just in case. But a clean flashy or E-flash coming out from Carzzy just to lock down Hans.
Catches Hans out completely. He even had a flash of his own, but wasn't ready for that. So nicely done by Carzzy to get that kill back. We'll lose a little, or we'll be able to pick up the rest of the wave as well. So it doesn't actually lose out on much at all on that bottom side. So really nice stuff now from Mad and trying to turn around this aggression from G2.
Yeah. And Yike now the one who's going to be hurting. He spent so much time on that bottom side of the map trying to further snowball that advantage that he's now behind in the jungle. Clear 2 camps to Elyoya. Going to be crushing. Of course, his camps are going to be there. He can clear them out, but they're now all completely warded. So tracking this Nocturne in the early game is going to be that much easier for Mad. And he's pretty far away now from level 6. Just barely going to take over to 4 here on the next camp or so.
And that's the big one, is the fact you're delaying that level 6. So the opportunity for you to try and play off of those big ultimates aren't really going to be there. G2 at the moment still trying to utilize the fact that Nico has pushed in that mid lane, though, try and continue the vision down. But if I'm Elyoya, I'm pretty happy with how this has gone, right? Carzzy get the turnaround playing bot lane, so he's okay. And even in that position now where you are, you're going to hit the level 6 first. You can start to make plays at, like, say, the Rift Herald, for example, because you haven't put time into actually trying to sit and babysit these lanes.
Little advantages continue to add up. G2 obviously holding onto a gold lead, 800 in their favor, but Elyoya should be able to sneak away this Drake without hurting too much overall. But that objective and the time spent to take it will give Yike an opportunity to catch up at least a little bit. But pressure on the bottom side in favor of Mad Lions at the moment. Broken Blade keeping the top, but either side finding too many angles. Hansama continuing to get aggressive, but again, the feathers come back, and Hans flashing, but he's already taken the damage. Mickey now backing up, but he wants to keep the trade going. Mickey playing on the edge, and this time he's going to get taken down. Hylissang grabbing the kill.
The summon area coming through there for Hilly, managing to pick up that kill. Really nice stuff. Carzzy is playing like a man on a mission in this bottom side. Hansama and Mickey are supposed to be able to play aggressive, but not an option in the Yike.
Here now coming in, but he's only level 4. Niski now just ticking over to level 6. Caps walking in as well. Fake Nocturne. Pop Blossom gonna go in, gonna knock him up and knock him out. Caps there with the punish, at least a consolation prize for G2, but they will get the kill.
I was on a ward and everything. I thought that maybe Niski was going to try and flash past the knock-up coming through from Caps, but ends up getting locked up and a little bit antsy with the kill going back over. Mickey will spot out Elyoya and River, but not really going to be too much to write home about at the moment.
Nope. Elyoya now escaping. Caps is going to be able to grab this plate in the mid lane, it looks like it. So not too bad. And overall, G2 still holding onto the goalie, but have to be careful about bleeding those kills. And again, we're really looking for level 6 to be the big break point for G2. Can't afford to give up too much here in the early game.
Yeah, and I mean, for G2, it's kind of heartbreaking that you have some of these kills going across, because you've actually been doing a good job of pushing in waves, threatening, as you can see again, with Yike coming in on this bottom side to try and deny some of this CS underneath the turret to Carzzy. But the fact that Carzzy's been able to turn some of these kills around is working out great. Here, though, Yike tries to see if he can get the smite, but you're completely alone. I mean, look where your bot lane is. Lucian, not even there. You have Nami back in base. And here, I thought Niski would try and flash past, but doesn't actually go for it. Instead, Caps able to get that burst damage down and pick off the Ahri.
Yeah. Definitely felt like he thought that he could dash through it, thought that he could get that follow-up, and especially once the Pop Blossom and the Tangle Barbs are down, there's not a whole lot of damage left in the kit. maybe wanted to just get more out of that play. I think it's important to highlight, though, despite the kills kind of going back and forth, being relatively close, 2 to 3, big CS discrepancy in the mid lane, especially in favor of Caps right now. 1K individual gold advantage. A lot of that is the kill and the assist, but the rest is all this CS he's been able to accrue.
And especially when we talked about how you could try and play around this as Oyoya and Niski, like get that quicker reset in for Niski, try and use the fact you'd have a bit of that extra item advantage and gold advantage to punish Caps, but we didn't really see Niski back, and actually Caps, with the push that he had, was able to get a reset at basically the same time as Niski. So you're on even Stevens when it comes to items, and now as we start to creep over towards the Rift Herald, just the 8-minute mark as well, Broken Blade is reset, he's able to get some push in top side. Yike has actually hit the level 6 because of those advantages he got off the kill experience in the river. So a lot of the advantages that Mad could have tried to play through are actually starting to dwindle now.
Certainly are. Level 6 for Yike. Where's his first ult going to go? For now, just wandering up to the top side, has aggroed the Herald. And with BB having the push, Caps having the push as well, pretty easy Herald take, and oh my god! Little Hextech alternator burst coming out there, definitely hurting.
And he was visible. He didn't even try and turn into anything. Just wait until we get some of the weirdness that can come through. But at the moment, G2, this should be the Rift Herald. I don't think he can test this as Mad even.
Yeah.
Especially with Mickey was actually hiding in bot side river as well. They weren't sure if Hansam and Mickey were on the way up. So will be a nice pickup there of the Rift Herald now again for G2.
Clean, steady, controlled. Discipline has been the word coming out of the G2 camp so much, so often. You heard it a lot in Broken Blade's interviews on day 1. And they've been disciplined, and now Caps, here he goes. Where is he going? That's the sickest movement we've ever seen on a little melee creep. There he goes.
I mean, I don't know what AI they have for these creeps. Oh my god,
no way! That's the most disrespectful thing I've seen all season. Carzzy immediately firing back. Oh! My god, that was... Oh!
So we were asking what's Caps going to look like coming into this pit, so definitely kind of making a bit of a statement with that one, but my god, how did he make that work?
And we knew always that the ceiling of Caps is just about unmatched in Europe. We hadn't seen it that much recently, but these last 2 games have been good, and this game definitely even better than the day 1 game thus far. He is dominating Niski now. Broken Blade, is he getting aggressive here on the top side? Broken Blade just going to walk away, denying the dash, flashing out. The dash forward from Chasey, so we'll be able to escape, but Chasey winning out on the 1v1.
And that's what I was going to say, as sick as that was from Caps in the mid lane, you do actually have to come back to focusing on these side lanes, right? Chasey's getting an advantage in this top side, he's getting into a decent spot, but Carzzy again is getting these kills in the bot lane, like Hans Salmon caught out again by the feathers, and this is once more going to start to cause issues. Like, you were slowly but surely starting to accrue this advantage in the bot side when it came to CS, and actually putting pressure there with Yike, but that's just not actually amounting to anything now. Carzzy's going to be even, should be able to go back and pick himself up his Kraken Slayer as well,
yep.
And that's where it's now going to start to turn into some big issues if Hans Salmon isn't actually able to keep himself safe in this bot lane.
Something we have to keep track of. I mean, uncharacteristic first step from Hans Sama. Second one a bit more understandable. Kick will connect. Madeline's fishing for the setup here. Now know that it's warded as Hillsang takes a bit of poke. Taking their time, Dagda. It's an interesting game because the gold lead's still in favor of G2, but almost all of that is mid-jungle now at this stage of the game. So it's on Yike, and Caps really just keep snowballing this advantage. Is Elioya just fishing for a play on the bottom side. They will spot him out now. And there's just nothing here. Good patience from Hansama and Mickey. Not getting over aggressive, not trying to stick around for too much damage, and Nocturne's on the way down. Nico is on the way down.
I think that's why Mad felt a little bit of pressure to try and make a play on that bottom side. The fact that you could kind of see the Yike was already hovering there. He still has the ultimate available. You know mid push is about to come through for Caps, so G2 able to shove in bot, shove in mid, rotate over towards this dragon as well. And you still have the Rift Herald here for Yike as well, so I wouldn't be surprised to see if this ends up becoming a core problem where Caps shoves in mid, immediately starts to lean into bot side. You try and use the fact you have this Rift Herald and get some of this gold so back into Ansam.
Important note if you're not familiar with Nico, the spell being prepped is actually not visible to your opponent when you are disguised. So essentially no reaction time there. You'd have to almost predict flash. It would have been incredibly tight. So while it looks super disrespectful, Caps disguising it all allows him to prep the ultimate in secret, flash in right as the timing is right, land the guaranteed CC chain and the damage to finish off Niski. So very difficult to find counterplay to that particular combo.
Yeah, like now going to add insult to injury with this Rift Herald going down to mid. Already a good amount of damage there, but Mickey
Oh yeah, flash into commit. Second cast of the ultimate now coming out. Mickey taking a lot of damage here. Hillsang gonna try to finish the job. That's one. Yike now looking for the fog. Going in. They want to keep this kill train rolling. They find one already, taking down the Wukong. Yike now gonna look for one on the Hillsang as well. The cleanse now coming out. Barely able to walk away. The ulti just keeping him standing. 155 health as he starts to tick up.
Great play from G2 though. They expect the bot lane play in response to the fact that Rift are gone down the mid lane as Caps gets a good amount of damage here on towards Niski, but they cover it. Mickey and Hans willing to back away from that bot lane turret. They end up having the response from Yike as well, thanks to the ultimate, and now Yike going to get the red buff as well, clear out some of this bot lane. Just G2 playing this map incredibly well. Like, you already know that chances are Mad are going to make this play on bot side. And Mickey, yes, you just go that little bit far forward, but the fact that Hans Sam is able to get a kill back around, but you're the ones that are attempting to make the play. Yes, you will lose out a little bit of that bot lane damage as well on the turret, but Yike would nearly be able to get the kill here, but one of the big things about Milio is that shield giving you that movement speed makes him so hard to lock up if you don't have any CC left in the tank, so Hilly just about able to escape away there.
And ultimately, good use of the semi-global from the Nocturne to kind of respond and punish on that play. Velioya had a completed item that could have been different. He might have had enough damage to burst somebody down, but here he goes. Will they notice? He's out of position. Okay, well now they should certainly notice. Wait a second. Something's wrong. Okay. All right,
it's just a bug. It's all right. Don't worry about the random creep that's in the back. It's all good.
But this is what I'm talking about, anxiety. 80 carries used to check the map, see 4 characters, AFK with their brain and farm. And you can never do it again, Dagger. You're never safe.
Back in my day, 80 carries were excited to see an extra creep.
You know what I mean?
That's more gold. This is going to be great.
No longer.
I mean, I appreciate Caps with the effort, though. He's going for it again. I think Niski's well aware, but
Garzi. Not quite going to find the root. I'm able to sidestep on that one. Well played. Yeah. It used to be all about if you miss the cannon. Now you just want the cannon to miss you. Leave me alone. Level 8 to level 9. These bot lines both playing super aggressive this game. But Broken Blade hiding in the darkness, looking for the angle on Poppy. The knockback not quite going to connect in the wall. The ult follow-up is there, though. They're going to force out the feathers from Karzi. 2 minutes before the dragon spawns, so we will have that cooldown back up in time, but the second Herald will be up, and that cooldown will not be available.
Big one, though, is Yike has his ultimate available. Now, Karzi has less of those tools available to try and be safe in these fights, so especially with Riptide now up and available, I think that's the main focus that G2 are going for. Mad, though, in a great position to just try and cut off Hansama and Mickey. Yike needs to be so careful.
Playing on the edge here a little bit. Mythics, at least first items, completed across the board for the side of G2 here, as once again, the terror of the extra melee minion comes through. Hillsang, I think he knew what was happening, but it didn't stop it from working. The Ignite taking the shield. The warmest hug you've ever seen is not enough.
He tried everything there, but now on top side, Broken Blade might be in trouble.
Oh yeah, now going to try to walk in. Nocturne coming in as well. They're just going to try to focus down the Wukong. The Fear going through. The Fear connecting. Yike now trying to finish this one off with a Stridebreaker, but it's so much damage. Oh yeah, getting the kill back.
That seems to be the story of this game. Every time it's tip for top of Broken Blade.
Broken Blade. Caps ready to come over the wall. Pop Blossom coming in with the flash out from Chasey, trying to get the pull back now. Broken Blade with the wall bang connecting. Caps now on a killing spree.
The Nico doing work in this one, able to get over the wall, at least buy some space for Broken Blade to charge into the wall, but a bit of a messy one from G2 there. Niski should be able to get into the push onto the bot side to match a little bit of the pressure that Caps has on top, but still Rift Tower going to be up and available. Both teams going to look for the resets and try and go for either that, or maybe just a trade as we look towards Dragon in 30 seconds as well, but you can see every time both these teams are trying to answer for every single play in the map. We get G2 make the play in mid, response from Mad Lion on the top side, but G2, they're just that little bit quicker in getting into position.
Yeah. And right now, Gold League continuing to stretch for G2. Obviously Mad, Drake's staying even, but a lot of these little trades. Mad are fighting blow for blow here. And I think things are going to get easier as we get more items into the belt of Velioya. You can see he's really starting to hurt now, starting to do a lot more damage. When he gets to that black cleaver, is going to be a lot more effective. But still just waiting to see what the setup is around these objectives.
It's so dangerous for Mad to try and start this up, though. You can see Nico is on that top side. At least at the moment, Chasey does have push in that top end, so you can see Caps has to take the long walk down. So G2 just going to trade instead, look over towards the Dragon. They're happy to go for it. Even having this push in mid lane as well, Niski has to be very careful because there is an opportunity here for the push from Hansam in mid to lean into bot side and threaten a dive onto bot lane, which is why we see Hilly. He's actually quick on the reset. He wants to get down here to support Niski, making sure that 2 towers don't go over for the Riptile trade.
Yeah. Chasey gonna grab one. Broken Blade grabbing one on the bottom side. All of G2 set up with a spot side vision control. They've been so diligent about keeping this up for just about the entire game. Guy can the game from level 3. The rest of the team now carrying it through. Chasing gonna try to push it on top side. Pretty positive for Mad Lions so they can keep Caps on a side lane. Not give him the power of mid, not allow him to roam around. Can't really just walk into Chasey here, but doesn't really have a reason to. He can just focus on clearing out the creeps. And now he will become, was debating. He wanted to become a caster creep. Chasey said not today.
I think for Mad Lions, the next play here is to try and get Chasey into this bottom side, though. Chasey's in a reasonably good spot to fight toe-to-toe against Broken Blade. Well, not fight him, but at least, you know, push in and see if he can get some chip damage onto this bot lane turret as Niski.
Broken Blade finds the wallbang. Good initial burst. Is he going to use the ultimate here? Everfrost being forced out. Broken Blade just continues to walk forward menacingly. Now trying to deny any potential dashes out. Niski with the charm, the extra movement speed. Yike sees an opportunity to engage the mid lane. Tidal wave now coming in. Caps on the backside immediately. Milio taken out of the fight. One snare. Gonna connect on Chasey. Caps now retreating back to the darkness. Carzzy taken down as Hansama will not get caught by the feathers this time. Mad Lions getting run down in the mid lane, but Yike has he straight too far. It's Niski up to the side. Niski trying to turn, but the wallbang, the denial of any potential dashes. He goes golden, but will it be enough? No! The Barbs finding purchases. Mickey will remain standing. G2, 4 men strong, pushing down the mid lane.
And G2 are just playing the map incredibly well. They already had that vision established on both sides as Hansama tries to go for more, but won't be able to get it. Mickey needs to be so careful on that HP, but still G2 covering the flank of Caps with Yike's ultimate is incredibly nice, and it catches Mad Lions with their pants down in the mid lane.
And now G2, you know, always a little bit ahead in gold, but they've been matching blow for blow, but this play so wildly in their favor.
Yeah, just so nice here. The fact you get the tidal wave covered, so you get the early flash from the Melio, means that then you can easily follow up. And Carzzy's left high and dry here as well. Can't go backwards because he's running into the Nico. Can't go forward because there's the rest of the G2, and now Caps trying to run away.
Caps in trouble. He turned into a cannon minion. No one was convinced. He's got to work on his method acting. They will find the pick on the side lane. 700 gold shutdown to Chasey is big, and the fights to come. Taking away that perfect scoreline.
The natural one of the disguise self, not really working out there for Caps, but now G2, at least you're still in a position where you're relatively okay. You were on reset. It's not like you're really in a position to go for anything here as Mad Lions. Yes, you got Baron coming up soon, but you're not really going to rush that down. So at least for G2, it's not going to lead to too much else. They still should be able to get control of bot, get control of mid, and just continue to keep these waves shoved in to try and play around again that vision we were talking about in Champ Select to make sure the Caps can be in a position as Mad Lions try and contest to try and take them off the map.
Yep. Ooh, precarious now for the Mad Lions. This much control on the map for G2. Baron, difficult to take. They have Broken Blade to tank to be that frontliner, but doesn't really have the tankiest build with Divine Sunderer. Don't exactly shred it. Definitely Nocturne Lucian, not bad, but see what G2 want to go for here, what the setup is going to be. Drake stacking going to take quite a long time as they've only managed to grab their second, but the third around the corner, 1:45 seconds.
I like what we're seeing Yike do, though, which is just consistently hover around Fog of War and look for these kind of plays.
For the ultimate, Broken Blade, ulti going to knock back the Ari, and immediately they can just kick off the fight. The ulti actually going into the support. Carzzy, sweating bullets, uses the ult just to try to survive there. G2 grabbing a quick and easy pick onto Hylissang.
I love the target selection coming through from Mad Lions, so come on, buddy.
He's still gonna go for the flash, and he still gets one! He's locked up on the backside. Cap surely dies for it, but he does get the play kicked off, and Carzzy's been caught out. The bubble connects, but there's no follow-up. It's Broken Blade on the backside. Divine sundering his way through the 80 carry, but Mad Lions, they turn and burn. G2 are feeling a little bit too confident on the back of that one as Ziski now continuing to free fire. It's just Mickey X and Broken Blade versus the world. Oh, you're going to break the tower. Mad Lions going to walk away happy with that exchange.
Just as I was about to praise G2 for their target selection, they just go that little bit too far forward. Caps trying to make the play happen in the 4 versus 5, but the rest of G2 were so far away. So at the start of this, it works out well where they actually get the pick onto the Melio. They know he's low, but they spot Caps and they know that Caps is going to go forward here. But where's the follow-up? Hansama is trying his damnedest to get into the range. Yike has already used his ultimate, so he's not really in position, and you can see Broken Blade, yes, he's trying to get the flank off, but again, they get Carzzy, but the rest of their front line's already down, and you have more damage follow-up coming through from Mad as well, thanks to the Wukong, thanks to the Ari still being in contention.
Yeah, and when all those cooldowns are down, it's just easy for Chasey and Niski to really take over these fights. Chasey got that 700 gold shutdown, is super strong. When he goes all out, he does so much damage, and if Hans is already taken out, if Yike is low, if Caps has burned all of his cooldowns, it's very easy for him to get a lot of work done. That said, G2 now going to try to contest this one by the looks of it. Broken Blade already pushed out the bot side wave. They could try to play through there, but I think Mad Lions, much better positioning, much better vision control at this moment in time.
And this is where it gets difficult for G2. You need Caps to try and get in. He has no flash. The rest of your engage is all on Yike, but you don't really want Yike to just be sending himself in when Carzzy still has the flash, the ultimate up soon, even the barrier. But the fact that Mad Lions have given up position now to G2 at least gives them some opportunity now to try and play for flanks off of Caps. Good wards off on the side here will make it tough though as Caps tries to wrap around.
Walking up though for a potential 50-50 here. Tidal Wave gonna go in. They're trying to burn through the objective. Carzzy getting caught out by the bubble, but G2 can just walk away. They got what they came for. Culling big damage onto Chasey. Both sides walking away again, but G2 getting the Dragon. Great use of the Nocturnal.
Mad Lions just gave up too much positioning. They had a great spot there. If they'd actually just positioned themselves in front of the Dragon, they would have been fine. G2 weren't really in a position to try and contest mid-wave push, so as they move across, G2 enter, but this is what you have to be careful of. Mad Lions immediately moving over towards the Baron. TP now from Caps into the mid lane to try and get here.
TP into the mid, and the Hextech Rift coming in clutch as well. It's going to allow G2 to get to the Baron that much faster. Yike over the wall, has flash but no smite for 8 seconds. Mad Lions would have to burn it so quickly. The charm coming out to deny the Poppy ultimate. It looks like they're going to try to go for the fight. The pullback onto Broken Blade is big, but there's no follow-up. G2 have effectively denied the Baron. They've only really given up a 15-second cooldown when it comes to Broken Blade's ultimate, as it did not go through.
It's not really much that G2 can do though. It's trying to see if they can bluff their way through this. They don't have engage unless Caps can close the gap, or even if Yike can get in, but no ultimate on Yike, no flash on Caps makes it very tough. So Mad Lions, they try and get the play on towards Broken Blade, but not quite able to do so. So G2 at least deny the Baron and should be able to force some waves in as Mad Lions look for this reset.
Yeah, force some waves in, get their vision down. They've already laid down so much. Going for the Baron would be a bit aggressive here, as Niski has already had the chance to reset. So they will instead just back away. This is the turn-based game that is mid to late game League of Legends. JK! G2 keeping that turn going. They're not ready to give that one up. The knockup perfectly timed on the backside of that ultimate means 2 quick picks for G2, and that should just spell Baron.
G2's turn wasn't up. They'd already gone for the resets that Mad were trying to go for, so Mad tried to push in before everyone's back onto the map. G2 punish, and now they'll be able to get the Baron.
And again, credit to G2, fishing for those angles, not overextending, not overcommitting. And you talked about bluffing. They didn't have any ultimates, but they still stuck around. They denied the initial Baron, and now they've got a Baron for themselves. Well and truly in control of this game. It's going to expire at about the same time that Hextech Soul is going to spawn. So the path to victory very clear for G2.
Yeah, and I mean, that's exactly all they need to do. Just play this nice and slow, finish it off. But again, we're kind of seeing that G2, I like that we're getting something that's a little bit different from them in this meta that people have been saying is stale, right? We're getting Yike on towards the Nocturne. We're getting to see the Broken Blade bringing in things like the Poppy, but just a great bubble here coming through from the Nami. And already G2 are in position to follow up. But you can see, like, nobody on Mad Lions is near. You'd already gotten them just trying to get those resets in because they stayed out of the map longer after that Dragon play. So they weren't in a position to take the fight, and G2 knew it.
G2, team play has been good. Mickey on point. All the bubbles connecting over these first 2 games. See if they can find any picks onto the side lane. Still not the best siege overall. Don't have a big range advantage, but the Nico can constantly threaten. Caps waiting over the wall, ready to force a play. Oyoyo was hiding in the darkness there, so good diligence from the side of G2. Broken Blade pushing in the mid lane. 2 waves gonna crash. Not quite at the same time here. Mad Lions look like they're just ready to concede these tier 2s. There's no point risking anything for a tier 2 at this stage of the game.
Yeah, it just becomes real hard though when these towers are gone, because as you can see already, you're getting shoved into your base with the Sparring buff. You now gotta get the, oh my god, Carzzy.
Okay. He's gonna back away.
So I was gonna say map state's difficult. When you lose half your health bar, that's also gonna make it very difficult as well. As now G2, they'll just get the tower.
Gonna get that one. Broken Blade waiting over the wall as well. Now coming down to the bottom side of the map. Caps is a control. Wait, shh. Nobody tell them. Cancel. Pull back. Caps still a control ward. This is the longest con ever. They're letting their top laner die. Here he goes. Oh, baited! It all came together. But can they actually win the fight, G2? They're too excited about Nico and not excited enough about winning the game. It turned into a massive throw. It did not work at all.
Why would you fight 4 versus 5? I mean, even the fact that Carzzy immediately was able to get his ultimate off, so there's no follow-up.
Watching Broken Blade die That is committing to the bit. Hardcore. You know what I mean? That is going deep undercover. That's like the facial reconstruction surgery level of deep undercover.
I mean, look.
And if they win the game, this is funny. If they lose the game, it's still funny, but also very bad.
And look, the thing is, Caps, he wants to go all in, right? He flashes in on this, but again, the rest of G2, as Broken May goes down, is so far away. They're like, oh no, we're running away. But Caps then, like, he flashes forward. How do you try and get in here? Like, Hansam has literally got a Kazante in his face. Yike goes in, immediately regrets his life choices, and then the rest of them are like, all right, brilliant, we've actually got the follow-up here. So, Soul, gonna be gone as well. G2, that was... Maybe you shouldn't become a chef.
Sometimes they're not allowed to cook. And like, credit to G2, they're obviously limit testing a little bit in terms of what the Nico can do. I think they've learned some more of the limits. They were in a very advantageous position, but giving up that objective bounty, giving up what could have been a soul there in a way that just did not feel necessary, could come back to bite them in this game. Now, it is a single best of one, but this kind of momentum is so crucial in our season. You really do want to get a high seed, even if both these teams are qualified for the season finals. Still want to get the highest seed possible, want to be up in double elimination as long as you can.
I think it's also for G2, it's got a little bit personal after spring playoffs, right? Getting knocked out by Mad Lions, taking 4th place when everyone was like, oh, this is the team that is going to take the spring, like go into the finals against BDS. Like, this was supposed to be the MSI of BDS and G2, but then G2 fighting back at MSI, now looking to try and bounce back here again against Mad Lions. And it's been good so far, but it's just when they have a little bit of too much fun is when it goes a bit awry.
Yeah. Surprisingly back and forth this year. We've seen a lot of eras of G2 dominance. We've seen some eras of Mad Lions dominance, but this year they have been trading blow for blow. Still G2 favored overall, and still looking G2 favored in this game. However, the Mad Lions fishing for that angle in the darkness. Caps doing something similar here.
Really good job by Yike there. Uses the Q over the wall to spot out that Oyoya and Niski were waiting over the wings, especially as they start to try and move in towards bot side with Caps. Caps is disguised as the Nocturne. They want to try and figure something out here, but at least this control ward will let him get in right behind Mad Lions. They have no idea that Nico's going to be in this bush.
Still just a Nocturne. Now a control ward once again. It is very hard to take my job seriously with this champion on the Rift.
What do you mean? Why would you have issues?
How do you cast this? Pop Blossom, this is good. He doesn't have to turn into anything. What a pick! Yeah, goodbye to Carly. There's absolutely no way out of that one. Some good damage back. Yike gonna get pulled under the tower, but G2 find the angle.
The Mad Lions completely caught out of position there. They tried to contest the mid push so they could try and get some control over River as this Baron was about to spawn, but it ended up costing them way too much. Really good flank from Caps there, going right the way around and working around the vision that had already been established by G2. The Mad Lions just never cleared out.
No, now the TP coming in, they're just looking to break open the base. Big man advantage, AD carry now down. They should be able to break open at least one inhibitor, take the bot inhibitor as well, most likely. So total control, 20 seconds till the Baron spawns. 2 massive pressure points on the map. G2 again, the path to victory is clear. Last time they turned into a control ward and, well, muddied the waters a little bit on where that path was, but they seem to have gotten back on track.
It does kind of make me giggle that turning into a control ward makes you able to less see what you're supposed to be doing, but look, G2, they're in a great spot here. You've already got the control on bot side. It's going to make things easy. You start to move over towards this Baron as well. And again, like, you have this push in mid already. You've got a ton of vision already established. The good news from Mad Lions is that you do have some TP wards that maybe you can look for, like Niski or Kazante to try and flank into, but Oyoya needs to not get caught.
Yeah, the calling now coming out, has to try to spin out to Sadie. Broken Blade working his way in, but Chasey with the slows just to make sure that a jungler can get out. Now they're just trying to isolate Broken Blade. Broken Blade overextending and now getting picked off. Carsey gonna grab that kill. Big pick. Nocturne ult now down. 2 Nocturnes, 1 behind is going to be Caps. The actual Yike there, going to spell shield out. Hansama taking a bit of chip damage. Mickey X now getting run down by Oyoya. Bubble will connect. Mickey most likely going to be forced to flash out here, but waiting as long as possible. Leashing the Baron now to deal a bit of damage. Mickey making it out to safety, but Mad Lions, they've started the objective, but it's Yike, not Yike. Caps Yike on the bottom side here. Pushing in, he doesn't have a way behind him, but supers are now coming if they can deny, if they can slow this down, if they can stop the bases, then Nico can end the game. Yike trying to steal away the objective, but he will not be successful. Baron empowered recalls. Niski should be able to get his off. G2 need to back away, but the Baron will go to the side of Mad Lions.
I mean, there's 2 yikes, but that's a big yikes from G2. The fact that you managed to throw away the play on bot side, you've now lost Baron, and as well, like, Caps was in this position where once more he's trying to go for this mega flank, but Mad Lions are just like, cool, well, we can just TP into position with Niski, we can immediately jump onto you in River, and you now fighting, because we picked up Broken Blade, 3 versus 5. Brilliant play from Mad Lions, but G2, they're just trying to do too much with this. Just play it simple. You have the flash, you can just play off of that with Caps.
I agree. It's getting a little bit weird in this one, Dagda, and I'm really here for it based on day 1 games. I'm all for creative angles. But Mad Lions, we saw it yesterday too, just feel rock solid in these mid to late games.
Oh no, oh no.
Well, Caps, ooh, gating out to safety. Okay, we'll make it away. And again, imagine yourself, play-by-play caster, game 5, a control ward, turning Nico, decide, like, just, I want you to think about how weird that will be. You know? It's not into the meat grinder of perks, it's into the unsuspecting control ward. That's just, I'm just saying it's anticlimactic.
I mean, look, the tension's there. Caps has flash. Can he get over the wall here? Still is Nocturne, but Yoya goes over the wall. Really good call.
Nocturne all now coming out. He's going to find Carzzy, but the timing isn't quite right. Carzzy pulling the feathers back, finding one. Hans is still untouched, trying to do as much damage as he can on the fight line. But big damage now coming through. There's another member taking out Carzzy, trying to get the dragon. Carzzy getting the dragon yank, getting it taken down as well. And Mad Lions fishing for the fight, but Hans still standing. The knockup now coming through. Hans set to fall, but he keeps on dishing out damage. Mickey, the last man standing. He will go to a quick and early grave at the hands of Chasey as Chasey goes godlike here in this matchup.
The fact that Carzzy got that dragon was so crucial there. The amount of opportunities that you had here for G2 to try and make this work was monumental, but great play from Elyoya, massive brain. Ends up catching out Caps, who then has to go in early. Hilly's able to flash away. Carzzy able to ult before the engage comes through, and it means that now you've got this front to back that you can actually set up properly. You don't have to worry about so much of those problems coming through, and Carzzy's so strong. Like, how did Carzzy manage to steal that one away?
All that matters is that he did. Hansama playing very well on the backside here to get the kill back onto Elyoya. Mickey will ultimately go down 2. But now Mad Lions are tied in Drakes. They've got a gold lead. What?
Yeah, it's been a bit of a messy one, and now Mad Lions, like, the big advantage that G2 still have is that both inhibitors are down, right? So you can still try and play around this to a certain extent, but your bot inhibitor is going to go up shortly, mid's not going to be too far behind it, so at least these super creeps will keep some of the waves pushed in for the moment, but as soon as Mad Lions get those 2 sorted, they can actually start to push out. You're looking at a full build now coming through from Carzzy. You've already got the Niski who's starting to come online as well. Like, it definitely feels like Mad Lions are getting in position. It's Mickey.
Again, looking for the angle on the pick. That's the second charge of the ultimate. Elyoya just grabs a quick pick onto Mickey.
And that's such an important pick as well. Mickey's kind of needed there to try and keep Hansama safe from people like Chasey, Elyoya, Niski in these fights. And with that gone, you can see immediately G2 start to fall back on the map. And again, Mad Lions are taking step by step, walk out of their base, just get a little bit more vision control down. And I mean, for G2, they tried to do too much, and now Mad Lions are like, fantastic, we've hit our late game. We're in a great spot with Carzzy. Let's just have Carzzy be our big carry here.
And Mad Lions playing out these fights so well. Very disciplined in the execution here. And yeah, it's definitely some missteps on the side of G2, but Mad Lions keeping their eye on the prize this entire game. Rock solid, really. And it gets harder and harder, I think, for G2 to find these angles. You talked about it. You've got a Poppy, you've got a Tidal Wave. You have a lot of tools that are great follow-up engage, but not great primary engage. And that makes a lot of these fights that much harder to navigate. Now, if Caps had connected that Pop Blossom onto Carzzy in the previous fight, it could have looked very different. But as he was unable to, Mad Lions now just really going for the throat here, pushing down on the bottom side of the map, looking to break open an inhibitor. But G2 might try to trade it. Don't really have that option.
The G2 were trying to avoid Mad Lions on the map. We're like, look, we can't take a fight right now. We're 4 versus 5, and we're just not really in a position to actually team fight unless Caps can get in position, and with no flash, it's not going to be a case. So Mad Lions call the bluff. They're like, cool, we're going to push in bot. We get 2 towers for it. Yes, we'll trade a router tower on top side, but Niski had his TP just momentarily coming up, so he was like, I'll answer top lane push. I can always TP in if they actually start to over-index into this top side push. So Mad Lions, now they're the ones playing the map better. Now G2 are the ones in the back foot, and with Baron in a minute's time, G2 need to find a pick before they start to come into these fights.
Definitely do. A lot of luxury items coming through, a lot of nice items to have. You got, Azania's on the one side, the Guardian Angel not quite up for Elyoya, but you have double GAs for the 80 threats. on the side of G2. The downside is GA obviously not the strongest damage output item. It's full damage coming in here from Carzzy. Has so many defensive tools up and available to him with Emilio beside him. We can see Mickey doing his best to match that with the Mikhails. And I mean, it's just all going to come down to execution in these last fights. The next decisive team fight should just end the game 37 minutes in.
I just don't know how G2 are going to try and get the position that they really need back. They want to try and pick off, realistically, someone who's separated, but Mad, you can see, just grouped his 5 in mid. They're just going to shove out mid and then start to rotate down into this bottom side into this top side for the vision control that they need for the Baron. They do need to try and make a call, though, because you do have 45 seconds until that Dragon's up, and when the map starts to become split, that's where it's going to become an issue for Mad. So I think they do need to pull the trigger on something, but I do like that they're staying as 5, making sure Yike can't try and use that ultimate to pick anyone off.
Yeah, keeping grouped and keeping G2 grouped on top of them. Caps, a fake minion, is going to find the snare onto 2. That's big. Carzzy taking a ton of damage here. But now the healing starting to come through as the Bloodthirster as well. Instantly just healing back up.
The big change coming through for the BT, the 18% lifesteal coming in clutch there, because he's actually going to be able to heal it back up, make sure that he's in a good spot. Dragon now up in 15 seconds. Mad Lions to position themselves in River, but G2 may call the bluff and just immediately start to run down this mid lane as well.
Carzzy continuing to step forward, extra movement speed. Able to just threaten and poke here. Neither side really wants to face check the other. So just a lot of posturing around the mid lane. G2 going to try to get mid prio first, and again, discipline, trying to keep things by the books here. That's the ultimate coming out for Yike, but that's the objective gone. That's Hextech Soul now coming through the tidal wave. Not going to connect on anybody. G2 walking away empty-handed. That's got to be frustrating.
This is where you can see, though, G2, they have complete control of this top side. It's dark for Mad Lions. G2, can they try and wait in this fog of war? Catch out Mad Lions as they're starting to come through.
Mad Lions need to be twice as diligent now. You never know what's in Eco. Hansama off to the side, though. Good damage onto Hylissang. Carzzy continuing to step forward. Ultimate coming out a little bit early, anticipating Caps, looking for the angle. Hansama trying to dash. Both AD carries still standing, but Carzzy's the one continuing to auto. He's doing so much more work. It's El Yo-Yo versus Yike. Off to the side. Now leaping in, going to take the G out immediately. Niski ready for the fall. The feathers already laid down. Hansama, can he make his way to this one? The flash, the dash out to safety. Hansama, the shutdown coming through with Carzzy. Finds his mark. G2 in trouble. G2 on the retreat. 3 members standing. Mad Lions, will they look to end it here?
Mad, they've got the push. You can see they already got that bot lane prep. They can immediately walk down towards this match, take the inhib, and see if they can get that little bit more. They don't care about the Baron. They want to end it right here against G2.
Pushing forward. Caps, Yike, and Broken Blade. No ulti for Broken Blade. What can they clear? Mickey here as well. Tidal wave in 5. They just need to delete the minions as quick as they can. Cannon, the last thing standing. Should be able to take this one, but Chasey wants to keep it going. Ulti immediately going to come in. The engage denied by the Poppy. The steadfast presence sends Yike off into the backside, but he's going to go down. The GA bringing it back up. G's trying to hold on to their base, but Mad Lions will not let it happen. Carzzy again coming in clutch, finding kill after kill. That's the GA and his only Broken Blade versus the world. And in our match of the week, it is the Mad Lions coming out on top.
We didn't MSI anymore, and it is domestically where Mad Lions keep hitting down G2, and that trend will continue here in the first week of LEC.
Thank you for watching Match History. Every single week, new moments and legends are born, and today's action is just about to begin. Stay tuned.
moving. When did we stop doing it? When did we settle for technology that keeps us still? The Kia electric range. Technology that moves you. Kia. Movement that inspires.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Oh, hey. Are you done now?
Yeah, I need a break though. That
Yeah.
was some. Oh,
I bet.
Kevin was looking for you.
Oh, now?
In
Okay.
the green room, yeah.
Okay, I'll go now.
Even the biggest champ needs a break.
Turn around, we only just started. Turn around, the night is still young. Dance with me, I'll make all your wildest dreams come true. Oh baby, I'll be your revolution. Oh, I can feel your heartbeat in me. It feels so right. Oh baby, I'll be your revolution. Tonight I'll change the rest of your life. You think you've seen it all, you've seen nothing yet. I'ma tear down your walls. You think that it's too late to fall in love. I'ma blow you away. Turn around, we only just started. Turn around, the night is still young. Dance with me, I'll make all your wildest dreams come true. Oh baby, I'll be your revolution. Oh, I can feel your heartbeat in me. It feels so right. Oh baby, I'll be your revolution. Tonight I'll change the rest of your life under the flashing lights. I'm the touch, I'm the taste you thought you didn't need. Keep you longing for days. Feel your skin come alive when you're next to me. You belong by my side. Turn around, we only just started. Turn around, the night is still young. Dance with me, I'll make all your wildest dreams come true. Oh baby, I'll be your revolution. Oh, I can feel your heartbeat in me. It feels so right. Oh baby, I'll be your revolution. Tonight I'll change the rest of your life under the flash of lights. Oh baby, I'll be your revolution. Oh, I can feel your heartbeat in me. It feels so right. Oh baby, I'll be your revolution. Tonight I'll change fall in the eyes. Could you walk away this time? Will you realize, recognize it's never over? And the flame that once had died, awaken. Will you rise above the days to come? Will you be enough? Will you walk away this time? Look to your left, to your right, leave the pain behind. 'Cause we all face the fires, and we stray from the light. Go and leave the pain behind. Feel that rush, feel the taste. Can you feel it? Rid the pain. Wash it away and stand again. Will you turn and run from what's to come? Will you face it all? Or will you fall away again? What's calling out to be found when the time is right? When the time is right. 'Cause we all face the fires, and we stray from the light.
Welcome everyone to the conclusion of week 1 here in the LEC 2023 Summer Split live from Berlin, Germany. EXO and SK have yet to pick up a win in the past 2 days, but one of them is bound to succeed today in our opening match. I am Frankie. I am joined by Goldborg and Kadron and this beautiful live audience here in Berlin. We see you, we love you. But right now, we're going to keep things chill on the analyst desk as we talk about what's happened so far. Goldborg, you enjoying the summer?
I would say so far. I think that games have shown good highlights of some quality, and I also think we have some adaptation within what teams are trying to achieve, at least with moving around the map and fighting for these 5v5s as we see in some of the crazy LPL games as well. So I've been entertained. I will say some of them, of course, haven't been as clean, but isn't that just part of the fun?
That is part of the fun. Kadron, I'm loving your hair today.
Thanks. I've been out, got a new haircut, been in the sun. I've been feeling really refreshed coming back into summer. Like, I feel like it's a new me.
Yeah, and it's so good to have you on the analyst desk again after all this time. Now, as we throw up the standings, let's hone in a little bit on our undefeated teams at the top, starting with a revitalized Fnatic, Kadron.
Definitely is, and I think this bot lane has just changed the whole dynamic of the team. You look back to spring and winter, and it didn't really feel like they had a lane to play through on that bot side. Such a bot-heavy meta, but now with Noah and Trimby just dominating these lanes, even in losing matchups, finding ways to get good trades, it really feels like the top side has lost a lot of pressure in making plays, and now they can rely on their AD carry and their support to make the plays happen in team.
And I just feel like they've become so good at becoming a team fighting team from what we've seen so far. And it's not just Noah, because Noah, for one thing, absolutely amazing in team fights. His movement, his positioning, everything has been stellar so far. But it's also the way that his team is buying space for him. I think Oscar and specifically have been super crucial on the K'Sante actually in opening that gap as well for Noah. And when they just take over the team fights, they take over the game and they just win them.
They definitely do. His positioning is something to highlight. He's just been, I mean, he's deathless so far in the league, right? He hasn't died a single time. And I think next to Trimby with these scaling picks, he can just run amok in these fights, even if the game is even. So I feel like they've got the reliability factor, which has actually made it so their top side's been playing even better. I think Razork and Humanoid have been playing through mids so well. And you can see there, the DPM. 1,000 DPM, second in the league behind Flakked. Gold per minute, CSD, everything's going their way.
Yeah, it's enough to make you feel really excited about Fnatic versus G2 later today. But from Deathless to Deathbringer, because Flakked returning to Heretics has really given them a whole new look.
Yeah, I think Flakked has been absolutely amazing so far, especially the early game. This is kind of what was promised with Jack Spectra, but they unfortunately couldn't replicate from the ERL levels where he was able to do that. But Flakked himself specifically has been absolutely crucial in that early game, from just getting leads already then to really just taking it into the mid game and taking over every single team fight. And he's so willing to take space for himself as well. We're talking about Noah. Flakked has become so aggressive too.
Yeah, we know him for his Draven in G2, but we also know him for things like the Senna Seraphine bot lanes with Targamas where they were playing weak side. Now he can really play that strong side, right? He's the highest damage AD carry we've got in this league, so he's just popping off in those fights. Heretics look like they found a breath of fresh air with these new carries.
Yeah, and it's amazing to see the synergy is building with every game we see from them. So hopefully we're going to see even more today. Also, shout out to Vateo, because we're finally seeing him playing comfortably in 2023. But we've got to now talk about the Mad Lions, because they were mauling after MSI, but they have come back stronger than ever, really, for a season start this year.
It just feels like, you know, the early game is so fantastic, and a lot of that we don't usually highlight a lot of our top laners, but Chasey has been absolutely phenomenal against Vitality, where he just found solo kills, despite the bot lane falling apart a bit. But also Kasi specifically, I think in the Sire game against G2, at first when they were playing against the Nico, they really struggled, but it was like he kind of calibrated himself with the Sire to figure out when the ultimate was actually going to come through, to have the Sire ultimate in response, and in essence just make G2 overcommit again and again and again.
Yeah, sitting at 2-0 now, Mad Lions. Everyone doubted them at MSI. The 1647 memes run amok, and I feel like the biggest thing they took from MSI was mid-wave, how important it is. They've been contesting every single mid-wave before the objective spawns. They've been photosynthesizing throughout summer.
They really have. You've been photosynthesizing too, by the looks of it. You've got good color on your skin today, Kadron. We should talk really about which of these teams can retain that clean sheet. Who is going to be 3-0 at the end of the day? Do you think all three of them can sustain?
I mean, I think for sure that they all have shown good highlights that should replicate that for them in that. I don't know about you specifically, but I feel like all of them have shown good lights that can really carry it through to saying that they would become a 3-0 team, and they all have star players to really work through as well.
Definitely do. So it's interesting. The league's all shaken up. You know, Heretics, Fnatic contesting the top pot. Koi's a little bit shaky. SK, Astralis, and XL yet to find a win. But of course, SK and XL, one of them win today.
What about G2, though? Do you think they can bring things back versus Fnatic? Because I think they had to learn a hard lesson yesterday, but they can learn lessons quickly.
Maybe I'm a bit controversial with this, but I'd rather see Caps int like this on Nico, where it looked like he was having fun. It felt like he was in form. It felt like he was experimenting, because, yeah, it turned into a loss and they all did a bit too much trolling. But that's rather the G2 I want to see, than the one that was kind of in a slump.
I want to see a G2 that wins.
I mean, that, you know, you got to take the
won
bittersweet
yesterday,
with the sweet.
though.
You know, it's a bit of both. You can't really get all the things.
Well, you know what? Speaking of Caps, yesterday we got to see him and others play Nico on the Rift, and there was medium success. Obviously, great success, Nook. But let's not keep talking about Caps. We're going to talk instead with Kadral and Ender, because they would actually like to switch things up to the LCK to talk about Nico.
Wait, I thought you were...
Dude, did you like my blast cone thing? My
that was crazy. I totally...
You fell for it?
And sinker, yeah.
I just W'd over here and swapped back to normal.
Give me an ulti, maybe? Oh,
do you feel it?
Yeah, you just hit me too. That's absolutely crazy. Well, yeah, we've had Nico mid lane, but I don't know. I feel like some people get a little bit more creative around the world, and Canyon busts out the Nico jungle. So tell me about all the wacky things he did.
So it's going to be a little bit informative, but it's also going to be a wacky. So if we can play through the clip, you can see like they flex the Nico on blue side. So many random things happen in this game. So we're going to go through all of them all. So he's going to start as a minion with W. And oftentimes when I'm watching the LCK and I see the camera go over to his jungle clear and I'm seeing a minion clear out blue buff.
David versus Goliath.
I'm already like, what the hell's going on? Every single camp, this guy is like swapping into different shapes and forms, and he just power farms through the jungle. So he got a Scion Leash with W.
Yep.
What time do you think he's going to finish a full clear on?
I mean, a mage shot like 3 minutes, 3:10, something like that.
You'd expect that, right? He finishes his full clear at about 255, 256, which is bonkers. So if you look at the minimap, you can see, I don't know if you can bring it up. Anyway, you can see it on the full screen. The minimap, the fact that Poppy's moving over to her Raptors, he's just finished red.
He's like 2 camps ahead of her.
He's 2 camps ahead. A small leash, you'll have to say. But yeah, now he's going to finish Krugs. What's he going to transform into?
I mean, a blue buff.
Bot dive inbound?
Yeah.
What's going to dive bot? It's the mini Krug. The mini Krug is diving bots. And then you can see the bot lane of Nongshim is just laning, and all of a sudden they look behind them. There's a mini Krug. First blood over to Damwon. And it gets wackier. A lot of these transformations maybe don't do much. I mean, the small hitbox maybe realize it a little bit later on before you're getting dove. But it's just funny to see every time you go towards a champion, as informative it is. If you see things like Gromp ganking mid lane, you're just questioning what the hell's going on anymore.
Yeah, I also feel like, especially like once you've passed like something like level 6, if it's the first time you're coming out of Fog of War, enemy champion doesn't see what level you are, so they're not ready for like the ultimate. Obviously, you're hiding the ulti too.
So let's pause here. You're Dundun, right? You're playing Poppy into Scion, you're going to get a good trade. So if you play it out from his vision, he's going to get a good trade on the Kana. I'll push this wave in. Now pause.
Hold on.
Is that Kana?
He just healed all of his health back.
He did heal his health back. Canyon misplayed it. If Canyon actually took the health that he took away and then they swapped, this play would work. But look at the idea behind it.
Because the health bar that you take is from the moment you transform, you get whatever health he has.
Exactly.
So he transformed too early.
So if they lose health, you transform too early and it looks like you healed. So Dundun, I think, realizes this point. But if you play it, you can see what the idea was. They're going to try Nico ult Proto Belt and then Scion ult back out of Fog of War. So it didn't work, but the idea was good. And you can see the players, they're just laughing to themselves. They're having a great time.
Yeah, and someone's going to get baited by that. And the thing is, you can do this like not just on jungle Nico. If you're trying to like lane gank with a lane Nico or something like this, like you can just turn into the support or something if you're running through bot lane.
That's exactly it. And oftentimes you see in pro play, you're looking at the minions and everyone talks about counting the minions, but also you have to really keep track of what's actually happening on the map, because not only can you do that through lanes, any lane whatsoever, even in the early game, like we didn't even see a minion gank level 4 from Canyon, which could have worked. Even in the mid to late game, you can see 2 Kellins going into ward. You know, what happens here, there's not actually anything that happens, but just keep your eyes on how many times Canyon W's. W, recall, you'll see that oftentimes.
Because what's the cooldown on that thing?
It's like 5 seconds,
Insane.
6 seconds cooldown at this point. So he's going to spam it out on purpose, because sometimes you'll try and cancel those recall and use spells. And when you do, how many Leonas are on the screen right now? I don't know, there's 3 of them.
Crazy.
Which one's Leona? This is the kind of thing that you really need to keep your eye on with Nico.
I also think like there he was staying in Fog of War while sending the W out. That's a little bit more, because you don't necessarily know that that's the W, right? When you don't see 2 on the screen, you're not as concerned about it.
Exactly, that's exactly right. And as much as these were things that could happen to Nico before, we haven't seen Nico that much in pro play. So when you see here in the LEC and the mid laners are playing it, you can see them walk into jungle, bait out spells. You can also, in a team fight a dragon, turn into your Jinx. Press W. There's 3 Jinxes when a Jarvan's going in. Makes things a little bit more complicated when you have no vision. And I think you can really play with the enemy's minds with Nico in more ways than just I'm a minion in a lane.
100%. Yeah, I mean, we'll leave that to Caps. That's his specialty for the time being. But yeah, I think anything that baits the enemy team into you, because Nico's problem is still pretty limited range. Like, if she doesn't have flash, it's really hard for her to find a backliner. We saw that a lot with like Caps trying to dive in, especially with the Xayah. So those transforms to bait players into you, that's free ults every time, because you're also hiding that initial cast of the ultimate.
I just think this ult's absurd, especially when, you know, the solo Caps solo kill onto Niski. The wind-up is invisible. You don't actually see it. So as much as Niski kind of died on that mid-wave and looked a bit troll, you can't really blame him because he was invisible on the ult anyway, and he flashed before he could realize.
It was a heartbreaker for that play right there. But enough from us here. We're going to send it over to Trouble, who's sitting with SK's mid laner Certus ahead of their game versus Excel.
Thank you very much, Ender. Certus, thank you so much for joining me for the interview ahead of the first game that you got versus Excel. It's been a tough weekend, but let's take it and let's start it from somewhere which was really good for you guys, the winter split. What worked back then, you think, in your team?
I think we were ahead of the meta, like back then, you know, in winter split. Like, we had really good drafts. We had a good identity to what to play, right? Like Zeri, Yumi bot lane, you know, Vi jungle, and like CC setup champs on mid lane, right? And it worked for us. And yeah, right now we are a bit struggling.
What would you say is the part that you're struggling to translate from winter to now?
Honestly, I think it's just playing on stage. Like our scrims, they have been good. Like also, like I think we're a team that practiced 1 or 2 weeks earlier than other teams for the summer split, and we just struggle a bit playing like how we play in scrims, and that's
So what is it that you guys do in scrims that it doesn't necessarily translate onto the stage? Do you play more carefree, more aggressive?
More aggressive for sure, and doing less mistakes, especially in the early games. Like I think yesterday, and also against who did we play? We played Vitality, right? And we made silly mistakes in the early game. So just the early part, I would say.
All right, and talking about the games, the 2 previous games this weekend, what were the major things that you would take away that you have learned from these 2 to adapt into today's game versus Excel?
It's more about early game, I would say. We were struggling in the early phase and keeping up the pressure and trying to not die, I would say. Because like, I mean, against Vitality, it was kind of rough because of this static shift LeBlanc build, because we had the game in our hand, and then just mid to late game was really hard. But yeah, this time we just tried to be ahead from the early part.
Well, you said on your tweet yesterday you were 4-0, you blinked twice, and suddenly you're 2 levels down all of a sudden. Now, Certus, of course, it has been a rough weekend for Excel as well as yourself, guys. How do you see this matchup today?
I think our last win we had was in spring split, also against Excel, and I think like we almost had a perfect game against them. So I hope we can show this again. Like I mean, we are not looking really great at the moment, but they are also not looking great. And I'm really confident in us. Like we have a lot of potential, and it's a bit sad to always say potential, right, and not showing it like on stage. But we are actually a really good team, and I hope we can show our strengths that we already showed in Winter Split.
Well, thank you so much for the interview, Certus. I hope you guys do show up today versus Excel. It's a very important game for both of you guys. So thank you so much for joining me. Medivedi, over to you.
Thank you very much, Trouble. It is Medivedi here for the first 2 games of the day. Vedi is appearing as one of his alter egos.
Am I?
Vedi Vicious with your Miami Vice.
Medic. I have a large family.
So your brothers and sisters and cousins, and
just wearing a nice shirt
you look
today.
like you'd be on the front of a GTA cover.
That's I don't know if that's a compliment or not.
I mean, you look good. I'm not saying you look bad. It's just, it's very, you know, GTA Vice City.
Okay.
You're going to press up, up, down, down, left, right, BA, square, circle.
And get a lot of free money?
I think that was the one for weaponry.
Oh. Or like spawning a random helicopter?
Yeah.
Fortunately, no helicopters in League of Legends, unless you're a Corki main. We're about ready for our first game of the day. It is XL versus SK Gaming, so without further ado, let's get into the draft.
Says what we're all thinking, I think.
You need to get over it, man. You need to let it go, okay? Yumi exists. You just gotta live with it, all right?
All of the greatest tales of heroes across the ages have been someone that was dedicated. You look at Hercules with his 10 labors. You look at Theseus and
what did he do?
The Argonauts.
Right.
You look at Sisyphus pushing the stone up the hill over and over again. I am Sisyphus in this situation.
Are you?
I will never remove Yumi from the game, but it will not be for lack of trying. Vedius, okay?
Okay, all right. Well, we'll see if she gets banned in this game. Nico LeBlanc Vi taken off the board. LeBlanc, ever since Humanoid debuted her in the LEC on day 1, has been causing quite the terror here at the LEC. I'm still waiting to see the Zoe pop up, the other champion that can take advantage of the static shiv tech. But so far, we haven't had an opportunity to see it. Of course, there are still a lot of power picks open. The Cassante is still available. The Emilio, the Yumi, Aphelios, some teams consider ban-worthy. Maokai is another one that's worth consideration. Obviously, all of them can't be banned, but the Maokai will be taken off the board by XL, which then is likely going to result in Emilio for Yumi trade.
Yeah, that's what I expect from this sort of position. Of course, Yumi plus Aphelios, a very strong combination. Emilio teams up with a lot of AD carries, especially the Lucian, the Jinx, the Aphelios works very well with them. We have seen a bit of Emilio Cogmore as well. Can be very powerful, but Cogmore, a bit of a sitting duck in the bottom lane, can easily be exploited. Where will XL go with their first pick? I think Emilio is usually the first choice in these situations, but Aphelios, it seems, for Patrick, will be locked in by XL.
Well, you can trade for either or, right?
Yeah,
Take the Emilio or the Yumi. In this situation, with both Zeri and Draven taken off the board, you have to consider that Aphelios rises in priority very quickly. XL want to make sure they can grab that for themselves. The question is, what do SK have in their back pocket? So far this split, we've seen Zeri and Jinx come out from Exakick. Of course, SK haven't had the strongest performance. Exakick, a bit of inconsistency so far in summer. He was a bit of a superstar back in winter, and I think that many SK fans are waiting to see him kind of return to that consistent form, competing with the top AD carries in the league. We'll see if he can start today alongside DOS on Emilio. But I imagine jungle may even be locked in right now. They can grab themselves the Wukong if they want to, get themselves that Wukong Annie combo. It depends on where they want to put that priority, but it will be at that AD carry, and they will give Exakick something that he is quite comfortable on in the form of the Jinx.
And something that team fights really well later on into the game. As you said, they could have left the Jinx for 3. You really know that XL aren't going to lock in another AD carry alongside their Aphelios. There's the Yumi, and now expectations are that it will be a jungle lock. It could, of course, be the Annie. That's where XL put their main priority. Do SK now try and answer with a mid laner of their own? Or do they look towards the jungle and then pinch that pool coming into the second ban phase?
Wouldn't be surprised to see the Ahri. Alternatively, if you're concerned about the Wukong Annie combo, you can lock in the Wukong now, and then pair that up with an Ahri yourself later on, or some other mid matchup, depending on what you have prepared. The safest would be to just match. They could also grab themselves a Cassante, but it seems that they are concerned about that Wukong Annie combo. So now you imagine that SK will continue to narrow that jungle pool, maybe consider removing the Sejuani. The Poppy is actually going to be taken off the board. Peach, the casters were talking about it yesterday, very familiar with the champion. Sejuani is one of Peach's go-to, has a lot of success on it. I believe his win rate is now 10-3 all time.
Yep.
So I wouldn't be surprised to see that taken off the board next.
Not great in the LEC in terms of win rate, though. 0-1 so far for Peach on the Sejuani. XL taking a bit of time, pondering where this ban will go. Could look towards that mid lane, remove the Ahri, but instead Malphite their first pick.
Kasante continues to make it very far through the draft. I mean, it's been a more common trend that we've seen here in Europe with the AD carries continuing to be the priority. But again, Sejuani very much what I expect on the side of SK. XL deciding to remove the Malphite. I guess when you think about some of the obnoxious things that Aphelios could potentially deal with, Malphite does make a lot of sense. If they want to continue with that trend, they could look to remove the Kasante, Ornn, Sion, all the top lane tanks basically. Renekton is something XL could look to remove unless they want to lock that in for themselves. Sejuani Renekton is something we've been seeing a lot of. I don't think Sejuani Annie is the strongest combo. But the Ahri also makes a lot of sense. I did think that they would look to ban away some mid laners earlier on. But Certus maybe going back to Syndra is something he played a lot back in spring.
That's something he's pretty comfortable on as well. And we'll see where SK decide to go. They could also look towards a blind top here and save mid for last, but having already seen the Annie, it makes more sense to lock in mid here. Lissandra is their decision, gives them a lot of CC as the game does go later. But it means XL can just get the Kasante, who around the world really is an S tier pick, probably one of the S's of S tiers.
I mean, also like a lot of players in the LEC have done a lot of work with Kasante. Oscar Rinnin, we saw, who is the other one? Chasey is the other very strong performer on the Kasante here in the LEC. Ivan is of course banned right now, has been considered to have a mid-scope rework, so unavailable for play just like Rel. So that's just a bit of a cheeky hover. The Rek'Sai hover here, I would be very surprised. Viego makes the most sense.
And Viego Annie is a combination.
We're about as meta as we can get.
Yeah, it's frustratingly so at times. And they're the most meta of meta top laners. It's either Gnar or Renekton. Those are your two meta choices if you look through the annals of League of Legends history. And Gnar, of course, is safe into the Kasante, gives you teamfight threat later on. You have a lot of AoE control in later game teamfights for SK.
It's also Irrelevant's most played all time, right?
True.
So it's just more comfort for the side of SK. The Lissandra threw me for a loop a little bit. Obviously, we've been seeing it less in recent meta, but in terms of the Wukong Lissandra combo, it's still very effective, gives you a lot of utility. I just think that in early laning phase you can struggle because you are slightly shorter range than the Annie, which means that she can get some pretty positive trades against you. But aside from that, your utility is very monstrous and it gives you a lot of wombo combo potential. Gnar, Wukong, Lissandra, all great as a top side in terms of the team fights. But when we look at scaling, obviously we're going to be talking a lot about these AD carries and how much can this Kasante have impact in these team fights. I do kind of prefer a little more of what SK are bringing to the table, but with these late game teamfight comps, a lot of it comes down to execution, and we'll see if either of these teams can find an early start. Because honestly, I think that has been one of the big problems. Neither of these teams are the most proactive when it comes to finding early game leads.
But if two movable objects meet many, one of them will move more. You know?
Surely.
It's kind of the hope.
Yeah, well, I guess we'll find out.
We will. For XL, 6 games since their last victory. For SK, 9 games since they last picked up a win. It was against XL all the way back, I think, week 2 of Summer. A long time ago. Spring, in fact. XL versus SK. Someone's got to win, starting now. Okay, human me, Betty.
Okay.
Never gonna happen. But I've just had a huge mind wave.
A mind wave?
Mind wave.
What's that?
What champion dashes a lot?
What champion?
Or used to, at least. Huge amount of dashes. In this game.
In this game?
That's right, Yuumi. Because you're dashing between your allies all the time in a team fight.
Yeah, true.
What item synergizes really well?
They're not going to build
a lot of
static
dashes,
shiv.
Betty.
That doesn't make any sense.
I'm just saying, if you could shoehorn static shiv into a build, you should.
I don't know.
I played Rakan with static shiv Everfrost yesterday.
Why?
I went 7 and 10, but it was the most fun I've had in ages, okay?
It doesn't make any sense.
Why not? You're dashing all the time, you auto attack.
I don't think static shiv is that broken. I think that what makes it broken is how often you can stack it.
I've seen bones in a trauma ward less broken than static shiv, Betty. It says Patrick, Exler kick and DOS trade here. Patrick has to flash away, exhaust and heal used by the Yuumi. And that's the power of a cozy campfire. Sit a while and listen as DOS and Exler kick win out the 2v2 trade.
Well, that is a very bad start for XL's bot lane. You know, one of my big criticisms... Oh, yeah, I didn't realize that he would have to go back. I guess losing your pot, level 1, is not a nice place to be. He's going to have to fully heal. And this is what we professionally would call a yikes.
Yeah.
Not good. Not good at all. Mainly because of the XP difference. He's already lost... I'm not going to count on the minions. He's lost XP.
We'll say 4, because that's how many Exakick has.
Sure. He's... well, it's not going to be that many. But in any case, he's going to lose XP, he's going to lose gold, and it's the XP that makes the biggest difference, especially in the bot lane, because now dives become a lot scarier. Obviously, with the changes to like the mid wave and the tower plates, diving has become less common. We heard from Dagda yesterday talking about how over in the LPL, they've been finding a lot of champions like Volibear that can do it without the influence of the mid lane, you know, utilizing that ultimate to be able to threaten dives on the bot side of the map. But in Europe, we've actually kind of been just diving less in general. So perhaps Patrick is not as much of a risk as he would have been a few patches ago. We'll keep our eyes on it. Marcoon is pathing towards the bot side of the map. A lot of vision invested early. You can see wards littered across the map. Observers, if you could highlight what XL can see right now. Basically, they have a lot of information. They know right now that Marcoon isn't on blue. They do know that the Raptors have been cleared. Now they've got information on where Marcoon is. And basically, a lot of information gained for XL. So they can play pretty comfortably right now. The only problem is this bot side of the map. With no jungle assistance, they just have to be most concerned about that dive. But Abadage keeping this mid push in makes that dive that bit harder because they'll have to do it in a 3 versus 2.
Limit taking the wrong side of a trade there, but obviously as Yuumi can just go untargetable after losing half your health, dash onto an ally, make sure that you are no longer at threat from the enemy laners. Though a 10 CS lead already for Exakick. Wave pushing in, but looks about even, in fact. There's only 6 minions on either side, so it's going to be sticking around that wave and a half, 2 waves of CS deficit for the XL AD carry.
Is it going to be a lot of full clearing, Medic? Because I feel like it's going to be a lot of full clearing.
I get the same vibe, you know?
You can just tell from a game. Yeah. Normally the first 4 minutes, so I have this rule with a song. I listen to the first 5 to 7 seconds of a song, and I can tell instantly whether I'm going to like it or not.
Okay, that sounds a little narrow-minded, but we'll
well,
work with
like,
it.
There's also rules with like certain shows, like watch the first 2 or 3 episodes of a show to judge. Peach, I don't think he's going to... He was on a ward.
Yeah, but he walked towards them, you know? Took a scuttle crab. Now he's standing nearby menacingly, Vedius.
I mean, Certus really wants that cannon. Well, he should have E, yeah? There you go. Yep.
Yep.
So
okay, so first couple of episodes of the show,
yeah. And my rule is like 5 to 7 seconds of a song. Admittedly, like different people have different ranges. Like, how long will you listen to a song before you decide whether you like it or not?
Oh, I just listen to the whole thing because it's on my Spotify mix. And
that's a colossal waste of time. That's like 3 whole minutes.
I'm doing other things. I very rarely, and I know some people are very connected to music.
Yeah.
But for me, there's like 2 or 3 songs in the world that I will sit and actually actively listen to.
Is one of them I Want the LEC Back?
No.
Hurtful?
I sing on that.
You were in it.
Yeah, we both know why I don't want to listen to that, Benny. There's a reason in Come Dance With Me, I only spoke.
Hey, you spoke majestically.
I did. I spoke really well.
Yeah, you did. Very
But
good.
I do not sing that one. So. But yeah, What's Up Danger, Shut Up and Dance by Watermoon.
That's a good one. That's a good one.
But they're all like emotional connection songs for me. The rest of my time, I listen to music while I play a game or while I get flamed
So
by
it's just
Twitch
background
chat, you know?
music.
Yeah,
It's
exactly.
just background music. So have you tried, like, there's a lot of great playlists that just have, like, background music of games to listen to?
No, because I want lyrics. I want every now and again, I want like 30 Seconds to Mars to come on, and then I'll sing.
Wait, we might have to
fight, fight in the top lane. Oh, flash forward, but oh no! Look at the Q3. Flash away from irrelevant.
Okay, just flash for flash. Odoamne, though, showing why Cassante is OP. Abadage just going to drop his combo in mid lane. Very unlikely to really convert into anything. He's going to be forced to push out this wave as well. But the dragon was secured by SK while we were rambling along. The gold continues to stay even for now. Patrick, even after the early summoner spell loss, hasn't really hurt him a huge amount. Of course, he is behind. Finds himself at a bit of a CS deficit, but not the end of the world. Definitely still redeemable.
And his flash about to come off cooldown as well. Makes it a bit easier for him in the lane if they do want to try and set something up. But I think the first 5 or 6 minutes of this game have kind of implied to us, Vedi, that it's going to be a little bit of a long one.
Yeah,
or at least it's going to be a little while before we really open up to an action-packed, fiesta.
Yeah. Herald is likely where we're going to see something.
Okay.
I hope.
You promised that now.
Well,
You've said likely, and we know your word is.
Well, we cast the first XL game. Do you remember XL versus Koi? And we were like, surely
Do I
that'll be
remember it was 2 days ago?
Yeah.
No, I've wiped it from
well,
my memory.
sometimes I forget who we cast. We cast a lot of games, Medic. But then they just traded objectives. Peach just like, that's cool. You can have that one, and we'll have this one.
Yep.
So I'm optimistic there will be a fight around the Herald. Again, like both comps, they're very much about scaling. They don't really do much in the other game. It is the curse of our meta when you have ranged supports and more like tankier tops.
Oh, extra kick. Dodges away from the Cleveland. Might have been enough to take him out.
Did he dodge that Q?
He walked up and the shot went down. Maybe every other time in lane he's dodged down.
Maybe.
So that's a mind game, you know?
Game. That makes sense, yeah.
Or Patrick's just calibrating. His long
That's fair,
shots.
yeah. The download's got to happen. I love
Sadly, he's on Berlin internet. So at the moment for Patrick, it's taken about 6 games to start downloading these things.
That's mean. Funny though. Berlin internet.
Dosk. Yep.
It's nice Yumi poke. That's your favorite part, right?
Yeah,
Like
the
playing
poke
Yumi,
and the
poke.
untimed ability and the heals and the shields. It's all
super fun.
It's just a joy to behold. A cacophony of...
Cacophony is a great word.
It is a great...
Abadage? Silly me, thinking he was in danger. Silly me.
Dos was walking across though, and we know Melio has such good follow-up engage.
And the Herald's being started. Okay. Come on, Peach, we could fight. Well, I mean, you can't, because top's been pushed in, and mid just has got a reset, and you don't have TP.
But 2 plates are going over to XL on the bot side. They kind of, this is the decision you make as XL when you see the Herald beginning. It's like, well, are we going to move our bot lane up? Probably not. We're just going to try and get 2 plates to even out the amount the Herald would give over to SK anyway.
Patrick, level 6. Dos taking the confident way back. He's actually not going to take any damage. Are they just going to... No. I was like, no way you just drop the Herald mid, right? That doesn't make any sense.
No, give it to the Jinx. That's where you really want to funnel your gold. Everyone else is just CC for the inevitable Arcane Season 2.
I love Arcane.
Do you?
Yeah, big fan.
Could
I haven't
use one in the
rewatched it,
studio.
though.
You haven't?
No.
I did it. I watched the first 4 or 5 episodes while on a treadmill, and then started to not like Arcane as much.
Wait, really?
Because I was like, I associated it with not feeling very good while I was jogging, and so then I stopped watching it.
You fool.
Yeah.
Now it makes sense why Gandalf says, "Fly, you fool." It's all coming together now. Makes sense in my head, at least.
Yeah, that's good.
My head, at least, too.
Speaking of Gandalf, Magic Gathering just released a whole Lord of the Rings set. Dracos and I are talking about what decks we want to build. I'm thinking of like a Will of the Council with Galadriel.
Oh, that sounds cool. I would do elves.
Yeah, so Galadriel is an elf as well, so it's like
Right, I
an
knew
elf
that.
tribal plus.
But I would do
Will of the
cool
Council.
elves. Like,
Cool elves.
like the undead ones or the dark elves. You know, like Warhammer 40k style.
Okay, I mean, they also released the Warhammer set, so you could have just done that as the engage comes in the bot lane. Cyclone already hopped. XL will lose their first player. Limit falls. Peach Heartbreakers away, but still gets rooted up by the Flame Jumpers. And SK draw first blood.
Nice play from SK. They're able to punish the bot lane of XL. Comes a little later, but they still make it work. The level 6 from Marcoon is effective enough. XL just overstep a little too much. They weren't expecting the collapse. The plates are funneled, and SK have now been able to build a pretty tangible lead in the bot side of the map. 1,000 is the advantage now for Exakick. And they're able to make pretty good value out of that Herald as resets come out across the board. Dragon also spawning in about 10 seconds time. XL will be back out on the map first, which means that they can look to try and contest this, but it depends on how quickly they can start it. The pings have actually just come down onto Patrick. They know that he hasn't chosen to reset just yet. He's going to push out that bot wave. Mid has also been pushed, and it looks like for now, Patrick, without his flash, if he chooses to recall here, it's going to be a difficult contest for XL. And it looks like they're not going to go for it, but they should be aware of this window. They should know that Patrick's going base, and this should be an easy objective secure for SK as well.
All first 3 neutral objectives go over to SK alongside the kill. 1,000 gold lead, as you said, all of that sitting on Exakick in the bottom lane. And although they haven't managed to fully raise the bot lane tier 1 to the ground, I'm sure that's next on SK's priority list.
So we'll look back at this play earlier. XL thinking that the reset had come through. They're trying to get a bit of information, but the blast going over the wall in the fog of war. Limit just trying to put a ward in there. Surprise! 3 members of SK. The wombo combo is good. Patrick forced to flash out, but Limit nowhere for him to go with no flash at his disposal. Now the attack on the top side for XL.
Irrelevant does have flash back up. Odoamne chasing him with the all out. Peach coming in as well. Flash Spectral more. Flash forward by Odoamne. Heartbreaker over the wall. Irrelevant will knock Peach back, but now on the wrong side of the rift. Can TP out. It's up in probably like 10 seconds. Might just look for the execute.
Yeah, it's too late.
I'm not sure. Does he execute from this?
I would just press B if I was him. Though.
I feel like he's going to die to Odo. It might still be an execute.
No,
it
it's
is.
execute.
Too long since anyone hit him. So in the end, although there is a death on the side of SK, there were no kills on the side of XL. And now with Marcoon down here, yeah, this could be another dive coming in. There's the TP, counter TP used. Marcoon trying to walk away. Green-white, okay guns for Patrick, not the best combination, but still enough to force SK to back away alongside the TP, obviously. Odoamne getting some damage down in the top lane towards that turret. 2 plates have fallen as Irrelevant TP is back to answer the minion wave push.
Now, it's important to remind everyone that when we talk about stakes, it's very important in particular for XL. It's not that they need to finish high at the end of the regular season, it's just that they need to finish high, period. Yeah. They need to like finish top 2, ideally, at the end of the season, or the end of the split to be able to qualify for our summer season. SK do have
season finals.
The season finals, yes. But in order to do that, they need to get top 8. And XL don't have the best track record, Medic. So far, they are back-to-back 10th place.
Yeah, 10th twice.
XL don't have a great history overall. You know, they were the team that could never really qualify for playoffs. We then made it easier to qualify for playoffs. And admittedly, they had qualified twice prior to our format change. But then after making it easier, they then still could qualify and engage in mid.
Final chance being used. Exekick, though, just healed up with the Breath of Life and the Cozy Campfire. Exekick still at half HP. Patrick invested the ultimate, the final chapter, the heal, and the exhaust comes out from Limit as well.
But yeah, it's kind of a do or die situation for XL. They need to get into the top 8, and then after getting into the top 8, they need to be able to finish top 2 to even stand a chance of qualifying for the season finals, to then contest for a spot at Worlds, where we will have 4 potential qualifiers. Odoamne with the all-in once more.
Meanwhile, in the mid lane, Patrick locked up. Frozen Tomb is his icy demise. Limit will fall as well. Peach getting chased away here. The zap hits him for a slow, but he has a blast cone to escape and fight another day. But once again, it's SK on the board and XL found wanting.
Yeah, observers, if you could give us a little bit more in terms of the setup of that play, because I'd love to see how XL ended up falling prey to that. We saw them commit so much into finding that bit of a skirmish in the 2 versus 2 in mid. To then see them take a fight was very surprising, because it felt like a very easy play for SK to take advantage of. The Herald will be starting up. They know that a bunch of SK players want to go back to base. Marcoon will gain information on this. Actually, he may even look to contest. Certus doesn't have a huge amount of mana. No ultimate either.
Exekick's ultimate is about to come off cooldown, so even though he's in the bottom lane, he could impact a fight across here. In the end, SK will give up the ghost on the Rift Herald and back themselves away. First neutral of the game lost for them. Doesn't go on the scoreboard, so still could be a perfect game. But the Tibbers coming down might change that as Marcoon falls low, down to half flashes. And Cozy Campfire healing him up just a little bit there as he is able to escape. Irrelevant now winning out the trade in the top lane. Odo, no flash on him. But Irrelevant doesn't have that final 300 damage to fell the enemy top.
Patrick now making a rotation up towards the top side.
Is it just a Rift Herald play? Try and get the tower. Irrelevant was caught shopping there for a second. Nars Patrick away. The root comes out with a good wallop from Irrelevant. Dashing away to the minions. Leaps away. Manages to escape. With the Rift Herald charging in though, the perfect game falls by the wayside. XL pick up at least a turret. And SK still in command of the game, you feel.
Yeah, it's been a series of weird events because SK really overstayed to try and contest the Herald that they were in no position to contest. Their bot lane, after resetting, already started pathing bot back to bot. And that meant that their mid and jungle just overstayed their welcome in mid, and they ended up getting punished for it. But we go all the way back, so we see Patrick and Peach pushing up into mid, Certus hovering over on the flank. Peach tries to clear out some vision, and then oh, Marcoon just catches him completely unawares. They're not prepared for the attack at all. Limit being detached. This was just a 3 versus 4 collapse. They didn't respect the possibility of SK engaging here, and they end up getting punished for it. But again, off the back of this, SK resets, but only half of them did. Certus Marcoon stuck around, That meant that XL had a bunch of tempo advantage, but now the Dragon fight kicking off, Peach trying to steal.
Almost gets it, was out of vision as he came in. Not able to get there, and because XL spent so much time pushing out the top lane, SK then had the first reset and first move on the Dragon. They can set up for it, and it's their third Dragon of the game. Ocean Soul up for them in 5 minutes time, if they can keep XL at bay.
Ultimate drop from Patrick to get a bit of poke down. Shouldn't be too damning, as Exakick does have the red buff and a bit of a heal from the Cozy Campfire.
Cozy Campfire, yes. Warm hugs. The kicky thing that I can't remember the name of.
Very optimistic, isn't he?
His Fuemigos and him are having such a good time.
That's true.
It's
a lot of damage from Patrick
stunned.
here.
Yep.
I'm trying to think of the champion that would hate him. It's the Yordle. Vex. Yeah, they're like the antithesis of one another. Oh, look at me using clever words.
Good word, man. 500 points on the SAT, that one.
Really?
I have no idea, man. I didn't sit the SATs, I'm not American. You know?
Wait, but don't we have a thing? Like when you start secondary school?
I went to school in India.
That you did. That you did.
Yeah.
A cultured man.
We do have something in the UK though, because I can remember thinking about having to sit
it's
it
the
and then
cat
we moved
test
away.
type
Is it
thing.
cat test?
Yeah, something like that. They asked me like here. It was like it's like a mini IQ test to judge what sets you get put in when you join secondary school.
It's not at all elitist. It's not segregating. Hey, as an 8-year-old child, here's what the rest of your life will look like.
I was
okay?
11. I'll have you know.
God, I'm sorry. I sat at 8, obviously, because of the extra intelligence as Patrick's locked up a little bit. Able to escape, walks out the back of it. Odo Omne TPing in as Marcoon tried to get away with the Cyclone. No flash on him. He's pulled back with the all out with the heal from DOS. Keeps him topped up for the time being. Spectral Morph on Peach misses. Heartbreaker's out, but the Frozen Tomb still locks him in place. Irrelevant looking for a flank now, but XL have to herald a retreat because SK are on the advance. Odo Omne and Patrick dashing and flashing away. And in the end, it's a 2-0 in favor of SK.
A good patient play from SK. They prioritized the disengage. They thought they saw an opportunity onto Patrick initially in mid lane. After realizing that the collapse was coming through from XL, they immediately moved into the bot side river, which gave time for Irrelevant to join the fight. And then knowing that an overstep had come through from Peach, they immediately re-engage and they find themselves a successful fight. Mid tower goes down in their favor. They extend their gold lead. And SK in firm control of this game, looking to end that 9-game losing streak. So you'll see this initial pick on the Patrick, very good damage from Marcoon and Exakick, forces him out of the fight, but the TP comes in very quickly from Odo Omne. He then forces SK to split up. They think they found a pick onto Marcoon, but he's really not in any threat as it's only Odo Omne on top of him. And then at this point, Peach has overstayed his welcome, gets chain CC'd. Irrelevant then joins the fight, forcing Patrick and Odo Omne to split apart from the main engage. Abadage gets isolated as well. And it becomes a pick after pick chase down as SK forced a flash out from Patrick as well.
Just throwing good off the bad, right? The initial play from Peach, a little bit over-eager, and then Abadage flashes
That's a
forward.
0.
It is a 0.
Poor Peach.
Yeah.
Not having a great debut here in the LEC. Obviously was not put in the best of positions. Back-to-back 10th place for XL. Expectations already going to be difficult. And struggling with the XL roster to have an impact.
Seeming pretty tiny at the moment. I was hoping one of these days we'd meet up with James and his giant Peach, but right now Peach unable to have that impact.
How many people are going to get that reference?
A few people who sat those exams. So Marcoon goes in once again with the Cyclone. Heartbreaker coming out. Marcoon falling low. Can't get him with the second Cyclone proc, and Peach will steal away the Wukong. But DOS now joins the fray alongside Exakick. TP coming in by SK as they look to take the top tier 1. Odo tried to stop that TP, I believe. Wasn't quite able to get there in time. XL finally on the board at first kill at 20 minutes.
An overextension there from Marcoon. In the 2 versus 2, well, I would say in the 2 versus 1, he tried to force a fight before his mid laner could really get there, which meant that he took way too much damage before Certus arrived. This then gave the Viego the reset and an opportunity to turn the fight around, giving XL the space to be able to disengage. Of course, SK do get a tower off the back of it, but their priority should be this Dragon coming up. As we look back, Marcoon, you look at where the rest of his team is, they're just far too far away. Marcoon goes over the wall, and it just takes a little too long for Certus to get there. The damage comes through from Abadage, and while he does get 2 procs of his ultimate off, it doesn't really matter. Certus kind of ran out of burst. Abadage's in a safe enough position that he can disengage, and that means that SK, they can't get any kills, but they do still get that tower. Now that they've got to prioritize this Dragon. 20 seconds, Certus gets the push in bot. With no tower there, it means that they have a little bit more control. They can get that deeper vision. You can already see Certus moving in, gets that control wood in the bot tribush. SK clearing out the entrances as well, and they focus on this mid wave. So far, taking all the correct steps. and making it as difficult as possible for XL to enter the river. Peach being forced back again, and this is what SK need to do. Force XL away, make it as difficult as possible, clear out all the vision that they invest to try and even gain access to the river, and then look for a potential pick, or just prioritize the objective.
And the struggle for XL is how many flashes they're lacking right now. Abadage doesn't have that flash tib is so powerful in the fight. None for Patrick either. Peach looks for Exegate, gets him with the stun, but the Breath of Life gets him out of there, and now Peach is in the midst of 5 members of SK. They continue to push forward. The Moonlight Vigil, super mega death rocket, will find his man. Exegate's going to heal up from the honey food as well, and now XL in a 4v5 situation with an Ocean Soul on the line.
Abadage's flash is it now is back up, which means that the burst is still available for XL, and this is what is making SK hesitant. Even though they've lost their jungler, SK still afraid to contest this objective. It's XL with control over the river. They have the bot push. SK likely to move back into mid, get that wave pushed in, and then see if they can contest the river once more.
No ultimates really for SK either.
5 seconds on Peach.
Oh, Certus goes in, locked up by Odo1. They pops the stopwatch. Irrelevant tries to get him with an arm as well. The wallop has been used. Irrelevant gets Patrick with an arm, knocks him back, but doesn't get the stun. But extra kick will end his life anyway. Abadage trying to do what he can from the back of it, but Odo1's fallen for a double, and extra kick is getting excited in SKR2. 91 days since they last won a game in the LEC, and they're looking to take down XL once again.
Great play from SK. They were just waiting for Irrelevant to get the Mega Gnar once more. Irrelevant lying in wait, seeing if he can find a pick. Could be getting picked himself here. Abadage doesn't quite have the stun. TP now comes through from Certus. His ultimate's about to be back up, but this will be Ocean Soul. 9 kills to 1. A 5k gold lead. And SK with a commanding performance over XL. Looking to end their lose streak and add another loss to XL's tally.
And what a struggle it's been for XL this year in the LEC. We'll have another look at this because Peach thinks he's caught Exakick.
But DOS, Melio, the extra cleanse available means that he is perfectly safe. He guides him to safety. The Super Mega Death Rocket comes out. And Peach, unfortunately, in an attempt to sidestep it, ends up walking into it. Loses his life, Exakick picks up that kill, but you can see Irrelevant just stacking up the rage. Certus sees that he's got the Mega, goes in with the CC, is able to get the Zhonya's off. And this then makes it easy enough. Nice counter stun from Abadage, but it's not enough. Irrelevant still gains access onto the back line. The crit from Exakick is enough to get the execution onto Patrick, and with the damage gone, it's cleanup for the Jinx.
That's the power of Jinx when she has an enchanter behind her, someone that can give her that little bit of shielding, a bit of extra range as well from the cozy campfire. Soon as you get that lethal tempo stacked up, you become an unstoppable killing machine. 3 items now on Exakick. The Gale Force, Kraken, and Lord Doms. SK starting to set up around this Baron. Abadage stepping forward, double stun. Final chapter coming out as well. Marcoon already fallen. Certus able to escape for the moment. XK trying to dodge away from it as well, but he's shut down. And now XL have found a breath of life in this game as they take 3, they take 4. And what more can they claim?
And just like that, SK face check and Annie. XL, they don't waste any time. The Wombo combo is dropped. They get themselves 4 kills and a Baron, and all of a sudden, this game is blown wide open.
Irrelevant trying to do what he can, maybe take down an inhibitor tower before those Baron-empowered recalls do come out. XL able to even out the gold as well. Only about 1,000 gold behind now. Still, Patrick in a little bit of a hole. 2 items complete for him. But you can see here, Certus checks with the path, sees no one get hit by it, and Abadage and Peach walk in at the perfect moment.
The 2-man stun from the Tibbers, the damage from Patrick, and Exakick. Wow, he commits quite hard with the Gale Force there, puts himself within melee range. Of course, with Odo1 at his back, it likely wouldn't have made much difference if he tried to kite away. No flash available to him, but he did what he could, and it was not enough. SK now find themselves at the precipice of a potential comeback for XL. Of course, still a lot of work left to be done, but as you rightly said, it was a 5.5k gold gap. Now it's just 500 gold. Patrick needs to catch up to Exakick, though. He needs to be that same late game threat that this Jinx is currently at. Looks like the Bloodthirster is being worked on. But no Dragon, no neutrals really to play for, so XL going to use this Baron to just stabilize the game. And look to buy themselves a little bit more time. Or they might just look to fight. The push in mid. Abadage does have TP. Flash up in 5 as well.
SK can just defend as 5 here. Try and hold on to your mid-tier 1. This will likely fall, and then you can just go back to the tier 2, give up a couple of turrets across the map to a Baron, but doesn't really cost you too much in the grand scheme of things. You still have that permanent buff, the Ocean Soul, still ticking around you. Elder up in 2.5 minutes, though. We'll see if the teams decide that that is the key point at which they want to fight. I will say they probably will have to fight at that point if they haven't fought before then. For the moment, XL slowly creeping forward into this SK side of the map. It will take the tier 1 in mid. That's all of the outer turrets now felled by them. In the end, the wave should be relatively easy to clear for SK. Exakick now stepping forward with the rockets, and the cannon minion does fall. Top lane, though, pushed in as well. It looks like that tower actually might just go down to the minions. Good wave stacked up here. Certus coming across will be able to clear it out just before it does fall.
XL, though, with the main map control right now, you can see they're the ones pushing way past the vision line of SK. They will secure themselves another tower. Odoamne chipping away at that one in mid. Should be able to secure that too. What's that? 4 towers now off the back of this Baron? A 5,000 Baron power play. 5,000 gold, I should say. And they've actually accrued a 2k gold lead now. Items being completed across the board. Death cap finished for Abadage.
For a second there, he had 2 crowns. Just really greedy for as many crowns as possible. Going Void Staff next. Bloodthirster for Patrick. Means that he is now in a much better position. You can see XL have swung the gold in their favor. And that sequence of events with the Baron was very well played by them. You know, get pressure mid, take tier 1, have bot lane pushing in, stack up a wave top, so that pressures the tower. When Certus then goes to answer top, Odo's in mid, you rotate down towards the bottom side, take that tier 2, take mid tier 2 as well. And gets you as much bang for your buck as you can get out of a Baron buff.
Sure, and now the Elder Dragon spawns in 40 seconds in this XL. They have to push. They should feel a lot more confident now in these upcoming fights. Patrick very close to a level up. I'm sure he'd like to grab that. Has red-white, which puts him in a good spot. And SK, they have no vision of the river right now. It's the reverse position from earlier. Patrick, look at the shielding that he has on himself right now. Irrelevant trying to chip away at Odo's HP bar. Peach on the flank, but
so
SK
they did
should
see
know.
Peach clear out a ward, so they know he's in the area. They can't be sure that he is all the way around over by the Gromp, but they know there is the threat of Peach from their jungle. Not usually where they grow, usually in an orchard, but a jungle Peach perhaps a little bit tastier. A morsel so sweet.
Or perhaps a subtle
XL.
threat that you least expect. Do you like that bar?
That was good, man. I liked it. I enjoyed it.
I have that one for free. Abadage, utilizing the blast cone, has the flash. Keep your eyes on him. He is in the fog of war here. They don't know where Abadage is just yet. Thank you, observers, for highlighting what SK can see. Certus trying to find a flank onto Patrick. The Elder getting lower and lower. But where is this Annie? Abadage lying in wait. Still in fog of war.
Could go for DOS. They go in, they dive in immediately, and then Exakick is shut down! An incredible engage by XL. Certus has to flash away, and the Elder, XL's prize.
The patient play from Abadage, but are they going to go for the back door? Maybe they'll just try and get an inhibitor. They need to slow down XL as much as they can. Yeah, they're not going to be able to end off of this. But great focus and great patience from Abadage.
Irrelevant needs to be careful because it's an easy enough collapse for XL. You can see Abadage coming across. Irrelevant does have the flash, but no TP for him to get out. Level 16 ticks over on him. Abadage coming in from the side, has the stun lined up. Odoamne on the chase as well. Prowling projectile won't find its mark. Irrelevant gets the movement speed from the Hyper, and in the end will be safe enough to escape through that topside jungle.
Once again, huge praise to Abadage. Our observers walked us through the vision beautifully throughout that fight. And you can see how Abadage just danced on the edge throughout the entire fight, waited for the perfect moment. The rest of XL very quick to follow up. And they're able to get that execution onto X-Kick and convert it into a one-team fight. We'll see it again. Abadage just skirting on the very edge of vision. No ward in the Baron pit means that they have no idea where he is. And then just at the right moment, they wait for Odoamne to get in position. He comes out, double flash. Oh wait, the stun missed.
They still kill him, that's all.
They still kill him. The Baron now being started by XL.
Good play by Abadagi there to avoid the vision. He did that perfectly. Just can't predict where Odoamne caught out a little bit locked up for the moment. He tries to get away. The Gargoyle shield enough on him. The outer still as Patrick dashes in. Gale Force used. SK retreat. Back to the safety of their jungle. Peach now in the pit. Irrelevant trying to come in from the side as well. Odo TP up in 5. He can rejoin the fight. And he will reset, regen, and then rejoin. Abadagi once again looking for the flag. Just make sure you hit the timbers this time.
He hits it!
He hits the timbers and Irrelevant falls! A bear to help out to kill off the Yordle. Odoamne is now going to try and keep the rest of SK at bay. Patrick standing at the back of the pit. The Baron down to 8,000. Will we see a steal? Well, Marcoon's basing and doesn't have smite. Is up in 7 seconds. Odo goes in. All out. Pulls Certus back. The Everfrost as Odo falls. And XL get the Baron. A worthy sacrifice there from Odoamne to make sure that XL could secure the buff. They didn't know that Marcoon's flash was not up, and Certus had a flash stolen as well with the unsealed spellbook, so could have got in there and snuck that one away.
A well-played Baron overall from XL. They took their time. SK trying to find a window where they can get something back. Good placement of the traps. Zones away Peach.
XL has no flash. Flash forward from Peach, then lands on the breath of life, but Peach maybe a little bit too deep because the rest of his team can't quite follow up. Peach down to 300 HP. Exakick still trying to retreat, but Patrick is critting him to death. Another for Patrick. Marcoon now trying to run away from this. Found the projectile not close enough. And SK, they looked for a little bit, but their hand has been ripped off by XL.
This game should have been done and dusted for SK. They had all of the kills. It was 9-1. They secured the soul, and it was all looking fantastic. A single face check has cost them everything. XL off the back of that Baron have turned this game around completely. The second Baron, the Elder, and now they're knocking on the base of SK finally. They're beginning their siege. Exakick's still dead. I don't think they'll try to end the game right now, but the damage is done, and this is now XL's game to lose.
You have to remember for XL, it's been a bit of a dry spell in terms of wins as well. 6 games without a win. SK, all they wanted was a little bit of vision. What did it cost them? Everything, Vedius. It cost them everything. They do still have tools to get back into the game, but it becomes increasingly more difficult. Patrick, 4 items complete, has a Cleanse, has a Mikhail's, has an Ardent, almost has an Echoes of Helia from the Yuumi. Just needs a little bit more gold for that cat to be an absolute enchanting powerhouse. Exakick he's fed. He's incredibly fed. The question is, can he survive for long enough to actually do the damage in a fight?
I mean, look at the level difference. Patrick's 16 to Exakick's 14. Peach as well has been grinding non-stop. He's about to tick over to level 17. He has a 2.3k gold lead over Marcoon. That power farming style, of course, in the early game doesn't give you a lot of agency, but in the late game, if you can get there, it really does pay off. Have a lot of money as a jungler. 3 items fully completed. Patrick, so much shielding. His damage is real. He goes in.
Forward. The Moonlight Vigil just takes everyone on SK down to half HP. They have to respect the damage that Aphelios can put out frontline right now as SK lose another inhibitor in XL. They're knocking on the door of their first win of summer here, Betty.
And off the back of a comeback as well. They've got to be in good spirits. All of the momentum is in XL's favor right now. We mentioned it earlier. This is their game to lose from this position. The Elder is likely where the game will be decided. A single good fight for either side would be enough to end the game, even for SK. We're late enough into the game now where a single mistake can cost you absolutely everything. 30 seconds now. Both teams resetting back out onto the map. Abadagi going to catch that wave top to tick over to level 17. He's got his Void Staff completed along with a stopwatch. Exakick trying to keep that pressure in mid. Give SK an avenue to enter the river. The bot wave is completely pushed in for XL though. They have their way in, but they're actually contesting this mid wave. But look at the vision as well. Observers, we can see what XL see right now. You'll notice it's a lot. They have all this vision on the bot side of the map. They still have a lot of information in the river. Odoamne face checking his way in.
Exakick once again. Odoamne goes forward. Frozen Tomb locked up. Odo with the gargoyles. Not enough to keep him alive.
Too much confidence there from Odo. He thought he was tanky enough to bear the brunt of the damage. But 5 members of SK shut him down.
Patrick dishing out the DPS. Abalaga goes in, but a great breath of life from Doss immediately. They get the shutdown, and now Patrick, the key target, but he's killed off Exakick. Patrick pops the stopwatch. Irrelevant and Peach trying to do what they can in the middle of this, but Patrick will fall as well. And in the end, only Peach stays standing. A single mistake. Defeat grasped from the jaws of victory by XL, and SK will end their losing drought.
We talked about how it only needed to be a single fight that determined the game. Certus will make sure there's no potential of losing this one. He'll catch that wave in bot, he'll catch the wave in top. He has the TP as well. He's trying to stop these minions from doing what they can, but that should be it. SK, after having the winning position to having to fight their way through back, will secure their first win of summer.
And their first win in 91 days, Vedius. What a feeling that has to be. Going out of week one with a win to your scoreboard is huge.
Who feels more frustrated in this situation?
The losing team. Everyone's a bit frustrated, but if you just lost that game...
Yeah, you're probably right.
You feel not great.
Odo Omne he just over-tanked at the end there. He thought that he was way stronger than he was. They just completely executed him. In a 4 versus 5, there's no real way they could follow up. And then Abadaga's flash engage was good, but the Melio completely nullified it, right?
Yep.
And Patrick did what he could in the final fight. The damage was good, but it was not enough. And the rest of SK were able to collapse and come out ahead. They had Soul, they were down in gold. They didn't even get a Baron or an Elder this game, yet they somehow still won. Yeah. Bottom of the table is a bit of a mess right now in Europe.
Yeah. I mean, middle of the table is a bit of a mess as well, Vedi.
True.
Top of the table, also a bit of a mess.
But that's what we like to see, the start of summer. You know. All these teams, they don't have a lot of time to figure out their issues, and it's going to be frustrating for XL. As we mentioned, back-to-back 10th place. They don't want it to be a three-peat of that placement. SK was one of the teams that they needed to beat, and now it's only going to get harder from here. SK, though, they're finally on the board. They will get themselves a victory, and you can vote for your player of the game at LEC on Twitter. Marcoon, Exakick, or DOS are your options, all very valuable options. I don't even know who you would vote for.
I'd vote for... give it to DOS.
Sure.
You know, you might as well. Exakick also played well.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Have fun with that one.
Yeah,
you
give
can
it
go
to one of them.
on Twitter. But yeah, what a crazy game to start off our day.
Yeah. And also, we're a third of the way through the split, Vedi, at the end of today.
That we are.
And it's crazy to think. We've just finished MSI. We came back. We're a third of the way through the split. Then we have playoffs. Then we have season finals. Then it's Worlds again.
Yeah.
It's all going to like roll through really quickly.
I mean, yeah.
And for some of these teams, we're a third of the way through the rest of their year.
True.
Like that's why it's so important to be able to pick up wins here.
A lot of
to make
pressure.
playoffs.
A lot of pressure on both these teams in particular, and why this win is so important. So huge congratulations to SK. Something that will give them a little bit of relief going 1-2 in the first week. Definitely gives them a little bit of breathing room as we get closer and closer to the group stages. But we're ready for an interview, so we're going to head it over to Trouble.
Thank you very much, Sveti. Exakick, sigh of relief.
Yeah.
It's done. First win of the weekend. How does it feel?
I mean, it feels good because we started practicing 1 month ago, and we had honestly pretty good results in scrims. And not showing up on stage felt really bad for us. And also that I think we had 8 or 9 lose streak or something.
9.
Complete disgusting. So it was still a bit messy. I think it was clean in early game, and then we just choked again. But I think it will start from here, so I'm happy.
Well, when I talked to Certus earlier, he said that your lose streak happened, your last win actually, was versus XL, and then the lose streak happened, and that today, playing against XL potentially is the time to bring the first victory. Did it seem like an easy game?
I think it was easy. We just made it hard for ourselves, right? And we just need to adjust a bit and be more decisive. I think, yeah, the stage makes us look weaker than we really are, and I think we all know that we can be good. So it's really frustrating, actually, especially personally. I was really frustrated for the 2 games because I think I was playing really bad, and as a team I didn't recognize us. So yeah, I hope the win streak starts here. And honestly, we were in the same position kinda in winter, so I'm hopeful for the next games.
Absolutely, and talking about making it hard for yourselves in this game, guys, I have a clip here that might have started the whole uphill battle in this game. Please guide me through this.
I mean, basically, when we review the 2 first games, we are perma saying that we don't go mid enough, or like we skip steps, right? Instead of pushing them out from mid, we go straight into the jungle, and we did it again. So yeah, that was disgusting.
So you guys need to listen to your coach a little bit more, I take it?
We just need to listen to each other more, I think, and be better.
Okay, I just want to talk to you personally about your personal growth, because in winter it was a very bot-centric meta. You guys, you and DOS, were absolutely stomping through the bot lanes. You were killing people 2 versus 2. What has changed between winter and summer in terms of synergy?
Not much, honestly. I just think the other bot lanes got better, and I think we are still really good. We just don't show up on stage, so we just need to fix that.
All right, and I really hope you do. Again, congrats on picking up the first victory of the week. Good luck next week as well. As for us, we're gonna go on to a very quick break, and when we're back, it's going to be BDS versus Astralis.
Yeah, I'm coming, help him, guys, help him. I can ult. Okay, I can fight you, you can fight. Slowly. You can fight, you have exhaust. Yeah, I like it. Can you go? Here's flash. Yeah, I need flash burst. Okay, exhaust. Kill any, guys, kill any.
5 members of SK, they continue to push forward. The Moonlight Vigil, super mega death rocket, will find his man.
Give me one shot coming here. Look, we're going. Think it's win? I'll get the Jinx. Jinx flash. I shield you. Nice. I have stun still. This is nice.
He comes out, double flash. Oh wait, the stun missed.
Get ready, summoners. League of Legends is now on Displate. All your favorite champions on officially licensed metal posters. Stunning details, easy setup, more durable than Malphite. Join 3.2 million satisfied customers and fill your room with arcane energy. Order now at displate.com.
Welcome back to the LEC, and ahead of Team BDS versus Astralis, well, we've kind of talking about two surprise teams of the year so far. It's just Astralis, they've kind of gone back to what we've expected of them.
The Nico was a surprise. We'll give them that.
Yeah.
Surprise! We picked Nico. Yeah, no, they had to. They tried Annie, they tried Nico. Nothing really worked in the mid lane. It felt like, well, as much as it didn't work, I think like it's a team thing as well. But Astralis have definitely like come out of the gates. What's the opposite of swinging? They fell over.
Swinging, staying still.
Staying still.
Yeah. Sure.
Yeah.
Sitting
Staying
there,
still,
hanging there on a swing set. I don't know.
But is the reason they're struggling just because they're not quite au fait with the current meta? Even though they have such a great bot lane duo.
I mean, they definitely have a strong bot lane, of course, with Kabe, but I don't know. I feel like the champion pool right now for leader, like what's meta in the mid lane, it sort of puts him on things like the Annie, like the Nico, which are not like his bread and butter. He can play them, but they're not the flashy ones that he's going to 1v9 a game with.
Frankie's got a game ready.
I had a feeling that you guys would say that. And so I thought we would play What the Meta?
What the meta?
What the
Our
meta?
first subject
Well, tell me about the
leader.
bees.
Okay, so this is the Happy.
Happy.
And this is the Sabi.
The Sabi.
That work?
Okay.
So that's,
Happy?
so that's like
Sabi.
yes and no.
Yes and no.
Yes and no.
exactly.
Okay, let's rock
But
it,
don't
let's
call
rock
them that, otherwise it won't count. So we're going to bring up some of Leader's best known champions
From
on
like
the screen.
past, right? We're, like,
Exactly,
going
the
deep.
ones he's
Okay.
known for, his signature
Okay.
champions. And basically you have to say whether they'll work in this meta or not work in this meta. Happy Sabi. Okay, you
Okay,
ready?
okay. Yeah.
Here we go.
Akali.
Akali.
A classic.
Akali.
I mean,
Playable?
I'm personally an Akali enthusiast. I like the ability to dive on the stupid AD carries
Yep.
that are running over the meta right now
Yep.
and shut them down within a team fight. That I feel like some of the champions, like we saw Nico yesterday, not be able to do as soon as there's like counter flashes to escape and stuff like this. It's hard to outrun an Akali. She can just keep sort of going at you. So I'm kind of on board with the Akali.
Zeka played Akali in the LCK. I mean, he won Worlds playing Akali, basically, right? And he played it this year. I think he's the only one to play it so far, but he won. He didn't do so well. I think the champ is definitely playable. I think, like, especially against double AP mid jungle, you get like Merc treads. I think this champ has good kill potential on these hyper carry ADs. So I would say happy. Happy.
Yeah, happy.
Yeah, playable.
Is that the right thing for Astralis right now, though?
It's the right thing for leader. So I guess it's the right thing for Astralis.
Happy.
Does it work?
Happy.
Oh,
All
nice.
right, nicely
Smile. Okay,
done.
so maybe we'll get leader. Maybe we'll get leader Akali. What else you got?
Okay.
What else you got for us?
What else we got? Let's see.
I like how you're pressing these
I
buttons.
hit
You're
the
really
next us.
It's like
Australia.
a time machine to like 2018.
Oh, bring me back to the IG years.
Oh, good times.
No, so yeah, Irelia. I think Irelia's playable. I think happy. I think if they have double AP mid jungle, Merc treads, Wits End, the new Triforce could be good on her. Blade.
Yeah, okay. The items I hear you on, but I just because I played this in spring, I believe, and just got like hard camped.
Wait, you
in
played
mid
it?
lane. No,
Oh, he played it.
Played it. I don't play Aurelia. Like,
It was banned. It was banned against Astralis day one.
It was banned against
So people
them.
are taking this seriously. as
But
a
I
threat.
feel like it's one of those champions in mid lane, counter like a Kali that has a little bit more like range she can play with to like farm at least with her Q and disengage potential. I feel like this puts a real target on his back, and he's just going to get ground out with repeat ganks in the mid lane. So I'm not fully on.
I'm saying happy. He's saying Sabi. So I think it's
It's
up
a
to you.
difficult one. What about if it needs to get flexed up to Finn? Because
Yeah,
he
Finn
also
plays it.
Aurelia.
He's a one-trick Aurelia as well. So I mean, you can flex it.
I
Is that a
can
selling-
give you
is
the
that a
happy
selling
with the
point?
flex.
Is that a selling point?
It's not a tank though.
But it does good damage.
If there's a Gnar on the top
When in doubt,
side, you flip clap that.
when in doubt, get more damage.
All right, I'm just thinking about the top meta at the moment, but I'm gonna say happy.
Gnar is nice. Gnar is a nice blind.
Yeah,
pick, though. Leader could flex it up to top for Finn.
There you go.
I'll
Okay,
take it.
happy.
What else we got?
We'll see.
All right.
I know how
Surely
Gumball
it'll work,
feels
right?
now.
You
Try
got
it
this.
out. All right, do it again. Oh, a big slap. Okay, give it another one.
Silas.
That
Silas.
haymaker.
See, Silas was meta when things like Sejuani, Maokai, Nautilus, you could just take away their ultimates and you like have such a good team fight. And it was decent into Arya at times. I believe it was picked into her. But I don't know. Those junglers have fallen out of the meta. It's more like range supports now, I guess.
The range supports definitely hurts with the ults you can steal. But like top laners, like when Malphite's there, it's always a Silas angle.
Malphite does unlock Silas a lot.
Gragas jungle is going to be a
I'm
good
gonna have to
Selling
hurry
me
you up.
happy.
Happy?
I'm down. Yeah.
Yeah.
Silas playable.
I don't think
I
it's
thought this would
necessarily
be a
an
Sappy for you
always.
guys.
It's not an always pick, but like if you see some good ults on the other side, like I think you can definitely go for it.
No.
Yeah.
That's I don't think Zed's playable at all. Even with the lethality changes, loses lane, so one-dimensional, easy to outplay.
Also, like, all the mid lane champ, like, Zed, he presses R, and he's like, all right, in 1 second, guess where I'm going to be? And Nico's like, I can ult, and he can stun. Like, it's too easy.
Yeah, I felt like Leader tried to make Zed happen last split, and it didn't.
I guess Rise could kind of work if you go static shift, and then, like, you realm warp because it's units traveled, and then, like, you push bot wave, realm warp. No, it's not going to work.
Yeah, I just feel like, again, like, Rise has to be pretty in your face to do damage. He's like a mid-range mage, right? And with like Nico ult, Annie, they're also mid-range, but like have heavy CC attached, so you're just going to get hit by those abilities, chain CC'd, and in a lot of trouble.
He's too short range. I think Rise won't work.
Bot laner's going to be outranging him for
CC
sure.
is dead.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sad B.
Sad B. Womp womp.
All right.
Where's the... I feel like I know what's coming next. Yeah, I thought something like that was coming. I think Yasuo is probably... I saw people playing Gale Force Yasuo. The shield bow changes hurts Yasuo a lot because obviously you don't have the shield anymore, right?
Yeah,
and
but there were builds in the past like BT or Blade rushes, yeah?
BT doesn't give a shield either, but then IE is like a mythic, so IE is kind of like a terrible item right now, so you can't get that on Yasuo. I feel like Gale Force is probably playable. I think with Gragas jungle as well, it could be cooked.
I like the idea of having like Gale Force and giving him an option to fight like away from minion waves, because that's been like a problem in the past. You just can't really like close the gap, but between like Gragas jungle, things to pair with it, and a Gale Force, I'm on board.
And also, Flex pick, Finn has not played it in competitive, but I did speak to him outside the bathrooms. Don't ask me why I was there.
Okay.
And he said that he does play it casually, so don't count him out from flexing it in the future. But
also,
we are going to say
versus these AD carries, give me that. Don't let them have fun.
All right. Abby, finally, I think this is our last option for leader.
Give it the Haymaker again.
That makes it work. Oh, Yone. Oh,
Is it an option? That's the question.
I think
is
Yone
it really an option?
Oh, I think Yone is no shield bow, no BT. I feel like you go in and get one shot. I'm sure like Nemesis has probably found a build on Yone because he's great Yone, but I'm not sure in competitive it's that good. I haven't really checked many Yone builds, but I'm gonna go no.
I feel like since the item updates, I'm not completely confident.
You're not confident at all?
Items,
Sabby.
But yeah.
Sabby.
I'm making the call.
I feel like, again,
We've got
you're
a match
just
to get on
jumping in
with.
and getting chain CC'd.
So Leader seems like he's got a few champions that he can play though.
Yeah.
I feel like the problem Leader has is all these champions are playable, but Nico, Ahri, Annie are just so S tier that if these champs are open, you have to play them. So it's 4-3? 4-3? Yeah. Is Leader's champ pool a problem? Probably not.
Probably not. Also, the thing that was interesting yesterday was Heretics, they were not expecting him to pick Nico, so maybe Leader's got some secrets up his sleeve, because I think when he's playing solo queue, he's got a hidden account.
He always has
stuff
it.
we do not know.
Leader is the hidden account CEO. Every account is hidden, no matter what. So maybe he's cooking something.
Basically, if you're BDS, ban everything in the mid lane and see how you get on. So
That's
let's actually find out how Astralis' opponents prepared for this one.
That's potential right there.
Yeah, that's pretty impressive.
That's a high note, hard to hit. I'm impressed.
I mean, I could tell.
Yeah.
It was a bit of a challenge there
perfect,
for Nuke.
you know what I mean, Medic?
Yeah.
We all start somewhere. And as Nuke demonstrated, he was starting at the floor.
At the bottom, like BDS did when they joined the league.
Yeah, but now they find themselves one-on-one, obviously considered favorites coming into this matchup. We're still looking to see a little bit more consistency. They themselves have talked about how they're trying to evolve in terms of their options. Part of me feels that they don't need to overcomplicate it, though. They already had a winning formula. I think if they can go back to that winning ways, like there's no harm in necessarily winning through a defined style. Sometimes I think teams sabotage themselves trying to be the best at everything. But we'll see what they've prepared for us today as we get ready for our draft of BDS versus Astralis.
Let's dive into it. BDS on the blue side, Astralis on the red. And
these Aurelia bans continue to come through. The respect being shown. Lucian going to be taken off the board from Astralis. LeBlanc as well. Guys, I don't think Yumi's going to get banned.
Who knows? Maybe Go to One and Striker will hear this and be like, oh, actually, I forgot about Yumi.
They're not going to ban it.
It's like Daenerys in the Iron Fleet. Just forgot about it.
Whoopsie. I was just about to say Maokai is likely what's going to be banned. And then that means Astralis is going to ban Aphelios, or they're going to ban... Oh, Nico, yeah, it's probably Nico.
It's Nico, then Aphelios first pick, and then Melio into Yumi. And
or it won't be, it'll be Zeri on the other side.
Oh, Zeri, yeah. Yep. Well, you could go Zeri. Do you go Zeri Yumi, or do you go Zeri Melio if Aphelios?
It's a great question. I don't know.
I think Yumi is probably slightly stronger. Zeri has too much range.
Nico.
To be dealt with. Nico, a possibility here.
Nico.
Ni.
I don't think... Here's what I will say. Nukes. Nico did not impress me as much as Caps did.
But that's because Caps turned into a bunch of stuff and made flashy plays.
No, but I mean in terms
Nuke
of lane...
won their game.
Yeah, but he chose to run Spellbook instead
true,
of Comet,
yeah.
which meant that his lane presence was just much weaker. And then also, sure, he wasn't as creative as Caps was, which, like, I mean, that ended up being
It's
Caps'
more fun
downfall.
it's more fun to watch creative, though.
But, yeah, I will be keeping my eyes on it because this does feel like Astralis is saying, you know, we watched his game yesterday and we actually aren't that afraid of his Nico. We probably have something prepared that can deal with it. Xayah being locked in for Kobe, one of his go-to champions, something that he is incredibly confident on. Are they gonna lock in a Yumi or a Melio for themselves?
I think if you have Xayah, you kind of want the Rakan. Like, Rakan is just so super powerful when you team up with the Xayah. You give yourself so much more mobility, and it's much easier to get into fights. Looks like they'll...
Aphelios?
Yeah, Emilio Aphelios is the likely pick here for BDS. So then this is probably Rakan for Astralis.
Or Blitz. I was just about to say, by locking in Sejuani, they're likely going to be locking in... Renekton looks prevalent, or high possibility. And then we're looking at potentially something like a Silas or a mid lane, something melee for leader. But I'd be surprised if they... Oh, they're going to lock it in right now. There's the Yasuo. They talked about it on the desk as a potential. Will we see the Gale Force Yasuo? But bold move to lock it in this early.
Very quickly. Look up Yasuo's AP scalings. Static Shiv Yasuo. The guy dashes everywhere, Benny. I'm just putting it out there.
Yeah, but you can still build Static Shiv on non-AP champions.
No, because it scales off AP.
No, the Energize scales.
Yeah, the extra damage.
But, like, it's still an AD item.
Why would I want crit and attack speed on an AD champ, Benny?
So the problem with locking in Yasuo here is, as BDS is showing, you can ban away the Yumi, you can ban away Rakan, you can ban away Nautilus, you can ban away Blitzcrank, you can
However, you can't ban all four.
No, you can't.
Only get to pick two of those.
But they
Rakan
probably...
is their first option.
Astralis is not going to pick Yumi at this point, I don't think. So I think that BDS should actually consider banning away either a Blitz or a Nautilus. Maybe Nautilus is scarier because of the synergy with Yasuo.
I agree, but I think because of Melio's ability to knock the Nautilus out of his Q,
true.
I think maybe Blitz is slightly scarier in terms of at least the 1v1 and the 2v2
Because it's considered more of a direct counter into the Melio, right?
Yeah, because you can just hook the Melio. Instead, Kennen, the ban, getting rid of some of that AoE.
Why?
It's something we've seen heavily nerfed coming into this patch. And still seems to be worthy of a ban from Team BDS. I guess the argument is if Nico goes in, you want to be able to have the rest of your team following up, and if Kennen's ulting, it becomes a little trickier to do that. There's the Blitzcrank.
Blitzcrank.
Good call on that, Betty.
So this means that BDS is looking for jungle and they're looking for top. Hey, I don't know if you know this, but there's this champ called Cassante who like shows up in every game. He's really strong, very good at both tanking and murdering. Option.
Yeah, I don't know if you know this, but there's this champion called Olaf, and he can immune all of the CC that comes out of Astralis. Instead, it looks like Renekton might be where BDS go for the top lane.
Are they just denying this from Astralis, maybe? We talked about how that would be a strong top side, especially for Finn. The Gragas being locked in jungle, this does look like. I guess that they just want a little bit more disengage. Oh, I guess they're also concerned about a potential Gragas. Have they just locked these in because they were like, one of these two is likely going to go top and we had to ban away support, so now we're just going to deny these from you? Because I feel like that this Gragas is a bit weird in this comp.
It's kind of a disengage. If the Yasuo goes in, you can just ult, but...
Rumble.
The Rumble top, it gives you
I just
AP.
heard a fan go, was that a cheer? Are you upset about the Rumble? I mean...
Maybe they had, a bet with their friend. If Rumble gets locked in today, I'll do 20 push-ups or something.
Well, I think that Rumble can be fine into the Renekton matchup. I very much believe in Finn's ability to play that 1v1. But kind of looking at BDS's comp, the thing that concerns me about the Gragas is that, like, yes, you have a lot of tools to kind of split Astralis up, and and I guess that he can be annoying for a Yasuo to play into, but in terms of your engage, like I guess I always consider Gragas as having more like disruption, pick potential, maybe re-engage tools, but that's kind of it. Outside of that, I guess the Nico flank is a potential. Nico Protobell into Ultima is also a way that you can start off fights, but then you're very much relying on fighting around these neutrals, whereas I think Astralis have, I guess, an easier time when it comes to forcing these fights, whether it be finding a hook with the Blitzcrank, forcing an engage with the Sejuani. I don't know, maybe I'm overthinking it. Maybe it's not as complicated as I interpret it to be. Still though, a different take on the meta from Astralis. Something fresh to spicing up the games. Right now they find themselves at 0-2. Let's see what they can do as we get ready for the Rift.
Here we go. I will say the Rumble and kind of the Cannon ban makes a little bit of sense when you think about the damage profile of Astralis. If you wanted an AP top, Cannon is kind of where your first eye would go. And then Rumble follows that up, so you do have a bit of magic damage for Astralis with Finn running that. Arcane Comet and Ignite in the top lane for him. Nuke going Summon Airy in the mid lane. More sustained damage than a Comet that can be dashed away by the Yasuo. Not the Spellbook that we saw yesterday.
A little bit more lane presence. I still think I prefer Comet over Airy, but still, I guess the idea is just poke, poke, poke. Nico can be super oppressive into melee matchups, mainly because of the 3-hit passive on a W. It's back when, I mean, G2 were the most famous for it, where they used to play it top lane on hits. Nico, but many teams around the world, of course, did play it, but it was just very good into a lot of melee matchups because of the amount of harassment. Now, I'm not saying that Nuke will go for an on-hit build, but right now, they have snuck around behind 1-1-3. He has been spotted.
He's got no Q. He'll burn the flash early on to escape. Sheo smites the Razor Beaks as well to make sure he secures it. 1-1-3 tries to trade in. Does get a couple of the minions. Means that Sheo doesn't hit level 2. And now Leader trading with Nuke. Tangle Barbs. Fuck you, 3 knock up here. And Adam's just like, mate, you don't get to bully my mid laner like that.
But this is such a colossal waste of time for Adam. Like, Leader's spacing very well. Adam is just trying to get as much damage down, but like, Leader's winning out on these trades.
He's just beating them both in a 2v1. Leader's winning it, dashes forward, hits 2 of the minions, hasn't killed one, but almost kills Adam and Nuke.
Colossal mistake from Adam. Hook, connects.
Pull back, the level 2 hit for Jonghyun as well, which means he gets a knockup. Flash and heal used there. Above able to get to safety, but 2 summoners burnt in exchange for a Ghost and an Ignite from the Astralis bot lane. Now Adam TP's in, 0 minions, 2.5 minutes in. And Finn was slow stacking the wave. Just gonna burn through Adam a little bit with that Flame Spitter. Doran Shield on Adam means that he will regenerate some of that health, but not gonna be a fun laning phase for him anymore.
But it's the reason why this is such a big deal for Leader is that even having a slight level advantage when you're already in a difficult matchup makes such a big difference. Levels in the early game, because of the raw stats that they give you, just make the laning phase that much easier. You look at the wave state right now, this is perfect for Leader. This wave is going to be slowly pushing underneath his tower. He can set up a nice freeze. Nuke still, of course, has the flash available, but alongside 1-1-3, this is the lane that they can very easily attack. So Leader, after punishing the invade from BDS, sets his wave up nicely. Now Sheo gonna come mid to try and push this wave underneath the tower. Astralis attack Adam in top lane.
Adam has flash, doesn't really have anywhere else to go. Flashes up, 1-1-3 tanks the tower perfectly. Astralis with Burst Blood in the top lane. Sheo's gonna try and cut them off. You can see Nuke on his way across here as well. 1-1-3 still no flash, remember, from the level 1 play.
Nuke, oh, but Nuke is now wasting. I mean, he's likely going to catch this wave himself. They have flashes available.
1-1-3's out. Nuke flashes for it. Tangle Barbs, not enough, and now Nuke will fall. It's all gone to pieces. Sheo getting chased away, still has a flash. Will have to use it. And Astralis just counting their lucky stars that BDS are trying to make so much happen. Hook lands in the bottom lane. Brownie, his back was stopped, but in the end, it will not really matter too much.
It is a comedy of errors,
yeah.
Medic. Like, catastrophe for BDS. This is a great dive from Astralis. Because Adam was delayed to lane, doesn't have the TP, they punish him on the dive. They tank the tower well, the meme emote comes out from 113 to add insult to injury, and then BDS are trying to get something back. Maybe we can get double buffs here. But you can see the passive is still on for 113, so the flash in from Nuke, like, the damage just isn't quite enough. So he's able to walk out from the third proc, and then Finn can instantly turn around, commits his flash as well to trying to get another kill. The flash comes through from Sheo, and Finn decides not to overcommit. The Renekton then moves into the mid lane. So what does the why have I forgotten his name? What does Leader do? He goes to top lane. TP's there, which means that he can keep this matchup up. And now you look at the gold. 1,000 is the gold advantage for Finn over Adam. 300 is the lead for Leader. They're both a full level up over their lane counterpart. And BDS, an atrocious early game. It started off with a really positive invade, punishing what seemed like they know that 113 does this. You know, they've tracked it, they've prepped it. This is how they were going to punish him in the early game. But then how they followed up on that,
diabolical.
Diabolical is the correct word. We'll see if they can bounce back, because right now Astralis is in the driver's seat. Bot lane is still going very even for both sides. Of course, Summoner Spells burn for Labrov from that earlier level, 2 exchange it was? Oh wow, action-packed already. Leader down level 6.
Leader 6 has got knock-up here. Nuke has no flash, remember. You go for it, last breath. Under the tower, Nuke's just got a ball. Leader still has the flash to get away. Sheo coming in, trying to find something. Some small semblance of victory for BDS.
He can kill Sheo.
Yeah, and so can Finn.
Oh, they all know.
Oh, Sheo. Oh, Sheo. That's not where you want to be. Junghun here. Sheo tries to get away, knocked up, locked up, but 113 will secure it. It is an absolutely monumental start for Astralis, and BDS have been left to the wayside.
And we talked about how levels are so important.
Not going to get to this tower, Betty.
Leader getting level 6 first, allowing him to go for that all-in. No flash on Nuke, allowed him to get the solo kill. He's got a 20 CS lead. He has a full 2 levels up over his mid lane counterpart. And you can see how hesitant he is to walk into lane. They know that that side of the jungle doesn't belong to them. 2 plates secured for Leader. This is a 2.5k gold lead, 6.5 minutes in. We'll look back at the 1v1 from Leader's perspective. He stacks up the passive, knows he has the level advantage. Normally, when you get the knock-up, it tries to bring you away from the turret, so I was a little surprised to see him actually on this side of the Nico. But either way, he flashes away to safety. And he secures himself a kill, and then afterwards, of course, they do get that punish onto Sheo. Adam going to drop that ward. He will be getting level 6 very soon. We'll keep highlighting it, but thanks to our overlay, you can see that little pink bar next to the champions icons. Does indicate, and also every time they do tick over a level, our overlay will indicate it for you. Medic just highlighting it for you now on your screen. Crowny about halfway to level 6, that little pink bar. Ultimate once again from Leader.
Pop Blossom coming out from Nuke. Labrov and Sheo are in the right position to collapse on this. Leader trying to dash away, uses Labrov as a bit of an escape, but in the end, Labrov will be able to secure that. Not the kill you really want, not the player you really want the kill to go over to, and because of Labrov's movement, they're going to lose plates in the bottom lane. 113 here, once again to dive Adam. Equalizer comes out, Adam able to dodge away from it. 113 tanking the tower for now, and Finn secures it. Astralis just ripping through BDS right now. 113 and Sheo will meet. 113 flashes to make sure that he gets to safety. Labrov poked back, locked up. The root's going to come in as well, and even though he has the flash, the ignite is ticking. Feathers fly, Labrov dodges away. Now Crowny steps forward with the shurikens. Junghun going to be the first to fall. Kobe doesn't really have an escape anymore, but Crowny flashes into the root. Thought he was dodging the feathers, but he can't get away from that, and he'll be plucking, disappointed in himself that he couldn't escape those feathers.
So much to break down. Clever little wordplay there, Medic, but Kobe threw down the ultimate, and Crowny just kind of, I don't want to say that he forgot about them, but I guess that he thought that the flash to the side, thought that he would be able to sidestep it. So keep track of Kobe's ultimate here. Good hook. Kobe uses his E very early in this fight to root up Labrov to give enough time to be able to get that kill. The shield and flash away is enough, and then it's these feathers that he thinks that he's going to be able to flash away from. So they stay up in the fight. Because Kobe used E so early on, the cooldown's going to come back up. He expects the feathers to come back, but he doesn't quite flash out away. Yeah, he's trying to flash, but like you can very clearly see that he's very aware of them. He's trying to dodge them, but wasn't quite, not enough space was created, which means that he ends up getting caught up and Kobe gets a trade back. Good damage though from Crownie. Really the shining light right now for BDS as things are falling apart for them on the top side of the map. 1.5k gold lead for Finn, 1.1k for Leader. As Astralis continue to extend this lead, 3,000 now, the difference.
BDS investing 5 players down towards this bottom side of the map. Only Nuke in mid right now, but he can move here relatively quickly. The Dragon up in 50 seconds. Looks like it's just for Crownie and Labrov to get this push in. TP up from Adam towards the top lane. Kind of also sacrifices a play towards the Dragon, although Finn running the Ignite means that he wouldn't be able to TP down if a Dragon fight did begin. Still a 3,000 gold lead for Astralis. Kraken Slayer complete for Kobe.
Jong and Hook going wide there.
Yep.
Does commit the flash, but of course that's what Blitzcranks want because they want Hex Flash. It's always the dream.
I mean, I will say, I'll take a flash over a Hex Flash as a Blitzcrank.
Well, then you're a bad support, medic. Sorry. Thanks to break it to you. Hex Flash is superior.
So I should just burn it out of base at the start.
100%. Yeah, I've seen a bunch of Blitzcranks just flash level 1, so they have Hex Flash.
Makes sense.
Yep, you're welcome for that tidbit. Peril dropped in mid by Leader. Will be able to get all of these plates for himself, and look at the rest of Astralis threatening the dive. Nuke reads the play though. Will back away to safety as more gold is funneled into Leader. Astralis in a commanding position after what has been a difficult weekend for them. Find themselves with a potential great win over BDS, a team that, again, coming into the season, high expectations for after their performance in spring.
Hex Flash. The Hex Flash lands the hook. Static build going down as well, but Labrov able to survive for such a long time. Stunned up, look at the healing coming out from the Cozy Campfire. Labrov walks out of it, Pop Blossom finds 2. Leader locked up by Nuke. And you just can't kill off Emilio, it seems. 1-1-3 and Jonghoon chased out by Crownie. Finn catching the mid-wave in the end. It's a 1-0 in favor of BDS.
Somehow Labrov ended up with more HP than Leader did.
Welcome to Emilio.
Wow. It looks like the Dragon's still going to go the way of Astralis as plates will be secured by Adam, but these are the type of comeback plays that BDS need to make. This is also why Gragas can be quite obnoxious for the Yasuo. We can see the amount of CC that gets thrown down onto Leader. Let's look back at this fight. We'll break it down. The Hex Flash over the wall. Good hook comes down onto Labrov. The knock-up into ulti means that Leader quickly follows up. Then the body block into the roots from Crownie. The wind wall then comes out. And then just the shielding and the healing. Leader tries to flash in to get the execute, but it's not enough. And then the flash in from Nuke to finish off Leader after he had nothing left. Great turnaround from BDS. But yeah, Emilio does things. Admittedly, though, a lot of help provided by Sheo and Crownie with their additional CC on the side.
Oh, 100%. And I think part of it was Leader went for the execute with the last breath with the ultimate and then couldn't hit the Emilio anymore. And at that point, it's the Sejuani and the Blitzcrank trying to work their way through that health bar. Isn't the easiest. Last breath will hook. It will hit. The hook will hit as well. And the lockdown onto Sheo means that Astralis get their 7th on the board. Finn trading with Adam here in the top lane. And Adam is not on the right side of that one. It's roast alligator for dinner. As Astralis find 2 on the map, and the brief moments where it looked like BDS may have had an avenue back into the game are starting to fall apart. Jonghoon looking for another hook. It lands. Labrov pulled back, TP behind, but Labrov's not going to escape this time. Kobe takes him out. Nuke looking for that TP position. Has the Pop Blossom, the ultimate available, but can't get close enough to pull the trigger.
But they rotate over to mid-medic, and they're looking to secure that objective as Finn continues to get himself more plates on top. Oh, they stand corrected. The resets will actually come through from Astralis. But overall, they continue to find picks on the map. Dragon spawning in about 3 minutes' time as they have 2 to their name. Astralis continuing their proactivity. I think this is really where we saw them at their best, right? Where they were constantly looking for these fights, these scraps in spring. We haven't really seen them kind of get going in either of their games so far this split, but they've had a fantastic early game. Couple blunders here and there, but overall still in a great position. Deathless for Kobe. Finn, really the biggest threat on the side of Astralis right now. The fact that he cannot be stopped in a side lane is something the BDS are going to have to find some way to address.
Just look at how far the BDS players are behind Astralis right now. Leader and Finn both at 6k, Crownie 600 gold behind that, and then after that, 1.8k before you get down to Adam and Nuke. Well, very much in the hole. It's all on Crownie's shoulders, you have to feel, for BDS from this position, and Astralis has been so good at just disrupting the play. Getting Crownie out of position, looking for the hooks, looking for the Glacial Prison from 1-1-3. At some point, you only have so many cleanses at the moment. Crownie running the Ghost only has the Breath of Life from the Emilio, who's gonna knock back leader. Jonghyun looking for a hook once again. This is all about pressure.
Pings on the mid tier 1. Looks like they want to try and secure that objective, knowing that 2 members are bot. They're just waiting for the next wave. Of course, Nuke does have decent wave clear, but with little itemization, it's not going to be enough.
I think as well, you've got the Herald coming up in a couple of seconds. Get mid prio. You can take the tower, you can then play for the Herald. You can see Finn and 113 already moving towards it, Betty. And then you can use that Herald to crack bot, cracks mid tier 2. Just opens up the map so much for Astralis, and that's where they'll thrive. One of the difficulties with Blitzcrank, and one of the struggles you might find if you play him in solo queue, is if you do start to fall behind, you don't have vision pockets anymore. The enemy can just place deep vision, spot you out as you move around. It becomes a lot harder for you to find these hooks, to find these engages. But when you're the team on the front foot, you can then place that deep vision, and it becomes a lot easier to track the enemy and then find hooks that pull them out of position.
Single hook has won teams games before. Could be the difference maker. Astralis continuing to pressure all across the board. They secure that tier 1. The reset's now coming through. Itemization looking very good for Astralis. Unfortunately for Nuke, yet to complete his first item. We'll see if Astralis can maintain this performance. We've already seen 2 big throws today.
Yeah.
Within the same game.
Yeah, and yesterday we saw a couple as well.
Oh, this weekend has been a lot of throws. So Astralis, perhaps they can buck the trend. 5.5k gold lead for now. Next objective will be this dragon. 40 seconds on the spawn. They have pretty good vision. They have that 1 ward at the entrance. They have the control ward in the bot river. But now they will begin to invest in a little bit more. They need to get that bot wave pushed in and potentially use that Herald bot. You talked about it earlier, Medic. Just securing that final outer tower, giving you a little bit more control and ability to move into the enemy jungle. As I say that, they move in right now. Jonghyun looks for a bit of a pick onto Crownie. Won't be able to find it though. And Finn with no TP, of course, joins the fray. Creates the numbers advantage. And this will be the objective secured. Astralis may even choose to drop the Herald now, create this extra point of pressure. Keep Finn mid to keep the wave pushed in. And Leader has the TP. So right now, just ahead of the spawn of the dragon, they want to get as much as they can, cause as much damage as possible.
Hook onto Adam, pulls him back, locks him up, roots him. Can't quite get the damage down. Moonlight Vigil was used, and that's good Infernum damage as well. Onto Kobe and Jonghyun. But the Riptile charges in, doesn't quite crack the tier 2. Sheo gets a ward in the back of the pit.
They actually commit Leader to top.
He's got the TP.
Yep. I'm surprised that they care about trying to keep this tower alive.
I mean, it might just be about killing Nuke instead. TP in. And as soon as you see this, you know you have the dragon.
Yep. Adam committing the ultimate as well. This will be a tower traded. Wait, the steal potential from Sheo. Did they see him?
I don't think they did. It's not warded by them. You didn't see him get onto that blast cone if he went round through the red buff. And with the way they're playing, I don't think they know right now, Betty. We thought Nico would be the one hiding, but 113 still secures it. Sheo doing his best Nico impression. I'm just a blade of grass, guys. It's fine. A good smite from 113. Make sure that he gets the dragon there. And these minions won't be enough to take down this tower. Adam will slice through them, kill them off.
So, where are we at game state-wise? Well,
Astralis are flipping winning, Betty.
Yeah, they are.
Yeah, really good spot.
But this game is also about side lanes. Finn doesn't have TP, which does make playing on side lanes a little bit harder.
True.
But you have options. You are typically playing a 4-1, which means that you either send the Rumble off to a side lane, and then you kind of play through him as 113 in a bit of danger.
It's really tanky, though. And with Finn coming across, there's no equalizer here, though. Glacial Prison does go wide as Crownie dodges to the side of it, but Finn will be able to, so 113 will be able to walk out. Does mean they lose the Rift Scuttler.
Yeah, so your options for Astralis are you either play a 1-4, where you kind of get pressure in one lane and then translate over to the TP-less top laner. Alternatively, you can kind of play this current 1-1-3 setup that they've chosen to go for, where you know that Leader has the TP. With your 3-man strong unit, that you then use the 3 members to collapse into the 4, you kind of create this 1-4 cross-map situation, and then you can then use the TP to then join the fray that's happening on the other side of the map. Alternatively, you just use Finn to catch waves on side and then bring him to join your core 3. Ooh, as the hook doesn't quite connect. And it looks like that's what they've decided to do. So they get that initial pressure in mid, they then bring Finn from top down to catch this wave in mid, and then they'll start pressuring on the split pusher, which is Leader, which I think makes the most sense, because right now Leader is the most threatening in the isolated 1v1. He continues to scale. and he wants to get as much gold. You can see a 3k gold gap between him and Duke right now in the mid lane.
Yeah, Astralis is doing such a good job of playing the map, making sure they are taking incremental advantages. You can't always do things in a massive flurry. You don't always get a 5v5 team fight that you can then take 3 or 4 towers off. Instead, getting your waves in the correct position, making sure that you have backup if needed, and slowly taking these turrets away is exactly what the Doctor ordered for Astralis. 30 seconds now on the Baron. You can see there's a little bit of vision for Team BDS around it, but Jonghoon is going to try to start to deny that. With the sweeper changes, a little bit trickier for the Blitzcrank to make sure they have total vision denial. That hook still connects. A little bit of extra extension on that, it feels, as Jonghoon finds the kill. Melio will fall, and now Finn is chasing Sheo in. Finn dodges away from the car. Sheo just trying to do what he can, but he's locked up once again. Another hook from Astralis. And Finn with the fancy feet wasn't knocked back. And now with the jungler and support down, you have to feel Astralis will go towards the Baron.
Yeah, perfect timing for Astralis. They found the pick just as the Baron spawns, which means that 20 minutes in, Astralis is looking to snowball this game out of control. Adam in a position to contest. Oh, connects.
Another hook from Jonghoon! This guy just doesn't miss. He's the king of the fishes. He's landing all his hooks. I'm pretty sure we'll see Peter Pan trying to give his hand to an alligator in a second as leader. Rips Nuke to pieces. Jonghoon gets it. One of the most fed members on his team now, an Everfrost complete for the Blitzcrank. And I thought we saw JDG with the god hand, but it turns out Jonghoon had it all along.
Yep, he's been landing hook after hook, specifically onto Labrov, so it seems he has an issue with Melio players.
We all do, Reddy.
Great hook connects. He gets knocked back, but that doesn't suddenly decrease the range of the hook.
It's the eye blitz skin, and he paid for the extra DLC to extend it out of there. It's like, oh yeah, I have the premium package.
I mean, it was a good hook from Labrov for sure. Sheo trying to get something back here. Bit of an overextension. Another hook connects, which results in the second pick. Very straightforward play. Back-to-back hooks result in the Baron. And, I mean, Crownie should be aware. But, either way, gets hooked up once more.
Oh, here we go. Jonghoon.
No, he's not going to throw it out. He's a patient man. He waits for the right target. It's like spear fishing, you know? You gotta wait. You gotta wait for the right moment for your fish to walk in range. It's not about taking the bait.
No, wait. Do you want to just go through that sentence one last time?
Yeah, it's spear fishing.
It's about waiting for the right moment for the fish to what?
Come in range.
You said walk into range, which is, you're killing a moment of evolution there, Benny. If you were there, Homo sapiens would never have existed. As Nuke goes in, 1-1-3 distracts them. Finn able to survive with the flash, and leader's TP just backs up his teammate. 15 seconds on the ocean. Drake.
All right, so as this Drake is locked down, I'm just saying there's a perspective that you could argue the fish can walk, they just do it underwater.
Don't do this to me
I'm
today.
just saying, you know what I mean? Like
we almost got through this entire cast without me and you like having a,
you know, I'm just saying,
a lover's quarrel.
Just saying, it's all about perspective, you know? It's about the spirit of the word, you know what I mean?
Yes, if the fish was Jesus and it could walk on waters,
nice pick
then yes, the fish could walk, okay?
Nice pick. Adam trying to get something on the cross map. His leader secures the dragon. The bot inhibitor tower will be secured.
And probably the inhibitor.
Likely the inhibitor to follow as Kobe secures that mid tower as well. The base is falling apart. Adam will now recall. But I think that BDS, there's little that they can do. Leader doesn't have TP though, so it looks like Astralis, they're going to take their time. They don't want to end just yet. 25 seconds left on the Baron. The end of the game not confirmed just yet. QSS's for both Leader and Kobe here, just for that added measure of security.
When you're this far ahead, you don't really need the extra damage item. Get the QSS, make sure you can't be caught out or locked down at the start of the fight. You can't actually QSS the initial part of the Nico because it's a knockup,
right?
But you can QSS away from a Ruthless Predator stun or a Graviton route.
It's crazy to think that this game was basically determined by a level 1 invade. And then
it didn't go the way that we thought.
Yeah, the fact that Leader got a good trade onto Nuke and then Adam spent so much time trying to save him to only then lose out on a trade against Leader as well, just snowballed this game out of control. Astralis played around that small advantage so well, and they've ballooned it into a 10k gold lead They now
24 minutes.
Continue their siege onto the top tier 2. They need to play this patiently. Maybe try and find a hook with Jonghun, but they know that with super minions barreling down mid and bot, there's no need for them to overforce.
Astralis have just played this one to perfection, and BDS, often it seemed a little bit desperate from them in the way they've tried to react. They've throwing a lot of bodies at the problem, and it hasn't paid off. Adam looking for a flank here is spotted on a control ward. The wave now connects as Astralis push in. Super minions double in the bottom lane, and mid lane one still a little bit away from getting towards the Nexus, but Astralis will take one of only 4 remaining towers on the map. 8-1 in their favor, 12,000 gold ahead. The wave has been cleared out. Next wave probably 25 seconds away or so. There will be a little while before Astralis can make this two-pronged attack work once again.
They just want to make sure they escort these super minions into the base, just so that it splits Crowny's focus, the primary wave clip.
There's the equalizer.
Just to zone them away from the tower, make it easier to secure this objective, and that's exactly what it'll do. Adam forced back as well, the Ghost prop.
Nuke goes in, triple knockup. They look for Jonghun, but he's got a stopwatch, and now Astralis turn the damage back around. They lock up Crowny. Adam trying to go into the backline leader, dashing away, dancing away. The stun on Adam as he flashes to the safety of his Nexus towers, but how safe will they be, and for how long will they survive? Cobby pushing forward, the third inhibitor will fall, 113 tanking up the Nexus towers, and all of BDS can only watch as from their fountain, they see their Nexus fall. Astralis demolish BDS.
They get themselves their first win of summer, and against an opponent that many expected to come in strong in summer. They defied the meta, they didn't prioritize the Yuumi, they let the Melio through, they gave away the Nico, and they said, we have an answer to it. And of course, in traditional leader fashion, he said, I believe in my picks and I believe that they can do work, and he did some work at level 1, out-trading both Nuke and Adam to basically snowball the game to perfection. Huge props to the top side, 113 and Finn, back-to-back dives, executed flawlessly onto Adam. The bot lane 2v2s, back and forth trades, Crowny doing what he can to keep BDS alive, but it wasn't enough. The top side was just too much in the favor of Astralis, and they just snowballed from start to finish. Very well played from Astralis, and a much needed win to round out week 1.
Oh, definitely. We talked about it a little bit in the last game. Getting a win in the first week of the split just sets you up so much better for the rest of it. Well played, leader.
Well played, well played.
Sets you up so much better for the rest of it, because we are a third of the way through for these teams. They need to be able to keep those winning ways going if they're going to make it into playoffs. It is our top 8, of course, and I think there are some teams at the moment that are looking like they might end up in that 9th, 10th spot, but you've got to get those wins on the board if you're going to be able to make it through. And if you do make it through, that's when you actually start getting a chance to make it to our season finals. The player of the game at LEC on Twitter are Finn113 and Jonghun. Give it to the Blitz, man, just always.
Yeah,
Finn actually had a crazy good performance, but Jonghun hitting those 3 hooks in a row that gave them 2 kills and then the Baron, I mean,
it's a tough one. Like, it really was a great team effort all across the board. I think that there's a lot of conversation to be had about leaders' impact along with the top side of the map.
Did he hook anyone?
Were fantastic as well, for sure. Make sure you go over to Twitter and vote. Impressive stuff from Astralis. We'll see how they continue to adapt in an ever-changing meta. Europe is pretty good at innovating, so we'll see. We will be on 13-11 for the next 2 weeks as well, but don't be surprised to continue to see some pretty interesting stuff as the teams evolve.
We're going to hand it over to Trouble, who is standing by with the leader.
Thank you very much, Medic. Leader, congratulations on a much-needed victory right here. You guys came in 0-2 on the weekend. Grabbing that first victory is so important. You guys are tied with SK on points. They grabbed their first victory, you did too. Is that a relief for the team?
I mean, it's nice to get our first win of the split. Will be a bit sad to end 0-3 on the first week when there's only 3 weeks. But for now, we're just trying to survive, trying to get used to play on stage again, because right now we are playing very bad individually, hands-wise and brain-wise, I would say. But it's slowly coming together, as it showed in the 3rd game now.
What do you think is holding you back as a team?
I think the meta is not really favoring us right now. Our strengths as each individual player is getting, how do I say it, like shadowed over by how the meta is and what champions need from especially support and jungle role. And I think we are taking some time to adapt.
All right, and talking about the champions, how you're adapting, guys, you guys absolutely cooked in draft today. If we can pop it up on the screen again, we were looking over on Blue Side and we're like, how are these guys getting Aphelios and Milio and Nico while you guys prioritized your Yasuo together with Setsuani? Talk to me a little bit about the picks that you bring, even though the meta evolves into different places.
I think there are some counters to Nico, but obviously you have to go deep into the rabbit hole to actually find them. Luckily, I was a one-trick of Yasuo, and Yasuo is actually good into it. But the thing with the mid lane champions of the melees are usually the jungle champs. So it's just the jungle champs that makes it struggling to play, I would say. But you just need to find the correct counters, I would say.
Absolutely, and people love seeing you playing the Zeds, the Yasuos, the Yones. How viable do you think they are currently in the league?
I think compared to the last split where I was showing other champions, now it's less viable. But obviously some other champions are showing up. Like I think Yasuo is stronger now because of Gale Force. So that champion went up a little bit more. But obviously the other ones went down with how the lethality items changed as well. But we will still have to experiment and see.
And we can't wait to see what you guys experiment with. Now, of course, you have Vitality, Mad, and G2 next week. Quite a tough week for you guys. What are your expectations going into it?
I think right now, actually, Europe is playing really bad. I think every single LEC game, everyone is doing so many silly mistakes, like individually. It's actually disgusting to watch, I would say. Obviously, us as well, we are really disgusting as well. But I think that the team that shows up less disgusting on the day is going to win, honestly.
And the team that capitalized on mistakes real quickly, like you did, guys. Again, congrats on the victory.
Thank
it
you.
was very decisive. We loved seeing the Yasuo as well. And as for you, stay tuned, because we will be back for our next game. It's going to be Mad versus Koi.
They have flashes available.
1-1-3's out. Nuke flashes for it. Tangle bombs, not enough, and now Nuke will fall. It's all gone to pieces.
Look. Yeah. Aphelios will be first.
Go fast, go fast, go fast.
Aphelios coming.
I think we kill. He killed it. Nice, guys.
The Blitzcrank to make sure they have total vision. Denial, that hook still connects. A little bit of extra extension on that. And
Adam in a position to contest. Oh,
from Jungwon! This guy just doesn't miss.
Moving. When did we stop doing it? When did we settle for technology that keeps us still?
So move me, baby, like you've nothing left to prove.
The Kia electric range. Technology that moves you. Kia. Movement that inspires.
Turn around, we only just started. Turn around, the night is still young. Dance with me, I'll make all your wildest dreams come true. Oh, baby, I'll be your revolution. Oh, I can feel your heartbeat in me. It feels so right. Oh, baby, I'll be your revolution. Tonight I'll change the rest of your life.
Welcome everyone to a fun game that I have decided to call Fizz in a Box. Ahead of our matchup between Koi and Mad Lions, I am joined by Kazi and Jigenda, where they're going to play Fizz in a Box. The rules are really simple. One person will look inside their box, and the other person will decide whether or not they want to stick or switch. The goal will be to basically have the box that has a fizz in it. So Jigenda, how are you feeling about this matchup against Kazi?
Really nervous.
Really nervous?
Yes.
Why? Why are you nervous?
I don't know.
Okay. Kazi, are you at all worried?
No.
No? So Jigenda, if you can open your box very calmly and make sure that...
I'm going to close my
Kazi,
eyes.
Yeah, close your eyes. That's helpful, yeah. Have a peek inside the box. Have a peek, have a peek. Okay.
Oh, I saw it, oh my god.
Kazi, you can ask him any questions that you want. Any questions at all. To figure out whether or not there is a fizz in the box.
What's in the box?
I'm glad you asked. It's a fish.
Fish?
Fish.
Which fish?
Koi fish.
No, it cannot be koi fish.
Actually, can I lie to him?
You can lie, tell the truth, you can do whatever you want.
I can lie, right?
What do you mean you can lie to me?
Like, I don't have to describe the fish. I can just say it's a koi fish because it's on brand.
Yeah, he can.
It's a koi fish.
He can do that. He can say whatever he wants. Think about it, Kazi. Like, you've played against Jigenda a bunch of times. He's probably killed you. Kasante, probably.
I spent time with him as well. I know how he is.
You know how he thinks?
Yeah,
What do you think? What do you think he's thinking right now?
I don't know. He's empty-headed sometimes, you know?
He's empty-headed.
Correct.
Okay.
Ask him more questions. Try and get to the bottom of this.
What's the color of the fish? Please stop describing koi fish. There is no koi fish in there. It's either fish or it's not a fish. There is no koi fish.
But you know, fish has a purple chroma.
Yes.
On his new skin.
No. What's the new skin?
This skin. I don't know what it's called. I don't know the names.
There is no skin in the box. That was part of the rules. Yeah, that was classic skin.
I guess you gave me the wrong box.
Are you getting closer to the truth, Kazi? Do you feel like that you're figuring out? Do you think? What do you think? Do you think he's telling the truth, or do you think he's lying?
I have no idea.
You have no idea.
I have no idea.
Well, you're gonna have to make a decision soon. So
soon? No.
Yeah,
no.
you will.
I have time.
Okay, you do have time. That's true. Well, what more do you need to get out from him?
I cannot. You cannot. You have to be. You have to say the truth, brother.
Whoa. Okay. It's the trickster.
My life depends on it, bro.
The title trickster's in the box.
Medlons are gonna lock me in jail.
Well, he's telling you that the trickster's in the box. That's what he's telling you.
The title trickster.
No.
You don't believe him? Is that a fizz quote? Do you know
How
more?
do you know fizz quotes?
I don't know.
How big is the figure?
How big is the figure, Jigenda? You gotta answer the question.
Like this? It's like not that big. It's like standing on his like little pole.
Standing on his little pole.
Like his little trident, you know?
Yeah. I know.
Oh, you know that one?
Yeah, I know that one.
Interesting.
And what material is it made from?
I didn't touch it.
Touch it?
No, he can't put his hand in the box.
No?
No.
Why?
Because he can only look in the box. That's the
What
rules,
material do you think it is?
I don't know.
You have to answer the question.
You
bro.
don't have
I
to
didn't
answer the
go
question. You can
school
pick
that
anything.
long. I don't know all the materials.
Okay, that is a fair answer.
How am I supposed to work with this?
Kazi, I'll give you one more question to figure out if you think there's a fizz in the box or not.
One more only?
I'll give you one more question, and then you have to choose.
Okay, let me think. I need a few seconds.
Okay.
What color is your underwear?
What has that got to do with whether or not there's a fizz in the box?
Trust me, I will know after.
Okay.
After hearing this.
I mean,
I will not say on camera.
You have to say it.
I have to say it.
You have to answer the question.
Okay, they are pink.
Yes, that's great.
so do you want to? Okay, do you want to switch boxes or do you want to stick
I
with your
want to
box?
switch boxes.
Do you want to switch boxes?
I do not trust a man with pink underwear.
You don't. Okay. Okay. We're gonna put Kazi's box here. Give me your box. We're gonna put your box here, and this is now your box, and this is Jigenda's box. So please open your box, Kazi. Are you? Please tell us what is inside your box.
It's empty.
Whoa, can you please open the box and show the fizz in the box? Jagenda manages to navigate his way through whatever series of questions that
And I don't wear pink underwear.
He was lying the whole time, Kazi. He was lying the whole time. Well, that does it for our first episode of Fizz in a Box. Congratulations to Jagenda for coming out ahead. And now we're getting ready for Koi versus Matt. So without further ado, let's get ready.
Welcome to the cast today. Skyrim Quickshot joined by Dagda after that stunning piece of content completely stolen from Mr. Beast. I love the idea of Fizz in a Box. I also love seeing different players' personalities and how they're going to play it out. Like, Kazi just wants to troll the entire time. Listen, Mad Lions are taking on Koi. These two teams have seen one another significantly over the past few years. But I think over the past couple of days, Mad Lions are the team that I think obviously are the favorites, just in terms of what we've seen on the Rift.
Yeah, I mean, I think the big one here is that we want to see if Mad Lions are going to be comfortable again, just going for this late game scaling. We've seen it in both their games, especially that first game that they had where it was just like a zero and everything was just going mega late. But I think for Koi, it's a question of can you kind of push the ball forward in the early stages. We haven't really seen them be too active in the early game, and I think that's where Mad Lions would go, cool, we're happy to just let you kind of just not really get up to much, and we'll just play for those late game team fights where we've been winning.
Well, let's talk about draft as we are about to jump into picks and bans. Obviously, we've seen that LeBlanc Static Shiv a couple times, Milio, Yumi rising in popularity. I mean, what are your anticipations here, and what do you think is going to go through for Mad Lions on blue side?
Yeah, I think it'll still be like the LeBlanc now rising up in priority as well as on that ban list, so that'll be gone. Sante is 100% presence at the moment, still in the LEC. I think today was the first day it wasn't in the LPL, so I imagine that we'll probably see that potentially going over towards chasing the top side. We'll have to see as we're going to be getting ourselves into this game.
Let's go! Well, let's jump into picks and bans for the third last game of the weekend here. Straight out the gate, Zeri is banned, followed by Vi. Seen a lot of Vi bans throughout the course of the weekend. Naturally, the chorus of the Berlin crowd here in Adlershof ban Yumi. There was one game yesterday, I think, just completely unpicked, unbanned. I love seeing the Mad Lions support staff as well. Pad there, egging them on. Hasn't been banned yet, though.
Yeah, it kind of has to slot over onto the red side, because otherwise you're like, well, I can just pick it up first pick on blue side, so we'll have to see. But there it is, going to be taken off the board. And now you got to look, and as you're saying, like the Milio is still a big pick that we've seen quite a lot. Things like the Annie, the Nico, still up and available. So I'm curious to exactly what these last few bans are going to be, but one of these big power picks is going to make it through.
Yeah, definitely the case. And I think when we do take a look at the remaining champions, I love seeing that Nico ban, especially after Niski was talking to Frankie on the analyst desk. He sounded like he had like a little bit of PTSD around dealing with that Nico that caps through his way. Ultimately, it didn't win the game thanks to that control ward, 4v5 all in, which definitely backfired. But I mean, Emilio is still up, Felios still up as well. What direction do they want to go? One ban left here for Koi, and it'll be Milio removed.
Yeah, now I'm curious to see, because Karzi hasn't got the best of win rates on things like the Aphelios, so I'm curious if you end up just swapping over towards something like the Wukong here for Elyoy in the jungle. I think it's incredibly strong, but actually going to be the first pick for Khan, so it looks like Karzi and Hilly going to go to what we kind of saw yesterday, which is going towards, well, I was going to say the Zaya, but maybe Comp wants to try and take that one away and separate the Lovers duo.
I mean, I think it's a smart move as well. Just reduce the impact that they can have together. For Hilly saying he's got 4 games on Rakan this year, 3 of them are wins. You mentioned the Aphelios for Kazi, 9 times played in 23, only 5 of them are victories, and Zaya will be locked in for comp. Now we see what direction Koi and Mad Lions want to continue to play. I mean, as far as the support pool with Rakan sort of locked in at VN, does he go for the Enchanter as well? Does he want to go something a bit more engage heavy? Options are available.
Yeah, I mean, you could go for something like the Lulu, but I actually think going for a Nautilus or something like this could actually work out really well, especially when you look at what Advian has liked to play in the past. He hasn't been so much of the Enchanter. He wants to go for those big engages, but we talked about the Cassante, incredibly strong pick. He's still got that flexibility between top and mid, but we'll have to see. I imagine it is going towards Shigen in the top lane, but also just to pick away from Chasey, he has looked so damn good on this champion.
Yeah, the opposite side of that, Shigenda, 9 times played this year, only 3 of them wins. So I think in terms of the value, denying that from Chasey is definitely a big one. Another potential flex here, theoretically, for the Gragas, but we anticipate that to go into Niski's hands. I'm not going to buy it because we know he loves Twisted Fate until it is locked in. We need to wait to see what happens here. but a lot of options at least for where they can place that Gragas for now.
I think you do need to take your AD carry here, though, as you're saying. Like, I think the big focus will be a case of, well, it is going to be the Aphelios for Carzzy, but I mean, you get that scaling, you've got Graves engage, some disengage as well coming through with the Gragas. So I think overall you're relatively happy with how things are going to go. My biggest concern here would be something like a Nautilus coming in for Advian, and suddenly Malrang can play hyper aggressive towards that bottom side, especially when we think of what Malrang has been playing, going back towards the Jarvan quite a bit, well, at least for one game anyway. I think you can go towards that, try and lock up this Aphelios. You have decent dive alongside the Cassante, even if you want to go for something like the Ahri here as well. So overall, you're setting yourself up real nicely here for Koi.
Well, they are indeed. They decided not to prioritize the support pick, instead going for that mid lane, anticipating the Gragas to go into Niski's hands. Now Koi will start to remove some of the other options here. Jace immediately banned, removed from the pool. Do Mad Lions consider, like, is a Nautilus ban something you consider, or do you see higher priority picks that you're going to move from the pool? Maybe some of the jungle pool?
I think there's an Nautilus gone, yeah. I think it's still just taking that off, getting that safety for the bottom side, because it is just so difficult to operate as the Aphelios when especially you've got like easy follow-up with the Ahri on that point-and-click CC. But I'm curious to see what the rest of the bans are going to be. I think trying to prioritize jungle a certain amount will be good. Even things like the Wukong could be a good call here just to try and get off the board. But we'll have to see exactly what the plan is. Either way, like, you're setting up for a strong mid jungle as Koi with a ton of options available for Malrang. You've already got the Ahri who just sets up incredibly well. Like, you could even go for something like a Lee Sin.
Yeah.
But I'm curious to exactly what they
Sejuani,
want to go for.
Wukong, Lee Sin, a number of options available here. Jarvan will be removed from the pool as well. Another one of those picks that Aphelios is not a huge fan of. So for Koi, who's going to get this counter pick? I'm going to assume potentially in that support role. I think you take the priority jungler that you'd want here, and then save support for last once you see what Mad Lions are running.
This is a pick if we do get the Rek'Sai and keep my eye out for. We've actually did get buffs coming into 13-11, and we've actually been seeing a lot on the top side of the map. So just a hover for the moment, but I think this is something we'll probably see over the coming weeks as teams get more familiar with the Rek'Sai as she got those buffs. But Leona coming through, same idea as the Nautilus, just trying to pinpoint that Aphelios on the back line and set up for a lot of this follow-up CC. And again, I think Malrang going to be looking for that counter pick, but I imagine Elyoya will probably give the Gragas in towards the mid lane here. I think Wukong, fantastic pick here, and you can set up then for strong team fighting. Chasey can take something like the Sion if you want to in that top side, or looks like they might even flex that Gragas to the top end.
There we go.
And they're just going to be happy enough to take the Annie into the mid lane instead.
I mean, I think that's not too surprising. With the Jason and Renekton bans removed, you know that Cassante was locked in early. And even though we always anticipate Niski to be like the primary Gragas player on the Mad Lions, it has that flexibility. So Gragas top, Annie mid, it'll be the Nocturne locked in here for Malrang. I mean, Nocturne, Ahri, Leona, Cassante, Koi are making it very clear what they want to do, and it's go forward, go all in, and find those fights.
Yeah, I think it's just about trying to disrupt a lot of those fights as well. Probably set up for flanks for Larson in these team fights where you turn off the lights, set up for the Ahri to come in on a flank position. But I think it is a little bit awkward to a certain extent, because when you look at Mad Lions, they are all kind of playing on a similar field. They're all quite short range. They're going to be kind of picking one target and all diving in on top of them. So I don't see these as very spread out fights. So I think if you are diving in as Malrang, like into the knock up from a Wukong, a Gragas, the CC that can come through from Rakan and Annie, it was very difficult to try and operate. So I think it's going to be a core factor of how well Koi can operate through this mid jungle in skirmishes and team fights.
Let's talk a little bit about the early game here as well, in terms of pacing and how the two teams have played throughout the weekend. What do you make of these two lane setups? I mean, obviously, once Comp and Advian have got a couple levels under their belt, there's a lot of tools that they can work around or utilize in that bottom lane.
Yeah, I feel like that's where you're probably going to be looking, but maybe post 6 here is the Nocturne. You want to try and farm it out and get there just so you can try and close the gap. But if you're able to very quickly jump onto them, you're going to be in a great spot. The other factor, though, is just the mid-jungle coming across for Mad Lions as well. Like, easy setup, point-and-click CC for the Annie, follow-up with the Wukong. It's a lot of early damage, so I'm curious to see how well Elyoya and Niski can work together to hit onto the Ahri before level 6 hits.
Let's find out what happens as we hit the rift for Koi versus Mad Lions. Welcome to Summoners Rift, BGs and NBs, third lost game here of week 1 of our summer split. And both of these teams, former champions here in the LEC, both of these teams looking to make a run towards Montpellier. And I'd like to pick back up, Dagda, with what you're talking about in terms of the junglers. I mean, Elyoya and Malrang are kind of two of the arguably most pivotal players for the respective teams. They really, really are crucial in whether their teams find success or not. And Elyoya's had a strong start to Summer, finding impact, finding influence, and I think yesterday in particular, Marang a little bit right around, a little bit controlled. So I want to see whether or not Aljoya can continue that trend today.
Gump going to take a few pop shots. I think he should be able to walk out of this unless Niski really wants to commit something.
Oh, that's the flash. The knockup connects as well. And Comp is taken down. First blood secured by Niski. Just catching him a little off guard. There's a little bit of support here as well, as Larson will get a small trade back. But I mean, that is a gigantic start here for Niski in this middle lane.
Yeah, nicely done. The fact you managed to get that kill early is going to be great. Comp also going to be late to the wave on the bot side as well. So all things working out super well. But I think that's the kind of problem that we're seeing from Koi. Their early games haven't been the strongest. I mean, especially when you look at, as you were saying, Malrang not being able to get in and have that early effect yesterday. So I really want to see what he can do on this Nocturne. But again, when you're Nocturne, you're kind of waiting for that level 6. So again, I expect a slower pace early game from Koi, which is kind of where Mad Lions have been happy to go, right, we'll look for skirmishes at Dragons, we'll look for those late game fights, and we'll set ourselves up for hopefully another win here from Mad.
I mean, the thing is, as well, you talked about the bottom lane. I was anticipating the Xayah and Leona being a lane that could be played around, especially once they get their ults, especially once Nocturne helps out. Now you've got Compos already, down to summon a spell, conceded first blood to their mid lane, which is another angle that Mad Lions could look to exploit, because if Niski can get accelerated, those Tibbers engages are going to be very hard to deal with.
Yeah, I will say the Ghost is not the most impactful one to burn. Like, it's definitely one that you take for the later portion. If it was like a cleanse or a heal or even an exhaust, I'd be like, okay, yeah, that's going to play a bigger factor. But I think you're still going to be relatively okay here as comp. And honestly, I think having that flash is still going to lend you opportunities to have those playmaking abilities. If you land the Zenith Blade stun, you follow with a flash, and then you get the feathers down. And if Nocturne is there, you're all in a great spot. So I think that's a lot of what you're going to be looking to try and achieve in the early stages of Koi, but it's just a question as Shigenda looking fairly scolded. I say a few words are gone his way.
Definitely looks that way. I'll give you guys an update as soon as I hear exactly why we have the game paused. And of course, taking a little listen there, having a chat with the cameraman. Shigenda, after playing Fizz in the box beforehand. Koi seems to be in good spirits, which is good, despite the fact that they just conceded first blood. And of course, for Koi, 1-on-1 on the weekend. Definitely a team looking to pick back up. I think when we look at their two games, slow starts, not necessarily looking as polished or as refined as some of the teams sitting at the top of the table.
Yeah, I think it's kind of been on both sides. It's a little bit messy. Like when I look across at Mad, it's been a case of a lot of comebacks coming their way, even when we look at yesterday versus G2, right? And against Koi as well, their first win was also a big comeback where they'd end up losing out. So I definitely want to see both these teams refine their early game. In the case of Koi, it's kind of just, find an early game. They haven't really been particularly active. And that's where I think their biggest criticism has come. And especially when you're playing a composition that they have at the moment, which is heavy dive focus with K'Sante, Nocturne, Ari, Leona, all going one direction. You got to make sure that you're getting these early leads, because if you're playing dive at a loss, I mean, it only loses harder.
I mean, when you look at the combination, right? K'Sante, Ari, Leona, all these champions, once they do get their ultimates, they have the go forward button, they have the engage tools. Keep it simple is something Vedius used to teach us a lot, so I do like that. Quick update for you. I have heard from our production team and our refs on stage that one of the players did report they were having some freezing in-game. So while our admins are investigating, we'll continue to sit in the pause. And I'm not sure if you were looking at the players on stage a second ago, Dagda. I think Shigenda was trying to bait Kazi a little bit there. He was throwing some lovey-dovey eyes his way, acting it up, playing a little bit. So these players definitely, at least in a good mood here as we continue to look into the tech.
Yeah, Kazi just got in his head with the question.
Yes.
That was all.
What material was the Fizz made of? That was a question I was not anticipating from Fizz in the box.
I'm also shocked that Kazi didn't cop that when he said it was purple, it was a different skin line, and then was like, oh no, it's the original skin. I mean, that he was like, oh no, this is fine. This is definitely just, I don't know. But look, he got outplayed. It's kind of cool to see it being brought back, because I always love the card in a box that we used to see. I think it was 8 out of 10 Cats or with Jimmy Carr or something that used to do it as well.
I never watched 8 out of 10 Cats, so I actually don't know any of those mini games.
Oh, fair. Okay, yeah.
But I do like seeing them. I mean, I particularly love the goal board, Where is the Nico?
That was nuts.
Where is the Nico segment from yesterday? If you haven't seen it, you guys have to scroll back and take a look. It was fantastic. Yankos and Caps and Trimby stealing the show a little bit with trying to figure out where the Nico was, while Goldborg yells in their ear like a maniac. Definitely some entertaining watching. Well, Dagda, listen, we've got a brief, pause. Let's step away. What do you make of sort of the meta and the champions we're seeing this weekend? I've been watching a lot of LCK. I haven't watched too much LPL this past week, but I mean, there's some pretty clear trends here. What's your take?
I mean, there's no real surprises coming through. I think the one that kind of caught people out a little bit was maybe the Azir, because we haven't really been seeing a huge amount of Azir to get some buffs coming in, and teams are kind of willing to play. But even the direction that we've seen European mid laners take it is a little bit different because it's a lot more like Crown of the Shattered Queen and that kind of direction over in like LPL and LCK, whereas here we're much more like Luden's Echo or Andrew's Anguish. But apart from that, there's been no real major surprises. Milio's busted, Yumi's busted, Zeri with either is busted. So it's just like, it's a lot of kind of same. But I'm hoping, especially as we start to move in towards groups, we will start to see a little bit of the change. But also, like, I think the cool thing about us being on the same patch for 3 weeks is it kind of helps to nurture a little bit more of that creativity, where you could even hear Leader talking about earlier on for Astralis was like, you need to have some of these counter picks come through so you can actually deal with them, especially if you're trying to pick up some of these wins. Go for something nutty like the Yasuo Blitzcrank combo. With
I mean, that works so well. I think it also helps when you're gifted a bunch of kills early on as well. Like that lane swap didn't work out, but I mean, kudos to Astralis for taking advantage. I've been very pleasantly surprised by Nico. Seen a couple of games with Nico, and like the way you can play, the way you can cosplay items on the Rift is just so entertaining to watch. And if you are, kind of new to the LEC format, we will be on patch 13.11 for our regular season, so the next 3 weeks, and then I believe we're 13.13 for groups,
yeah,
if
we
I
skipped
recall
12,
correctly.
yeah.
So I'm very intrigued to see what happens with the likes of LeBlanc and Static Shiv, whether or not Nico continues to be developed, whether or not there'll be any other answers to kind of Yumi or Milio at all.
It's also because, in theory, Milio and Yumi are supposed to be nerfed at that stage, right?
Yes.
So I'm curious to see what the teams that we have at the top of the table as we're coming into groups, maybe a very different look as you see like, oh, well, now we've got engaged supports are stronger. So maybe a player like Advian suddenly starts to pop off because that's more of his style. So I think there's a lot of kind of question marks as we start to see that meta shift on the bottom side of the map as to what is going to become really strong. And also just again, with AD carries getting some slight nerfs coming in with like the changes to items and all that kind of stuff. I mean, mages in the mid lane like Azir are going to start creeping up that a little bit more when the enchanters aren't as strong in the bot lane. So I think there will be a fairly defined meta shift coming into 13-13, which would be really interesting.
I still don't know how I feel about Dracos yesterday. He's saying he was excited to see Azir again. I'm like, on one hand, yes, good Emperor's Device.
Is that how bad we've gotten? Is that we're like scraping the barrel now for Azir and Corki?
If you have just joined us, one of the players did report some freezing and stuttering in game while league officials continue to investigate. We are going to head over to the analyst desk, so we apologize about the pause. Frankie, over to you.
Thank you very much. Listen, the pause was always meant to be because before we headed into that game between Mad Lions and Koi, we had our first ever heat of Fizz in a box.
And that's way more interesting than League of Legends. So I'm just glad that we have a chance now to talk about the matchup of the Titans between Carzzy and Jagenda.
We really missed the actual opportunity with the graphics of having this Thresh box and Fizz inside of it. That's all I'm saying. Like that was literally
that's
the
a little
segment.
too advanced for the LEC.
No, that was just a Thresh and a Fizz in a box.
No, I like it works.
Yeah.
I'm totally with you. It's just like we can't think that far ahead. Come on, man.
The thing is, though, when you think back to that matchup, going into it, who did you think was going to be taking it? Who would have the upper hand in that mental mind game?
I did not believe 1 second in Sugenda. If I know that man, and I've known him since... I've known
the
Sugenda
man only has one facial expression.
I know. I've known Sugenda since like...
He's unreadable.
He is. And, it's like his head seems like it's just empty. He just stares into the sky.
But that's exactly what you want.
I just feel like there's...
He's a top laner.
That's why he was so smart about it, though. Because he literally said, can I lie? And everyone... Like, I believe... I was like, wow. He literally didn't know he could lie. Because I would just expect that out of him. And obviously it turned my perception around. Because I have newfound respect for Sugenda.
And
but
let's
up
be
until
honest,
that game itself... I didn't believe.
Look, Carzzy was out there asking ridiculous questions, like is underwear. Like it was a very strange line of questioning. I can't imagine he'd be a very good investigator when it really comes down to it.
What did you think of that line of questioning?
It produced pink as an answer, which I think shocked the world. But hey, we got to the bottom of it once and for all. We might not have
is an
found
SK
out
fan,
if
basically.
a Fizz was in the box, but we got down to some other really hard-hitting questions.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think we should play, because I honestly, I feel like I have a read on you.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Wow.
I can't tell you my read.
I think I'm really easy to read as well.
I'm very excited for us to play Fizz in the box. But before we do that, league officials have investigated the in-game freeze reported by Larson, and they have confirmed it. And they have decided to chrono break the game back to 1 minute and 25. Reminder, the pause happened at 1 minute and 38. So we're going to let you know when the game is ready. Yeah. And in the meantime, it's going to be the main event
Real quick,
of
though,
week
please,
one.
We have to please freeze at LS. Like the freezes, they finally come to the LEC. It's a few years too late, but I just think that there's been so much criticism about the LEC after MSI, you know, Worlds Last Year, all this stuff, that we've finally embraced a higher plane of existence in League, and that's embracing the freeze.
I hope that you're happy because you said LS and you broke the spell. The League option worked so fast that we're actually ready to head back into the game.
Wait, really?
Yeah, so at some point...
There's a fizz in the box, chat.
You'll never know. Let's head back to Tacta and Trevor.
Thank you so much, Frankie. I would love to have seen how GB and Ender would have played Fizz in the box. Welcome back to the caster desk. As mentioned, the game was chrono broken. I don't know what the past tense is. And chrono broken happened. It will go back to 125. This is still after First Blood took place, so it did not impact the kill that was secured by Mad Lions. Thank you for your patience. Rob, I think we're starting off on a great foot here. 3 games. We felt a weird energy in the air. Yeah. I think we're going to have a spicy trio of games to close out the weekend.
I'm so ready. I mean, you've got so much chaos that can happen with both these sides. Like, you got the Annie Wukong, you've even got like the Nocturne that can do a whole bunch. It's going to be so cool.
Berlin, make some noise. We're back on Summoner's Rift. Thank you for being patient with us. And thank goodness air conditioning exists. The studio is lovely despite the 30 degrees outside. Thank you for the noise. I appreciate all of you. As we load onto the Rift, we see Chase here as well as Shigenda just trading ever so slightly. And there's Comp as well as Advian now back in lane. So 400 gold advantage for Niski in the mid lane. He committed the flash for that engage. Has not been able to spend that money just yet. Or correction, I think actually maybe did pick up the stopwatch. It's now just sitting in lane. And we mentioned a little bit about like, sort of expectations and where the comps could play around. I think once we do get to 6, I want to see whether or not Comp and Advian get pressure from Malrang or whether or not Alyoya can influence that mid lane and help Niski further.
Well, one of the big things that we do have to look at is, well, Larson picking up the longsword as a start, knows the fleet footwork. We're going to get the static Shivari. Yeah. So a huge amount of it again is like Betty was pointing out the other day is like, hey, the units moved is going to be how much you can stack it. So every time you ult as the Ahri, you're going to be able to get a lot more of that static Shiv. So it looks like at the moment, Koi definitely going to be trying to lean into towards that split pushing in the later portion of the game where you just have so much pressure thanks to this static Shiv. And if you've got a Nocturne on top of that as well, that becomes a very scary lane to try and push against.
And also remember, Larson will already has pretty good wave clear with that Orbit Deception. Once you add the Static Shiv on top of it, now to be fair, Static Shivari not quite as busted as Static Shiv LeBlanc, but still going to be very, very effective. Larson right now is just catching that wave as there's already a back from Niski. Reminder, of course, that with the changes to teleport, I want to see whether or not Lions of Koi try to play around that or take advantage of it. I think yesterday in particular, Heretics were really good, really disciplined. Did their back, TP to 4 minutes, waited for the cooldown, and literally like at the 10-minute mark, immediately channeled that to make some plays around the map. So I do like seeing those adaptations to the patch updates from MSI. I'm taking a quick look, both junglers doing full clears here. So Dagda, Healy and Kazi looking for opportunities, but not finding anything yet. Just about to hit level 2 in that bottom lane.
Yeah, I think it's just going to be a case of taking this nice and slow again, Matt. Kind of know, hey, look, we've got this Aphelios, we've got this team fighting that can come on really strong in the later portion of the game, so we're not in any real rush, especially if you can try and play for your level 6s, actually look for these skirmishes, you're going to be in a great spot. So I imagine that we're really going to see Mad Lions start to contest things like the Rift Herald at 8 minutes, try and play for both the spike on towards the Wukong and also in your solo lanes. Whereas when you look across at Koi, again, I think it's a case of, okay, well, we've got decent push in bot and also in this mid lane, so let's just try and take advantages in these early stages and then eventually lend ourselves over towards, okay, where can Nocturne get involved with? Can we start to take down some of these towers so then we can actually start to play with this split push option?
Well, Malrang right now got that red buff, making his way towards the river, moving into enemy territory. Both of these teams very content to scale up. Both of these teams are going to be very happy to play those 5v5s. And just as I say that, Advian commits with that Zenith Blade. It's engaged on by Hilly, finds the knock-up. Comp running a little low on mana, so I don't want to extend that further. So just a little bit of poke damage, but nothing really to speak of. No significant advantages either, and I'm also just noticing on the scoreboard, items and CS are not updating. So I will keep you abreast of any of those changes. It's 5 CS lead in both top and bottom lane there for the Mad Lions. So give me a prediction here, Dagda. Who's going to pick up this first kill?
Yeah, I think the first one is going to be probably looking towards Mad Lions. I think they're they've got a lot of control when it comes towards both solo lanes and then also potentially looking for some sort of skirmish. Even the fact that you got the reset coming through from Elioy, it doesn't show that he has the items, but he did, there we go, did reset early, so has a bit of an advantage now to try and play for something. And Niski, very close to having that stun up and available, but Advian's in the area as well.
Waiting for the charge, Elioya right behind Advian. Zenith Blade is available, will connect with the E. Open Deception comes back out. Larson is a little bit low and forced to back away. I think Elioya, right place, right time, managing to thwart the potential kill there for Koi. Still down just that one.
Still got to be careful here. Hilly's in behind Comp. We'll probably have to flash here if Hilly goes first.
Let's find out. Going to be able to avoid flashing for now. Not enough follow-up despite the purple. Root will come out. Now Advian, does he fancy a shot? Holding the trigger on the Zenith. I mean, you can literally feel the tension. They're looking for opportunities, looking to create those plays, but definitely not going beyond that, like, safety net.
I mean, just a good read from Comp to realize, look, I might get knocked up here, but Karzi's not in range to get the Gravitum to then have any sort of follow-up play, so was happy enough to just tank the knock-up and then end up walking away, even had Advian coming down river. But I like that we're kind of seeing Advian already trying to get out of this bot side. Like, you get that push in, Comp is going to be relatively safe and see if you can move elsewhere, but it does mean that if you look at the CS at the moment, Comp is just a little bit behind as Karzi and Hilly have been able to get control over the wave.
Yeah, of course, Advian, the fact that he left the lane as well, a couple of minutes, Comp got to respect that, play a little bit passively. Elioya just showed his face for a brief moment. He's level 5, powering the same. Elioya, if he decides to go towards that mid lane, could look to jump behind Larsa, but he's got himself the Spirit Rush, he's still got that flash. Maybe a hard target to try and lock down. Niski just going to do that, you know, typical anti-trade, a lot of damage coming up from Tibbers, but push the wave, push him back. Step away. Chemtech Dragon's the first one as well, so we're not seeing a huge priority for that, but honestly, both teams very content just to extend this laning phase.
I think we will see Elioya go over for it now, though. One of the things you can do with the Annie is immediately, as you see, throw that down, get some damage onto your mid lane, get control over mid lane wave, and you've got the slow push and bot lane to play off of as well, so Elioya just has perfect timing now to go for this, and I think it's a good read from Malrang. He's like, look, Elioya, chances are he's going to try and play for this dragon, so I'm going to go for the top lane camps, but it means that no one's here on bot lane.
This is huge, by the way. Nearly a 30 CS advantage for Karzi. Elioya's got the Cyclone. Malrang is nowhere near. Flash and Ghost committed. Advian stuck underneath the tower with about 7 minions to work with. 4 members of Mad Lions in his face. Shigenda goes all out, looking for the solo kill, and finds it. Chasey's taken down. Koi are on the board. And Advian able to survive, importantly as well. Comp makes it back to the tower to pick up at least some of those minions, but that is a gigantic advantage already. 30 or 25 CS at the moment for Karzi.
Yeah, there wasn't really any setup there for the play on towards Advian. You'd already got the flash and the ult burn from Elioya. You'd already gotten Hilly using his W as well, so at that stage there wasn't that dive potential available. A lot of CS lost that tower though, so still you can see Comp is going to be struggling in this bot lane, but Malrang did get blue buff, is going to be able to get this Rift Herald as well. Unless Chasey starting to move across, you've got Elioya on the way as well.
All right, Tibbers not available, still on cooldown. Chasey's missing his ult as well from that previous engage. Shigenda, Malrang, and Larson should be able to just secure this objective uncontested. Enough pressure, not enough combat ultimates, and this will be good for Koi. They are only down 300 gold thanks to CS advantages from the top in the jungle as well as that kill. And I mean, this is just Shigenda doing Cassante things.
Yeah, I mean, has the ultimate available. Imagine, yeah, just gets the root, gets the knockback, and then able to dodge away from the ultimate as well is really nice, but another dive.
Level 6s, by the way, engage with the quickness. Solar Flare comes out, red, white, Karzi wins the fight. 1 minion left to speak of, and Comp taken down for the second time. That CS disparity, experience disparity is really becoming problematic.
It's massively a problem. The fact that you're now that far behind and you're going to lose another wave and you've lost 2 turret plates as well over to Karzi. Karzi's going to be massive. And when you already look towards those later team fights where like, oh yeah, well, that's where Mad Lions have been able to come alive over the course of this weekend. We were already there, and with the advantage you have in bot lane, it becomes easy to start stacking these dragons. You're probably going to end up with something valuable as well because Chemtech is going to be taking off the Rift early. So right now, it feels like you've got a very smooth and easy to execute game plan for Mad Lions.
And remind me, so Melio, Yumi were banned, and it was Rakan first pick, right, for Mad Lions?
Yeah.
I mean, once Melio and Yumi are out, and we've heard pros talking about this as well, like, Rakan is next highest priority in terms of the list. First pick, Helisang has been playing it very well. Let's also acknowledge the fact that Advian has left the lane a little. Paranoia comes out. Charm will not be able to find his target. Really, Niski's able to flash to safety. That was a fair amount invested, and Niski survives with his life.
May not, though. Larson. goes in. That's the last of those charges, though, so we'll just back away. But, I mean, that's actually pretty nice from Koi. It was an attempt at, hey, if we can get Niski, maybe we can start to pick up these dragons and actually turn this into a bit of a control in this bot-side river. But Advian, you don't have control of bot-side river right now.
No, you don't. Cyclone committed there onto Advian. All out over the wall. Chasey maybe falling for the second time. We'll be able to use that body slam to get back to safety. Pulled backwards by Shigenda. He's got the damage for the second solo kill and flashes away from the cast. Advian was able to escape with his life, and Niski just gets taken out, stuck around on low HP.
Great flash from Larson to get the charm. So solo laners for Koi doing work here for the squad. You've already got that 20 CS lead for Larson in the mid lane as well. He's going to get another plate. You still have a Rift Tower that's just about to time out. It looks like Malrang wants to rush topside to get that down so you can actually take this turret fully on the top end. We already said it's split push for Koi. They want to try and get Larson into an extended side lane. It looks like that's going to be the perfect spot now with that top lane tower going down.
This is such a spicy start to the game because it started to feel like Mad Lions were arresting control, starting to feel like they were building momentum. The Larson and Shigenda say no, that's not going to happen. It's Koi with the first tower. They've got the kill lead as well. The Dragon under their belt, if I recall correctly, they're working on it. Actually, the Dragon's going to be secured here by Mad Lions. But I mean, look at this disparity now. 20 CS, 2 kills for Shigenda in the top lane. 20 CS advantage for Larson in the middle lane. And with Kazi being in the bottom lane, both teams have to play around different strengths on the map and cover those weaknesses.
And that's where I think if you're Koi, you're looking at this Rift Tower. It's about 3 minutes time when it starts to come back. Sorry, actually about 5 minutes time, say, when it comes back up. But the big thing that you want to try and look at is, okay, we want to try and use that extended lane and topside, push out that wave, force Chasey back underneath his own tier 2, then start to establish vision into this top side, and then you can start to play for the Rift Herald. If you're looking for picks, you are perfect with the likes of the Ahri, with the Nocturne going to be able to follow up on a lot of that, even if you got Advian there as well. And it's something that Koi are basically funneled into their game plan. Every single strategy that they have was actually one of the big things that got them back into that first game that we saw over the course of the weekend. So I imagine that's what Koi are going to be trying to set up here, but you are going to need some help here from Malrang towards this top side to establish that vision early.
Well, Malrang's got that paranoia available again. He's got that flash. And look at Shigenda pushing pretty heavily. He's got the control ward in that tri-bush. An audience here in Berlin's looking for blood. We've had a really patient start to this game. There was almost golf claps for the first few kills. Look at the engage coming out. Tether pulls back, stopwatch used, and I think this should be a dead Niski. Will be taken down by Larson. Really well comboed. And even if by some miracle Niski gotten away, Shigenda was there waiting to potentially clean it up under the tower as well.
This is exactly what you need to do as Koi. You want to try and start picking off these solo laners, get those advantages, because a lot of your pressure is going to be Shigenda, who's just had Chasey's book the entire way through this game. And now you're looking at Larson, who's also going to be an absolute menace against Niski. A lot of your pressure on the map has already been set up perfectly for Koi, and Koi is always a team that likes to very quickly overload one side of the map and look for picks. And when you've got Malrang on this, you got Larson as well who can follow up with that TP even available now. This is perfect spot now for Koi to try and take this game against Mad.
So one thing you got to think about as well, though, is that like Kazi is the member that is fed for Mad Lions, and Aphelios is one of the champions that can deal with or have answers to potential divers. If there is some peel, if there is some sort, I think if Nocturne, Cassante, Ahri all jump on him, obviously that's too much to deal with. So crucial, Jason Elyoya will need to buy some space, buy some time to peel and allow Aphelios to just do 200 years things.
Yeah, I think the thing is, though, you're kind of looking at about 25 minutes right before those dragons really become a factor. And if you can get this second Rift Herald and you can get a kill again onto Chasey, Koi are going to be in a good spot for that.
Shigenda's got that level advantage, 25 CS, Mythic as well. And just bullying away at the Balmy Cinder and the Chain Vest that Chasey's built up. Not a lot of vision in the jungle for Shigenda, but there were a number of members of Mad Lions that were showing in lanes. And of course, Elyoya just walked across that water moments ago. So right now, Koi just looking for opportunities where they can apply that pressure. Malrang is paranoia will be available, and he used it flawlessly in that middle lane. So let's see where their next move is, because Mad Lions, they're grouping. Still 2 minutes to go for the next dragon.
Yeah, so I think a lot of what they want to try and do here is get this push already that we see in that top side, so then you can, and get in mid as well, and that allows you then to just fall back over towards this Rift Child and pick it up without any real problems. They were starting to set up a lot of vision on that bottom side early, just to spot out if, hey, look, Mad Lions might try and trade the Rift Herald for some sort of dive on towards Comp and that bot side. I mean, Comp's already massively far behind. We don't want to let that go even further out of control, but you can already see Shigenda doing exactly what we talked about, now falling back off that push he has on the top side, it's very difficult for Mad to really contest. And this is where Koi now can crack open another tower and just get more control on the map.
I mean, it's 1,300 gold lead. Second Herald secured. Second Herald uncontested here for Koi. Mad Lions did secure the first Drake of the game. And a little bit of a invade mission here. Aljoya and Heli could be under threat. Let's look for the charm on Solar Flare. Do Advian and Larson commit? Teleport being channeled. Mad Lions now starting to be surrounded. Niski gets jumped on by Shigenda. Mad Lions a little scattered, but all of a sudden Koi R2. Paranoia thrown down, 1-2 quick kills the engage forward. Malrang's being backed up by Shigenda and Comp stepping forward, waiting for the feathers. Another flash, the catch onto Hilly. Charm will not find its target, but 2 kills secured by Koi.
And that's perfect for Koi. They managed to completely separate the plan from Mad Lions. And he ended up having to use Tibbers straight onto Shigenda, whose tanky is all hell, and it completely dissuades the play. You can see here, Aljoya and Hilly are way overextended. They're trying to trade that pressure that Koi had exerted onto the top side of the map for something. But Shigenda, perfect TP ward. Niski now isn't able to try and help out, and even the charm from Larson disrupting Aljoya. The feathers coming out perfectly from Comp to get away from the Gragas on that top end, and then it's easy cleanup as Comp is just so separate, or not Comp, sorry, Mad Lions are very separated from their team, and it's just Koi you're able to clean up.
And you can feel how like the 2v2s, 3v3s are so heavily Koi favored. Like in terms of those small skirmishes, how the champions will synergize together means Koi are able to just single them out, run them down. I think Mad Lions really want to be grouped. They really want to layer their CC and their zoning with that Rakan, with that Gragas. Unfortunately, they couldn't, so Koi get themselves some more kills. They extend that gold lead to nearly 3,000. Larson's got himself that static shift completed already, and it's Koi in the driving seat for the time being.
And it now gets to the point where Koi go, right, we can have this, as long as Malrang doesn't get caught, we can actually get this Rip Tower down into mid lane, take mid lane tower, lean in towards this bottom side, get Dragon, disrupt the Dragon stacking the Mad Lions are going for, and then when you are at that stage, well, fantastic, Static Shiv is now complete onto Larson, he's a massive threat in these side lanes, Malrang's following Shigenda's here.
There's no ultimates for Malrang, Larson, or Comp. Shigenda has started, committed the all-out, target secured onto Chasey. He will throw the barrel up by some time. Shigenda stays alive a few seconds longer, finally taken down by Aljoya, and now another will fall. All of a sudden, Aljoya is cut down by the feathers. It's a 1 for 2 in favor of Koi. The Dragon is still available, so even though additional kills, can Mad Lions defend this? Can they hold on to it? While that's happening, Comp is going to be using that Herald to try and usher it towards that inner turret. It is still another fight going the way of Koi.
Mad Lions are not playing around their strongest part. Karzi is the one that you need to try and set up, but you look at the gun combo that was available, it was the green-purple, not exactly what you want available there for Karzi if you want to try and be the carry. You're not actually in a position to try and follow up on either of the last 2 skirmishes we've seen from Mad Lions either. He's playing catch-up the entire time, and Koi are happy out. They're easily able to jump around in these fights because of the mobility that they have, and even Shigenda, just a great flank here, using the fact that Koi had already gotten all that established vision on the bottom side, and then separating Chasey once more. You can see here Karzi tries to get a bit of damage off, but the fight is so far away from him because of all that mobility. By the time he ends up catching up, there's not really much left in the fight for him to be a part of.
I mean, even with the green-whites to start off, the fact that everything got pushed into Koi's jungle played to their favor. Shigenda, however, is having a significant impact. The solo kills in the top lane allowed Malrang to help take down the tower. Shigenda's positioning and his usage of the ultimate continues to single out Chasey and be such a disrupting member for Mad Lions to deal with, because Malrang, Larson, Comp, they didn't even have their ults for that little skirmish, but because of the fact that Niski wasn't there, Shigenda was able to, isolate the target. Mad Lions come away worse for wear. Bottom lane tower under pressure. That Static Shivari's pushing. Now Malrang finds himself trying to trade with Hilly as they got that Dragon under them. They've got that 3,000 gold lead. And now they can play their side lanes as and how they want to.
Now, Malrang is playing protectives on top side. You actually had Shigenda, who was hovering Larson as well, just to make sure that Larson could take this last outer turret as well, just in case Mad Lions tried to make a play. But once they saw the Rakan on the top side, Shigenda immediately TPs up there, so then he can start to push out these waves, stop Mad Lions from being able to make any sort of plays on the map. And again, you can start to see that it's just a case of wherever the vision line is for Koi, that's exactly where they want to play. A ton of extra vision here for Larson. You should be able on this next wave to be able to get this bot lane tower, and now you're going to be pushed further and further back as Mad and make it more difficult for you to try and play for these team fights, which were your big advantages.
Okay, we're 20 minutes into the game. Mad Lions are down 4,000 gold, but they do have a team comp that can team fight well. They've also got Aphelios, who's their most fed, most farmed member, shall we say. How do you want to see them actually clean up their fights? Because they haven't really been dictating the pace, but luckily, the next few fights should have Koi running towards them as their side of the map gets shrunk.
Well, that's the thing. I don't really think that Koi are going to try and play for team fights. I think you opt in towards more skirmishes and picks, and the fact that you already have control over side lanes, it's like, cool, let's push in bot, let's push in top. We have Dragon that's going to be up in 3 minutes' time. Right, let's establish vision into this bot side jungle. Every time Larssen pushes in a wave, just lean in towards the jungle of Mad, see if you can find anyone, and Malrang's going to be able to follow you now. He just hit level 11. He's a much longer range on that ultimate, so this now becomes the deathly duo of Malrang and Larssen, who they can try and pick off.
Yeah, Shigenda and Lawson also got level advantages over Chasey and Niski. And right now, Mad Lions are grouped up. We are playing on the Infernal Rift, so a number of avenues for engage and play out. As look, Shigenda steps forward. And he will be able to dash and dance his way to safety. And Koi setting up vision in this western quadrant of the Rift. Baron is alive, so they can use that as a tool to pull Mad Lions towards him, and with the significant advantage they have. And also I think with a significant turn, Nocturne, Ari Lona, if they manage to see a target or they can pull the trigger first, they can instantly just win one of those fights. So it's up to Koi how they want to play this. Do they use the Baron as bait? Do they just wait for the next dragon? Really, the world is their oyster.
And I think that's why, if I'm Koi at the moment, I want to try and play some sort of 1-4 with Larssen on the bottom side. Larssen has TP. He's going to be able to exert a ton of pressure because of the advantages he's already picked up. But I think the one way Mad Lions get back into this game is like a Yo-Yo hovering off over like Raptor Wall as Koi try to push in to take this mid turret and setting up this big wombo combo with Niski. So I think Shigen actually needs to be with the team to stop any sort of follow-up if Mad Lions try and make that play. Because I think the second you see Shigen like separate like this in the bottom side, that's where you should be like alarm bells for Mad Lions. Can we try and find someone on the map to actually make this play happen?
All right, take a look at the itemization, by the way. Just a moment ago, Comp was able to pick up his Quick Blades, complement the Kraken Slide. Gale Force has been with Kazi for a little bit of time. 2 items secured. Boston's got himself 2 as well. Niski's still working towards it. There we go. Blue Trinket dropped down. Paranoia from long range. Spirit Rush into the root. And the deadly duo strikes again. The 9th kill here for Koi. Kazi's got red-white, but it's simply not going to be enough. And Koi going to be content. Play the side lane, find the pick, and just maintain complete control.
Yeah, the only thing for Koi is like just making sure that you're clearing out that vision behind you at the moment, but it's perfectly played by Koi. Apart from that, like, you've already got that set up. We talked about the second you're separated, it's very easy for Malrang to follow up, and now a minute until the next dragon. But that was supposed to be your win con, is Mad. Try and stack these early dragons, play towards the advantages Karzi and Hilly had already picked up, but they've been basically nullified at this stage because of how much threat Koi have on the side lane.
I mean, it was crazy. The first 10 or so minutes was just sort of like passive trading. Shigenda gets 2 solo kills and a Rift Herald, and as soon as that tower is unlocked, the game is just spiraled completely out of control here for Mad Lions. Because of the fact that they cannot really, force Koi into a team fight, they're in a very difficult situation. 30 seconds to Dragon. I don't think Mad want to contest this one. Also, it's only the second of the game here for Koi. So for them, it's just about buying time, trying to find farm, try and make up that disparity between the solo laners.
Yeah, I think... Oh, hang on.
Oh, this is all of a sudden Mad Lions trying to challenge Vision. Advien, Helisang rather, is just completely caught out, taken down by Advien. And I think expectations was probably that Mad may have thought Koi was setting a Vision or trying to go around the Dragon, and they just got surprised. And now Ayoya is running for his life. Can Koi find him? No vision. Observer's toggling that. Recall is channeling. Recall is channeling. Solar Flare committed. And the kill here should be easily secured in a moment or two. Look at the rest of the map, though. Mad Lions, they're making a play for a cross map. They're going to try rush down this dragon.
The problem is, though, you lost Ayoya, so you will get dragon, but if you're Koi, just turn for Baron. Like, screw second dragon, nobody cares, but apparently Koi do.
They're going for the kills. They're going for the kills. Malrang has got that paranoia. He just walks into the pit and smites it. Gift wrapped by the Mad Lions. Spirit Rush has been challenged, and all of a sudden, Malrang is in trouble. Early Guardian Angel has been procced. He's coming back to life. The rest of Koi are running down Chasey. He will get dropped as Kazi is now the focus. All of a sudden, trying to do Aphelios things. He stays alive because of red-white, and Koi are losing this fight. Kazi using Aphelios to perfection as Koi were unable to focus him down. Look at that regen.
Karzi, the script is real. He is popping off the triple kill for the Mad Lions AD carry. And just like that, he's managed to shut down Koi.
I completely apologize, Kazi. earnestly thought he was just going to get taken down. And the regen was huge. Oh, and it's from his perspective as well.
Yeah, I mean, the Gale Force there, great repositioning. And then just as you were going to see, Shigenda starting to wrap around, but can't actually get on towards Karzi because of where he's positioned. Moves back, manages to break the tether there that's coming through from the Nocturne as well. And now you just end up in this 1v1, but look at the guns. He's managed it perfectly, so just barely. That HP went so low just as he managed to swap over to the red-white. And I mean, this is where Aphelios is strongest. The second you're able to swap over between the 4 guns, you get access to 4 abilities that quickly. And you can see that Karzi was very happy about that.
That was bonkers, just burning through the ammo, getting those chakrams on the lifesteal, and just like that, the one member of Mad Lions who had the farm, who had the gold, who had the items, he's now completed his thirds, right? LDR secured. The Dragon did go the way of Koi, but the first tower in the mid lane there is now secured there by Mad Lions.
And that's why objectives over kills every single time here. If you were Koi, you could have got the Baron, you could have just given up the Dragon, but they go for that a little bit too much. They try to make a statement and it backfires. Now Koi don't have the same control on the map. This is where Mad Lions now can be the ones that are threatening the Baron, threatening Koi when they have no vision in this area. Blue Ward does go down onto the pit just to try and spot out something.
Koi want the fight. I mean, Koi, the entire games thus far, they've been fishing, they've been hunting. Led by Shigenda and Malrang, and they managed to push Mad Lions out of the river, managed to at least contest some of this vision. Waiting for another engage. I keep holding my breath because as the players are staring one another down, I just keep anticipating Koi to look for that fight.
But this is the thing, Koi don't really want to take a fight. You just saw what happens. I mean, Mad Lions are in a really good spot now, especially with a 3rd item completed for Karzi. He got the LDR thanks to all that. This is a bit of a miracle play for Koi. They're trying to bait Mad Lions in.
I mean, it's Koi with the gold lead, the objective lead. Baron's down to 6,000. Flank opportunity available. That's a knockback onto Oyoya. Mimic Trickster rather has gone forward. Larson waiting in the side lanes. The lights have been turned off. The engage goes forward. Is Hellsang throws down the quickness. Larson over the wall. Finds the charm, finds the root. And it's Hellsang that's dropped. Now it's a 5 versus 4. Narang, no paranoia available to him. Baron has been stopped at the cost of Hilly's life. And Kazi, purple-blue. Moonlight Vigil not available to him. Chasey looking for that barrel, managing to stop the Baron, but they concede another kill.
Hilly ends up going a little bit too early. Rest of Mad Lions weren't really in a position to follow up, but I mean, still, you're preventing the Baron. Still, Malrang might be in trouble here.
Oh my word. Have they just found themselves a kill? Tibbers comes down, shut down, kill secured Niski, and this is going to be Mad Lions Baron.
I mean, the reset is coming through from Koi. They're going to be late to this. TP immediately for Shigenda to try and get into position. Hilly is going to be coming in on a flank as he comes out of base.
Okay, let's take a look here. Blue-red for now. 4 members of Koi stepping forward. No Leona ult, no Larson ult, no Shigenda ult, and Shigenda's the first target. Chasey's barrel pushes them away. 2,800 hit points, 2,000 on the Baron. Smite will secure it here for Mad Lions and Hilly. Grand entrance available. Battle Dance 2 looking for a target. I mean, Mad Lions, in 3 minutes time, they've got the Baron, they've closed the gold gap, they've found kills for their solo laners, and we're 40 seconds away from the next Dragon.
And with Baron up, it should be very difficult now for Koi to try and contest this. You should be able to shove out these waves just in time, get them pushed into these tier 2s of Koi, and then lean yourself in towards the Dragon area. One blunder from Koi, and it's Mad Lions again coming back in these late game opportunities.
I mean, that's something that Mad Lions have done time and time again. For years now, this has been an organization that, regardless of the roster, has played well in team fighting. And many years ago, they actually would fall behind frequently, 14, 15 minutes, and come back in team fights. But I think let's give credit here to Mad for playing it well, but Koi not setting themselves up great. Hilly's been pulled backwards, using the quickness to run for his life, cut down. 4 members of Koi, Shigenda using that ultimate great. And at the man disadvantage, Koi, they're now moving into the Dragon Pits.
Unstoppable was caught at Hilly twice now, and it's been a great pickup for Koi. Mad, 4 versus 5. They don't have the flash on Niski.
Paranoia's available, is thrown down. The target is Kazi. He's got the red, white, and he's already burned through that GA. The rest of Koi cannot get forward, and Kazi is wrecking Koi's front line. Advien is down, Malrang is down. 3 members are now running for their lives. Flashes away. With the green gun, the targets are in sight, and Mad Lions will be content for the Dragon. There's a teleport being channeled as well. Chasey can just body block and push members of Koi out. Do Mad Lions chase even further? Body slam is up. but the charm will prevent any further engages.
I mean, this is it. Koi, they wanted to try and find that opportunity, but just couldn't quite do so. Chasey still on the flank. Can he get onto comp here?
I mean, this is just going to be disrupting the backs, messing with their timing. There's a minion wave coming with Baron empowered minions as well, so another tower secured. And the gold lead now in favor of Mad. Beautiful turn of events for the last few minutes.
And a lot of that is rested on Carzzy. The fact that he managed to get that hero play off in that fight at the last Dragon, now coming into this as well, just about able to burst out Malrang as he tried to get on towards Carzzy. You see it here, like the unstoppable again, catching out Hilly. It's the second time now. We got it Baron, we got it at this. Great ultimate as well coming through from Advian to stop Mad from being able to chase up so they can deal with Hylissang in the back line. But this is where it all starts to go awry. Malrang dives onto the Aphelios, but the burst damage is just way too much, so the tether doesn't end up connecting before he's forced into the GA. And now Advian can't really get in position. Larson has no threat at the back line. It's just this protective circle around Carzzy, making sure none of these skill shots can hit. And with that, they're able to actually start to follow up. Carzzy did even miss the Moonlight Vigil there, but then he was able to stack up the chakrams here off of the Dragon. So that's where Koi were like, no, we don't want to fight anymore against this Aphelios.
And also, it doesn't matter if he, didn't hit the Moonlight Vigil. I think crucially, there weren't enough members of Koi diving onto Carzzy at the same time. There was no Leone ultimate. Lawson wasn't able to get forward. They'd lost a member already before that fight. So for Mad Lions, like, they didn't even need to properly peel or buy time, and Carzzy's taken over. I think, can I ask the observers just to toggle over to gold on the scoreboard? Maybe we'll see this after Comp gets jumped on. I want to see the difference between the individual players. As Alyoya's inside the base, Comp forced to flash for his life. Paranoia comes down, almost able to secure Alyoya, but there's not enough follow-up, and Shigenda committed the teleport as well, so nothing secured. A tower will fall, the teleport is down. Another series of advantageous small wins here for Mad Lions.
We're actually going to try and go for this top lane turret as well, so not quite going to be in a position here as Koi to protect this, so nicely done. Mad should be able to get the inhibitor as well. Looks like Koi were more worried about them taking that mid lane tier 2 and now get caught out.
All right, look from the flank. Larson, Spur Rush available, can come in from the back. Shigenda looking for the target. Solar Flare's on cooldown. Alyoya stepping out. Larson gets chunked down, and Carzzy remains untouched. Comp is looking for feathers and not going to be able to find any roots. And look at this, the inhibitor will fall. There was an attempt, but nothing really connected.
Mad are actually doing a great job of protecting Carzzy in these fights. You can see every single time where you're trying to go in, Mad are separating into different people being marked. You can see Chasey was trying to make sure that Shigenda couldn't follow up. You saw the backup coming through where Alyoya was like, all right, I'm actually going to try and match Larson as he goes to the flank. So none of these spells are actually able to land on towards Carzzy in the backline, especially when he has no flash. It's so crucial that they're able to keep him safe, and Mad are doing a great job.
I mean, it's a 4,000 gold difference between Carzzy and Comp. We saw just a moment ago coming out of their replay. Thank you very much, observers there. 16.5 to 12.5. Mid laners are even, and of course the top lane, 3,000 gold lead here for Shigenda. I think as you're at the 30-minute mark, 4 items, 5 items, you would rather have the gold lead on an Aphelios than on a Cassante. And especially because Koi's Comp just wants to keep diving at you. Look, we're 1.5 minutes until the next Dragon, 1 minute till Baron. Koi have lost at least one inhibitor. I think there is still possibilities if they can kill the President, take down the VIP Carzzy, but it is so hard to do.
Yeah, I think you have to try and play around Larson here. You can see they're immediately trying to push in a bot or this top side, try and match the push on Mad, and maybe have Malrang stay in the vicinity, so if someone comes up to match Larson, you can group, but it's so hard. Mad Lions just have the control everywhere. They can take this mid lane tier 2, and I think for Koi, they kind of realize, look, if we actually commit so many resources to side lanes here, Mad will just take the entire base, so you're kind of caught between a rock and a hard place. And now Shigenda will end up spotting Hilly here, but I don't know if he wants this.
No, definitely not. Not enough support behind him or damage to follow it up. And importantly, I think Carzzy's flash cooldown is around 40-45 seconds left. With the Dragon coming up in about the same time, Baron now up, that flash could be pivotal or influential if Koi decide to jump onto him. They are the first into the pit. They're grouped up, and it'll be up to Mad Lions to interrupt this.
They know Carzzy reset. They're trying to play off that timer, but Carzzy's already come back out of the map. Shigenda finds Hilly.
All right, Paranoia thrown down. Darkness is set up. Alyoya could get into the pit. Koi are able to sneak the Baron, and at the end will be the target here for Mad Lions. 4 members of Koi running for their lives with Baron buff. Hylissang, can he find CC trying to fly towards Koi? Chasey's got the flash. He's got the barrel. He's got the body slam. Waiting for the trigger. Pushes Koi into the wall, and that was not the most influential. I had anticipated him going forward, committing the flash to pull them backwards.
Great read from Koi, though. They saw that Hilly was resetting and they knew the Dragon was up. They're like, look, Mad are trying to get their bases in now for that Dragon that's coming up. So they just basically said, look, chances are Karzi's gone. This is our Hail Mary play. And they managed to steal away the Baron before Mad can really get in position. You can even see Karzi went to shove in that mid lane, thought he had more time, but you just don't at the moment. Now, will be third Dragon going the way of Mad, but you bought yourself so much time here as Koi with that Baron steak.
I am scratching my head in confusion because at different periods of this game, it has been so heavily in favor of one side to who is in control, who is leading. I genuinely think this can still go either way, despite the fact that I feel like Mad Lions should win the game, but there's been some intriguing decisions and some smart plays. So whoever's going to be caught out is more likely going to be the one that cost their team the game.
It is going to be this window of opportunity that Koi bought with the Baron. If you can get control of sides again, if you can start to keep Mad Lions pushed in with Baron, that's going to be the port that Koi want to try and aim for to win out this game. Larson is massive. 6-1-4 on this Ahri. You should be totally fine to try and play into these side lanes again, pair up with Malrang. The problem is that Mad Lions, if you get to a team fight with them, are just almost going to automatically win now. They are so incredibly strong. You have the flash and the cleanse on Karzi, not to mention the fact you've also got the McHales on Hilly. So even if you land one thing, you've still got to manage so much more. As Larson sitting here, trying to find the pick.
That's a lot of damage, by the way, when you combine the entire kit. Baron now going to be helping Koi out. Solar Flare was committed. Didn't find any targets. There was a sidestep. The turret stands as well. The inhibitor should be coming up fairly soon. So for Koi, they really do not want to be in a position where they're staring down like a 4v4 or 5v5 because Karzi has got flash, he's got cleanse, and he will be able to tear through the entire roster of Koi.
I do think Koi are mid. Oh, hang on, actually.
Let's take a look at this. Teleport being channeled to the tower. Quickness being used, and all of a sudden the charm will land. Shigenda does not complete the TP, and because of that fact, Mad Lions can open up the base. Another inhibitor falls. Level 18 is Karzi. He's got the blue, he's got the red, stepping forward. The root comes out there from Larson, and the base is once again open. The inhibitor will be respawning, and Mad Lions still to secure that as well before they back out. So huge that that tower fell before Shigenda could complete the TP.
Going to be able to get this inhibitor as it respawns back up. Koi now completely forced into a horrible spot.
Look for the turn here. Chasey's got the barrel. Can he single out any of the targets? Hasn't had the biggest influence thus far. Karzi uses that Gale Force backwards and almost takes down Shigenda. Throws out the Moonlight Vigil, will not find the damage. Right between the uprights. The Nexus turret now starts to fall. Paranoia used. Larson steps forward. Hilly's able to escape with his life. Shigenda looking for Karzi. The cleanse, the flash has been used. They haven't found it just yet. 1-2 kills secured for Koi. But Karzi does still stand comp, looking for a little bit more. Those kills for Koi may have just saved the Nexus. Now, can Mad Lions escape? Teleport being channeled. Larson, the damage dealer here. Charm will not find a target, and Karzi has been able to regen. Multiple members of Koi are needed to take down the Aphelios.
They can't do it, though. Shigenda managing to get in onto Karzi, get him low, was just enough to force Mad Lions back. The base, though, is still in tatters. One Nexus turret, one inhibitor left up for Koi. And with the Dragon coming up in 2 minutes' time, that's going to be a major struggle for them now, as that should be where Mad Lions trying to lean, but we're just going to see it on the replay here. So really good movement here from Karzi. So you see, gets onto Shigenda, immediately turns to Larson, sidesteps the charm beautifully, and then tries to catch Shigenda just as he's starting to come out of his stasis, but not quite able to. But at this stage, Malrang goes in, doesn't quite end up falling, but this play from Shigenda is massive. The flash back from Karzi to make sure he's not dragged into the team, but the follow-up is here, and he's so close to going down again, but just not quite able to. If that was literally anyone else apart from the support trying to deal damage, it maybe could have been the play, but just not quite enough.
If you want Koi to win this game, Karzi has to die in the next engage. A minute till Infernal, a minute till Baron, no flash, no cleanse. It is possible for Koi, but it is so hard. The thing is, Koi cannot afford to have even a closer and even fight because with 2 waves of supers and only 1 Nexus turret, they had nothing to fall back to.
It's also the fact that you burnt your TP on Larson in that last engage as well to try and finish off those picks.
And Shigenda's just a moment before.
Yeah. And that's the thing now, you don't really have anywhere that you can go, oh, I can look for a flank. Like Larson, you can see trying to position off the side to look for that, but it is going to be much more of a straight front to back.
Karzi was trying to bait that one forward. Look at Mad Lions, they found the engage! Cyclone into Tempest! Can't let the feathers fly, but it's Mad Lions that are destroying Koi in the mid lane. Do not give them an opportunity. Larson gets one back, but it is a consolation prize because Shigenda will be the next target. Chasey looking for revenge from that laning phase. Hasn't had the damage just yet, and Shigenda's able to escape for now. The barrel goes forward. While that is happening, Mad Lions are pushing with the super minis into the middle lane. That engage, catching Koi by surprise.
Koi had it, but Mad Lions managing to steal it away at the perfect moment. Carzzy now will fire down onto the Nexus.
It has been a wild ride, but with Koi's Nexus falling, Mad Lions go 3-0 to start Summer.
It hasn't been the smoothest of early games for Mad Lions, but my God, when they get to those later points in the game, are they able to come alive? The hero performance there from Carzzy to push them across the finish line. The fact he was on, that had to be less than 100 HP in that bot lane fight at Dragon, and he manages to just survive.
The ammo usage, the timing on getting red-white in that bottom lane, that was literally the turning point. But I do think you have to theorize a little bit. Koi could have played the side lanes, they could have played for a different objective. I think they committed for the fight. They got punished for that. And that was all the gold and all the timing that Mad Lions need to then start to convert a couple of those skirmishes and team fights later on.
And we called it at the time. I mean, you had the opportunity, you just picked Elyoya, go take Baron. You're going to give up a Dragon, sure, but the Baron is the much bigger prize, especially with the composition that you're playing. You'd already bought the time to play for sides, but they just didn't want to go for it.
Listen, that's the 7th time that Mad Lions and Koi have played one another this year. It's the 6th time the Mad Lions have won. So this year has been very, very one-sided, despite that early game and the advantage Koi were able to generate. If you are on Twitter, at LEC Player of the Game nominees, Elyoya, Nisqy, and Carzzy, I think this is going to be
I wonder who it's going to be.
This is going to be a wash.
I never know.
There is no doubt in my mind. And of course, for Mad Lions, coming off of a disappointing MSI performance, strong starts to the weekend as far as results are concerned. But obviously, we want to see some development and growth at those early games. There have been some weaknesses there.
Yeah, I think that's the big one. If you can try and smooth over that early game, I think you're in a fantastic spot, especially when we see their mid to late game has actually been incredibly strong, especially when they get in towards the team fights. I love what we're seeing here as well with all these different people marking the different angles of attack the Koi were going for. So it's just a case of smooth it over, and you're in a great spot here.
I'm trying to remember, Dector, what did you say about Carzzy as a Aphelios? You're like, he kind of sucks in Aphelios, right? He's bad on the champion.
I said his win rate was low. I chose my words very carefully there, because if he popped off, I was going to be screwed.
I mean, listen, Aphelios doing Aphelios things. He got the right guns at the right time, and then crucially, you saw that multiple members needed to dive onto him. Koi weren't able to do that in the late stages. Mad Lions were able to pick up the win. Right now, Hylissang is standing on stage with trouble.
Thank you very much, Quick Shot. Congratulations, Hylissang. Thank you for joining me on the interview. What a killer weekend. 3-0. A little bit of a sigh of relief?
Yeah, for sure. I think I didn't expect 3-0, honestly, just because I don't think we did that well in practice, so it was kind of a surprise for me. And especially myself didn't play towards my standards. I think I played quite bad. But yeah, I'm happy how the team is playing and how we're team fighting especially. I feel like our coaching staff helped us a lot, and yeah, we're winning games out of it.
Yeah, and that's what I want to ask you about, because when I chatted to Mac, he was like, I went back to MSI and I looked at all the Asian teams, how they were team fighting, how they were setting up for these objectives. Have you seen a lot of these changes implemented this weekend?
Yeah, I think we learned a lot out of the Asian teams and MSI especially. Yeah, I mean, I think we team fight pretty well right now.
You know what? I was watching all of your games, guys, and your early games look a little bit shaky, and your mid-game team fighting is absolutely bomb. Now, last time this happened for Mad Lions, it was 2021, where they took the league by storm. It was the infamous, it's just Mad Lions that come back in the mid-game. Do you agree with that? Is it sort of similar to 2021?
I wouldn't say that much, just because I feel like 2021 Mad Lions played quite well macro game as well. And right now I think we're not at that level. But I do believe that the team fought like very well, and they had like flanks, and I feel like, yeah, I think there was a lot of niche things that they were doing. But yeah, there's always room to improve.
And since there's a lot of things to improve, you've already beaten G2, Vitality, and Koi, 3 of the really big teams that we have here in the league. And your next week looks like Fnatic, Astralis, and Excel. What's your ambition going forward to next week?
I mean, I think we should be able to beat these teams. Even though like Fnatic looks very strong, I feel like we can show a good match, and I guess we'll see who gets the Aphelios and who wins the game alone, you know.
Oh, is it an Aphelios battle? Whoever gets Aphelios wins the game?
Yeah.
Okay, fair enough. Well, you better guys be blue side then, I guess, to be won it. Talking about Fnatic, I'm expecting out of these three teams, Fnatic is the biggest rival that you have next week?
I'm not sure. They just look very, very solid. And I feel like it will be quite a good match.
What do you think is the biggest strength?
Honestly, I didn't see that much games, but I feel like Trimby and Noah like doing very good. And I'm not sure if that's their biggest strength, but it just feels like they're playing way more as a team than before. And this is usually something that is a big strength, so that one.
Absolutely. Aphelios has bailed you out, but he has bailed them out as well, you know? So whoever gets Aphelios next week might just win the game. Thank you very much, Healy. Congratulations again on a killer week. And we're gonna go into a very quick break, but don't go anywhere, because G2 vs Fnatic coming right up.
Carson just asked me, what is the color of your underwear? What?
What is the color of your underwear?
Well, I said pink, but I was lying.
That's a lie.
And he trusted
Are we ready, boys?
Get back to safety, pulled backwards by Shigenda. He's got the damage for the second solo kill and flashes away from the cast.
Not good, not good, not good. I have Kazi, it's a vice. We can win.
Kasante flashed.
Good Karzi. Holy f***. This is it. Oh. This is Dr. Karzi on the beat, boys. Oh my god, what the f***.
Kazi was trying to bait that one forward. Look at Mad Lions. They found the engage. Cyclone into Tippets. Can't let the feathers fly, but it's Mad Lions that are destroying Koi in the mid lane. Danke, Marine. Okay, come up with a new banger copy pasta. Ask that later. Definitely speak to Law about some hair advice. Have a break. Yes.
Even the biggest champ needs a break.
Be on time. Oh.
You think you've seen it all, you've seen nothing yet. I'ma tear down your walls. You think that it's too late to fall in love. I'ma blow you away. Turn around, we only just started. Turn around, the night is still young. Dance with me, I'll make all your wildest dreams come true. Oh baby, I'll be your revolution. Oh, I can feel your Tonight I'll change the rest of your life under the flashing lights. Oh, baby, revolution. No, I can feel your heartbeat in me. You feel so right. Oh, baby, I'll be your revolution. Tonight I'll change the rest of your life under the flashing lights.
Welcome back, everyone, to the LEC and an all-time classic in our league. G2 Esports facing off against Fnatic. And we had a different classic yesterday as we saw Mad go up against G2. So I think we should just take a quick look at the draft and remind ourselves, not that we really need to, because we got to see Caps play Nico. So let's see who he was playing alongside. Nocturne, obviously, in the jungle. That was definitely a popular choice that we've just seen in the last game as well.
It definitely was. And I've seen a lot of Nocturne around the world, but Nocturne just isn't doing it for me. I feel like if you have a good peel-back comp, Nocturne falls off really easily. And in this game, they had Xayah Emilio, which I feel like with Wukong as a disruptor, it's really hard to gap close with the Nocturne. Despite G2 getting ahead in the early mid-game skirmishes, it's great. But once you start falling behind, and even in an even game state, I feel like the Nocturne is just there to press ult. And every time he goes in, he's a basic free kill. So it's almost like a Guardian Angel, 6 seconds of paranoia that doesn't really give you much in the late game.
Yeah, I also just feel like in general yesterday, you know, it's picked into the Xayah. You already knew what was going on. And while you have the tether with the fear that can do something, like if you're quick, it becomes difficult. But to me specifically, he's just one of those champions where either you design him where you have multiple members diving in on the back line and just blow someone up, or you have someone that can actually just have team fighting like they can in flank we've seen with Nocturne. But it didn't work out yesterday, and you can see the damage graph there as well. We had a Matt man on Matt Lions.
Yeah, and G2 was ahead. G2 should have won that game. Like, I think the draft wouldn't have really mattered if they didn't throw it all away, right? These are just the nooks and crannies of G2 just liking to play really high, volatile, like scrappy games. The Lucian army was great. Caps Nico was good again, but they need to clean it up. Other teams like Mad Lions will just play a lot of scaling. You know, Fnatic similarly. Yesterday they played Kindred, Aphelios, Yuumi, and they were just playing to scale. So if you're playing these early to mid-game compositions, there will be holes in your draft the later the game goes on.
And listen, Caps had a lot of fun yesterday on the Nico as well. At times where it looked great, or at times where it looked like this. But even these moments kind of worked out a bit. And I will be honest, I was a bit happier when I saw G2 lose in a way like this. I know that sounds really weird, but it's just due to the fact that it looked happy, right? It was
they always do this.
And it was like, oh, let's push our limits. Let's see how far we can go. This was better than the recent slump we've seen from them. In the recent slump, they didn't look like themselves, specifically Caps as well. But it was a bit more hopeful loss, despite them definitely should have winning this game.
I can see where you're coming from. The only problem I have is like G2 always lose games like this, and every time we're like, oh, their early game's good, their mid game's good, and then they just happy little accident into game, and then you know they'll tweet on social media, haha, we lost again. You know, it's like, come on guys, like let's clean it up and close these games out.
It's such a difficult thing, isn't it? Because we've only got 3 weeks of regular season now that you can't really afford to have Caps having too much fun. But it was really good to see him actually feel that he's establishing himself on a champion again, because that's when we get claps. It just kind of collapsed partway through that game.
It did. And on paper, they are looking like one of the strongest teams in the league, as expected. And that's why I think it's such an important game for Fnatic, because Fnatic have come in with this brand new roster. We've talked about Noah a lot. We've talked about Trimby, who I think has been a pivotal point of this bot lane change, because I feel like you look at Noah, you put the spyglass underneath him and you say, wow, his Aphelios is great. He's come from KT Challengers, all that thing from the LCK, and he's been doing great in the Ultra Liga. How's he going to do on the LEC stage? He does fantastic, but I think Trimby being next to him is so important to that.
Well, let's move on to Fnatic. They're currently 2-0 at the top of the table. So here are some of their voice comms from week 1.
Hello. 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 Look on Xayah, look on Xayah, look on Xayah, look on Xayah. We're fighting with Xayah. Xayah's 1. I'm dead. Xayah's 1 HP, Xayah's 1 HP. We win this fight if you play slow. I'm looking for her, okay? I'm kind of on a mission. Look at me.
No, I'm not going there, okay?
I know.
I go farm.
Yeah, they're trolling. Guys, go, Arya, IV, you can... Okay, nice. fucking go. Nice. Okay, play with Aphelios. Okay, nice.
Go
nice.
back, go back, go back, go
No,
back,
no,
go
no,
back.
no, 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 no.
Okay.
I'm fighting this.
Hey, close to me.
Yes,
Good
yes.
job, good job, good job.
Very beautiful. Rakan is one. Fight. Oh my days! Guys, go. No. Come top. Very important.
I drink water.
Yeah, don't worry. Guys, back. Zeri ult. Back.
Yeah, back.
Okay, play with Cassante. Play. Okay. Oh my god.
I should you?
Holy.
Well, actually, she's
I'm crazy.
Okay, she's dead.
Nice.
It just sounds like they've brought life into the team, hasn't it? I've never heard Trimby not only talk, but swear so much in a single game. And then Noah's just sitting there laughing, being like, haha, okay, I'll drink some water. This team looks like they're having so much fun.
You also just take into context that Trimby is literally playing Yumi here. And when he's like, holy, he's literally just doing nothing and just watching Noah while he's holding in space and him doing things on Aphelios. Like, he's just there for the ride.
Yeah, and Trimby on Koi, oftentimes, I think a lot of the Koi discussion in the off-season, when they made that video, they were like, when you're together in a relationship or you're together for so long, there can be things that kind of rub against each other emotionally and you don't get over problems as quickly, perhaps, and that's something that they struggled with in the team. And Koi removing Trimby makes you think and allude to that problem being him with one of the players or a couple of the players. And so I think that he was going through a tough time in Koi, but now I think that he's in Fnatic and he's got a new environment around him. He's really thriving.
Yeah, but it's not just like Trimby is thriving alone now. It's like this substitution coming in has really brought life to the entire team. And I'm not just talking about voice comms. I'm also talking about the play. Oscar has been phenomenal. Yes, he's played Cassante, but he's looked great doing it as well. And the rest of the team too is really playing. The 2v2 mid jungle is finally working as well. And we didn't see that as consistently in some of the earlier splits too. And it's just everyone has become on the same page in team fights, which was very rare, but they're also hungry, and it also just feels like Trimby is bringing a big voice to the team with how adamant he is at the shot call.
And he's bringing that much needed sense of identity. Oscar yesterday told Trouble, I'm the weak side king, ha 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 ha. He knows what he needs to do for the team. Trimby is also calling the shots now. It felt sometimes like Humanoid wasn't that confident in directing the team, but Trimby clearly from the voice comms knows what the team needs to do.
A lot of things have gone positive for Fnatic. That's why we're highlighting them so much, and I think this is the split they need to pull it together if they want to make top 6, if they want to get to Worlds. G2, although it's a best of one, will be a tough competitor to get through from the get-go. And I think the beauty of all of this is the mid jungle's playing well, yes, but the looking glass has come off Oscar now. I feel like everyone was zooming in on Oscar as this new signing on Fnatic. Is this going to work? And just criticizing all of his mistakes. Now everyone's looking at the bot lane. Oscar's just been chilling. He's doing his job. He's doing well. And I think he's growing throughout the year. So there's so many positives for Fnatic. They just need to keep it going.
That's one of the things that Oscar needed as well. He needed some faith and he needed some time, and Fnatic established that when he came into the team in the spring split. That's what they were going to give him. So despite that shaky start, he knew he had the backing of his team. And now we're clearly seeing it pay off, and we're definitely seeing it pay off, of course, in our old-timers, the mid-jungle, Humanoid and Razo. However, they do have one more match to play. It is against their old adversaries, G2. So who is going to be the victor in this one? We'll soon find out as we head over to Quickshot and Dagda.
Thank you very much, Frankie. Welcome back to the cast today. Hello, BGs and ANBs. I'm Quickshot, joined by Dagda. Fnatic are one win away for going 3-0. The last time that they won more than 3 games in a row was in spring. Winter Correction, 4 games in a row. So getting there, I think listening to Trimby and looking at how he and Noah interacting, I think part of the reason Trimby could talk quite as much as he did, even though we know he's a loud player, I do think playing Yumi helps a little bit, because you do end up being that commander overseer type.
Yeah, you don't have to think about what your hands are doing, so you have more time for just voicing. That's how it works. But I gotta say, this is the first time in a long time I am so excited for Fnatic.
Beat G2? Can they beat G2?
That's the question. I'm so ready. We gotta find out.
Way. They can, but will they? We'll find out as you load into drafts. G2 Esports bouncing back from a defeat yesterday. I don't want to say it was entirely Caps' fault, but I do think it was that Nico control ward engage 4v5 that cost them yesterday. I do, however, love, I think Dragos was saying a little bit like G2 limit testing a little, like feeling Nico out. Losing 1 game for a team that is already in the season finals, not the end of the world. I think coming up against Fnatic, G2 will definitely have a point to prove, especially after yesterday. So if Fnatic pull this off, not only are you excited to watch it, as am I, Dagda, it is going to be probably against a fired up and a focused G2.
Yeah, I think that's the big question here, especially you see OG2. Like, yes, they're already there in the season finals, but I think the big question mark here is, well, sorry, not the question mark. They know that this team really wants to make sure that they can actually win the split again. This is a team that wants to win everything, not just show up at one time.
Completely agree. And Berlin! Yumi is banned! Come on, ladies, gentlemen, and everybody else. We had a little bit of a interesting game between Koi and Mad. The two new kids on the block, the two new kind of powerhouses. Now we got the classics, predate both of those respective orgs. Yumi, Blitzcrank, Vi removed. Draven LeBlanc, I'm anticipating Melio to be this final ban. It is not. So what does Mickey prioritize? Do they go for that first pick? Do they feel comfortable running something like Rakan or something like that?
Melio, Nico, they're the two that I'm keeping my eyes on right now, because it is going to be the Melio on that bottom side. But I mean, look, I think Melio is just such a strong champion, and something as well. Like, Hansam has literally just played Lucian every single game so far, so I think it's going to be a similar point, but it's actually going to be the Lucian taken away here. By Noah and Trimby, they want to try and move away from being this late game scaler to going, hey, look, we can also play for these lane advantages. So Nico, Lucian, Nami, going to be the 3 picks here for Fnatic. And now it's a question mark of Hans Sama. Do you want to go for the Aphelios, or what is going to be the game plan here? What do you just want to go Xayah? Like, do you want to try and match it early? But looks like instead it'll be G2 going to go for that late game scaling.
Is Lucian Nami in the hands of Noah and Trimby to be able to stand up to Hansama and Mickey? It would be a hell of a statement for the two new members on the Fnatic squad to theoretically have this lane dominant duo, and let's just live in the world where they can take control, because I think it will be crucial. You cannot allow Emilio and Aphelios to scale up into that late game at all.
But I think the thing is as well, it actually gives you like a certain amount of range to try and play around in these fights as well. Like the Lucian could land out stuff with the culling if you're an Aphelios, but now you've actually got to run into a Nami wave. You've got to run into a Nico as well. So at least for Fnatic, they have an opportunity to try and set themselves up nicely for team fights here if they want to try and go for something along those lines. Even when you look at like junglers, I imagine going to be the point of access here for G2, making sure you get rid of like Wukongs and that kind of stuff. So then you're not just lending yourself even more to this Fnatic composition, having a good amount of kite back potential.
Well, what are the other options then? If that Wukong, the likes of Sejuani, options that could be removed. You also need to look at these solo laners here. With LeBlanc removed from the pool, as well as that Jace now. Kindred the next ban. So one of those additional tools that can be hugely problematic. Makes it even harder, obviously, if someone jumps forward. But Fnatic, one more ban here before we start to look at this next phase. So junglers, because I'm assuming that Nico's going to go mid lane. Could go jungle as well, actually thinking about it a little bit more.
Yeah, I mean, it can be, but I imagine it is going to go into mid lane for Humanoid. I still think if you get the opportunity as Razork to go for something like the Wukong, you can. And I think Razork has had a phenomenal weekend. In both games that we've seen him, he's gotten control early. He's been ganking mid, he's been ganking bot, making sure that he's consistently able to get control of the early stages for Fnatic and then lean into that late game. So it's actually going to be the Nocturne taking off the board, so G2 not wanting to get that combo across. But I think this sets up nicely then for the Wukong pick.
If you were to be a little bit judgy, do you think Wukong would have been a stronger ban? I mean, obviously, if Razork ends up going Viego instead, kind of removes that from the equation somewhat. Again, another champion that can both go forward and backwards. I also think the idea of stealing the Aphelios can be helpful too.
Yeah, I think this is Razork saying, hey, look, I think I can have a bigger impact pre-level 6 with the Viego and trying to get our lanes ahead, because I think you trying to look for early skirmishes, trying to look for early duels against the Maokai alongside this Nico having shove in the mid lane. But I think the biggest problem then is as you start to lean into these later game fights, there's no one really to try and block up something like the Maokai ultimate. The advantage you have with a Wukong is you can use his clone to disengage that, but you can see G2 we're going, hey look, we're going to put 2 mega tanks in front of you. We're going to have this Aphelios with Milio doing a ton of damage from long range as well, thanks to the buff from Milio. So as long as you can have something safe, like maybe even an Ahri, or maybe not an Ahri, but like something along these lines that's just a safe mid lane. Okay, so it is going to be the Ahri, but something just a safe mid laner that can play for team fights, that can try and like follow up and just set up this Aphelios is going to be perfect.
Well, there we go. With that Ahri now locked in, the question will be, what does it get locked in here for this top lane here for Oscarinen? He knows he's running into K'Sante. He knows he's got that front line to deal with. And the early game is going to be so intriguing and interesting here for me. I think obviously you start to get terrified once you see K'Sante, Maokai, Aphelios start to scale up, backed up by the Emilio, and with Malphite locked in, I mean, this could not be a more clear game plan from Fnatic.
Yeah, I think you really did need some sort of big engage tool here and even a front line for Fnatic. So I do like the Malphite pick, especially when you look at the damage there as well. Heavily on the AD focus here. Yes, you've got like AP mid jungle, which is going to help out to a certain extent, but the large portion of this damage is going to be coming from Hansama. Now, again, with the item changes that we saw to AD carries, because it's Milio plus like Ardent Sensor and these kind of things, you do get a bit of mixed damage coming through from Hansama, but I still think the Malphite going to work out really well here and just enable now things like the Viego to follow up, the Nico to get in range, and even Nami tidal waves to follow up.
Help me understand if this is a fair statement or not.
Okay.
I think this game will revolve around whether or not Fnatic can find and shut down Hansama.
Yes.
And if he's got fancy footwork, can use the Cassandra and the Maokai to stay safe, it becomes real scary for Fnatic.
Yeah, 100%. Like, Lucian, Nami, you are playing to win lane, especially with the rest of the composition, win the mid game as well. So if you do not get the ball rolling for Fnatic, it's lights out and G2 can just scale to infinity.
Berlin, I have a question for you. Do you think Fnatic goes 3-0? Make some noise if you think Fnatic will close this one out. If they are cheering over that, didn't quite hear the question. A lot of G2 fans shaking their head as we load up onto the Rift. But G2 taking on Fnatic. Let's go! Summer's Rift, G2 vs Fnatic. Okay, so just quickly. That's a Fnatic chant with a lot of volume. A lot of volume.
I mean, let's be real, Fnatic hasn't had a lot to get excited about for a while, so I'm kind of jumping on the bandwagon here as well. Fnatic have been looking damn good, and I'm so excited to see now what Noah and Trimby can do here. They've been such a focus for this new Fnatic, and now staying away from the Aphelios, going for this early aggression. We have to see if this look is going to look good for Fnatic.
Listen, Dagda, you needed to listen to the last words I said after yesterday's games. I said, do not get excited for Fnatic yet. It's 2 games.
I know.
However, I do think it is entirely fair to say that this is the best look that we've seen in a while. And from the play that has looked good, I think it is the most excited that I have been for the squad. 2 first strikes there on the side of Fnatic. Noah and Trimby almost ran into Hansama and Mickey. And I will just say that today in Berlin, the Fnatic fans are significantly louder than G2. There was an attempt at a G2 call just a moment ago. And I am so happy to be riling everybody up. But Dagda, let's follow Razor. Let's talk about whether or not what the decision-making can actually help him find a lead there for Humanoid or Noah or Trimby, because this Viego, I think, as you mentioned, has the possibility to come online earlier.
Yeah, and I think the big factor that we've seen for Razor, and keep talking about it in interviews, is the fact that Trimby now coming into the team has taken a lot of that shot calling away from Razor in the early stages. So he's been much more able to just focus on his own game plan. And we've seen the results. He's been so good at getting into these lanes and affects them early, even having some super creative pathing on the Kindred yesterday, like hopping over Dragon Wall, then hop over the Scuttle Crab Ward to get everything that he needed done. So I'm expecting Razor here to try and see if he can have that moment where immediately moving down towards his bot side, he should be separated from Yike, who's going to move up towards his top end. And after you start to get this first reset in, what can he do? Although, as I say that, Yike, maybe look for something a little bit different. Was considering going to the bot lane, but not actually going to go for anything here.
Not just yet. Razork, by the way, currently moving towards his blue buff. Like just throwing out some of those visions with a sapling toss. We caught a quick glimpse there of Oscarina being pushed in by Broken Blade. I'll take a quick moment to be selfish. That Shamrock Malphite skin was the first skin I ever purchased in League of Legends, back when I played Malphite AP mid lane in 2011. So a long, long time ago. Oscarina right now, under threat and under pressure.
So do you feel devalued now that Chromas just exist? And you could have just
hugely I'm tilted. And of course, Hansama right now pushing into Trimby. But of course, now joined by Shamrock Wilder himself, you know? It brings pride to Islands. All right, Razok, is there any shenanigans afoot? The tower is obviously a consideration. The wave is pushing. A little bit towards Hansama, but he steps right into the stun. Ghost has been used. Mickey chunked down from the Lightbringer. Healing Ghost used. Hansama stepped up just a few seconds too early. They fancying a dive, Dagda.
Yeah, you've got no help here. Even the mid lane is pushed in. Razork just trying to keep Hansama and Mickey away from the turret. You either lose your life or you lose this wave, and it's no good spot for G2 at all.
Okay, they haven't got the kill, but they will be able to put damage. They will be able to deny CS. It's a +7 for now. And that, like, you're talking seconds difference. Hansama was just moving up toward that tri-bush, gets jumped on by the Blade of the Rune King. And Oscarinin actually trading well into Broken Blade, but here comes Yike. And Torfot strikes forward as well as the footwork, and Oscarinin forced to flash away to safety. So it is a juicy target, and that's kind of what you expect. Season 1 champ versus Season 13 champ.
Razork's not done, though. He wants to immediately go mid for caps.
Channeling, channeling, channeling. Looking for the CC. He finds it. Connects. Flashes away to safety. Human's got the flash to chase. The root comes up with a knockback from Yike. Sapling toss will slow down any further chase, and Yike forced a flash for his life. Fnatic have come out swinging.
But this is what we were talking about for Razork specifically. He's been so good at getting into these lanes and affecting them. Bot lane now in favor of G2. Mid lane should be good as Razork just manages to dodge away from that charm. But Caps forced away from the mid lane tower. Fnatic controlling the early game.
500 gold lead for now. Summoner spells blown aggressively, but crucial to acknowledge. Razork and Humanoid not finding any further kills with that. Top lane under some threat. Recall is interrupted. Oscarinin spin the disc, bro. 5 seconds on the cooldown, can't chase him further.
Razork, though, hasn't gone for the reset. Took the Raptors and now wants boss.
All right, let's find the CC. Has to connect. Mickey still got that flash available to him. Hansama holding on to it. Does flash away. Doesn't get caught out by that Aqua Prison. And all of a sudden, Fnatic maintain these minor advantages, but it hasn't conceded a kill yet for G2.
You can see the game plan here, though, already for Fnatic. You see the Razork goes towards the Raptors as they respawn on Yike's side. So now Yike has less opportunity to actually stick around on this bottom side. And you've got options here as Razork could start to actually teeter down into this bottom side if he wants to. But I think the most likely game plan here is Raptors into Wolves, into Grugs, and into your From, and then try and make a play onto bot side with a dive again as that wave is about to crash from the rest of Fnatic.
Okay, I want to set some kind of objectives here for Fnatic's comp. I understand what I'm about to say is a little bit reductive, but I feel that Fnatic have to generate a lead. I think it has to be a fairly sizable one with this comp going into the mid game for me to fully believe they can close out against Cassante, Maokai, Aphelios. So I want you to keep an eye on that and tell me, like, if you think they're generating enough advantages, because Razork has got a lot of summoners blown but hasn't found those kills. It's actually a minor CSE for Hansama right now. The fact they're even in the bottom lane, despite the pressure, is a good thing. And Humanoid, on the other hand, he does have a significant advantage thanks to those ganks mid lane.
But this is what we were talking about. I think with this wave that's about to crash, there's an opportunity for Razork to try and come down again into this bottom side of the map. That's why you can see him immediately moving down. Spent a little bit of time onto the top side, so won't be able to pick up his Gromp en route, but still an opportunity. May just turn towards the Dragon, though, as he don't really have full control over mid and maybe worried about Caps trying to match any sort of play on bottom side.
I love potential Dragon stacking here for Fnatic. I think they do need a little bit of scaling in their back pocket. Also, if they can secure an early Dragon, use that Lucian Nami and the advantage mid lane, that's how you can pull G2 towards you. Make the map smaller, make them group up, and then your Nico and Malphite engages jumping onto Hansam will be huge. He's still flashless, by the way. Noah's got the flash and the cleanse available to him. Dragon once again started by Razork. Oscarinin gets pulled backwards, a lot of damage secured, time to go all out, and the force was unstoppable in retreat. Noah and Trimmy just trying to prevent G2 from interrupting this Dragon. Down to 1,000 HP, should be secured by Razork.
You can see, though, because G2 are trying to play in the defensive, Fnatic are kind of getting to pull them multiple different directions. Caps had to try and cover a potential Dragon initially or a dive on bot side, so it gives Humanoid the opportunity to shove in mid. Now, because Caps is pulled back to mid, that's when Fnatic actually take the Dragon. So at the moment, Fnatic playing well around the advantages that they've set up. It's just a case of trying to keep this pressure up and available. And again, a lot of that is coming from Razork, who just hasn't quite resulted in a kill yet.
Not yet. Also, look at the itemization difference in this bottom lane. Berserker's Goose for Hansama, as well as the Longsword BF and Longsword for Noah. So he's going to be relying on that movement speed from the ebb and flow, as well as Lucian's dash on the E, to be able to get the damage done. If any CC lands on Hansama, I think he is in a lot of trouble because of that disparity with the BF sword. And right now, it's Mickey that's taking the brunt of it.
And I think that's why you go for the boots in the early stages, try and dodge away from a lot of what Trimby's offering, but we do have to look up towards the top side of the map as...
Oh, waiting to see if the Cozy Campfire will help out. Aqua Prison comes back and Hans Summer just shreds through Trimby, turning him to sushi.
I didn't expect Hans Summer to just be able to rip through him like that, but immediately G2 have it. They're also on towards the Rift Child and Razork. Can he try and get in here? Oscar and stops the reset.
I mean, you can see the difference there. Berserker's Greaves allowing him to chase. Razork interrupted. Nature's Grasp thrown down. Humanoid coming to back up. Pop Blossom available. And Yike has been able to escape. Humanoid flashes, gets the knockup, gets the tangled Bob, and Yike flashes to safety. Heartbreaker used from Razork and Heartbreak for Fnatic. They do not get the kill. Yike escapes with his life.
And G2 win on both sides. They manage to get away. They get the Rift Herald. You get that play on the bottom side as well for Hans Sama. And now they're just in such a commanding position. You needed this early Rift Herald as Fnatic to try and start to snowball this game, try and use the fact they know was getting some chip damage onto that bot side turret, but not having that available now just buys a lot of time for G2 to continue stacking up this Aphelios.
I mean, the kill secured in the hands of Hans Summer's Aphelios. He was able to dodge the Aqua Prison. That would have been the difference maker for Trimby. And that means that it's G2 sitting even. They've got the potential to unlock more gold with a plate gank. And Razork's looking for the first kill here for Fnatic. This should be easily secured, and it is. Goes the way of Razork. Fnatic even out the kills.
Yeah, and at least going over towards the Viego as well should be good. I wasn't sure if Razork was going to be able to make much happen, especially since he'd burned his flash in that last engage, but no, it doesn't matter. They're able to pick up that kill. And now again, though, I think for G2, it's a case of top lane's gone a bit awry. Doesn't matter too much. We need to try and focus on this bottom side. As long as you can try and make sure that this Aphelios is going to be staying out of harm's way, you're in all right shape. Cap's starting to lean up towards this top side. We'll just get some vision down. Wants to try and see if he can spot out where Razork is going to be in the next couple of moments.
I think it's very important to note that Humanoid still got that big lead in the middle lane. Plus 20 CS for now. Cap's not going the same route as Larson in the previous game. Larson rushed that static shift first item. Not going to be the case right now. And for Humanoid, I do think if he's able to be one of those tool makers, it'll be up to Humanoid and Oscar to buy a little bit of time here for Noah, because Noah and Trimby, they've not built up the lead that you would have hoped for from a Lucian Nami duo.
Especially when they got that early assist,
yes.
You know, pushing off on Sam and Mickey. You kind of expect them to be able to do a little bit more, but you can see how scared they are with this Milio there. This Milio is just so incredibly strong alongside something like an Aphelios, because it does give you that increased range, the shield giving you the increased movement speed, plus the damage to boot, so it can be incredibly difficult, which is why I think we need to see Razork now starting to try and get in onto this bottom side. But you can look at where Yike is, the Demonic Embrace now completely, he's going to move in towards this bottom side as well. As long as they can, again, just match a lot of what Razork is doing, they're going to be in a good spot.
Culling is available. Hansama steps forward. Cozy Campfire is down. Here comes Razork, channeling it up. Waiting for the CC, finds it. They arrive from Humanoid, won't be able to find the Pop Blossom. Tidal Wave didn't do enough. Noah has held the trigger on the culling. And Oscarinen has TP up, so if they continue to apply pressure, there is another tool, but another attempt is made, and an unsuccessful one for Fnatic.
A lot invested by Fnatic to make that play happen. Caps is going to get that play in the mid lane. You already burnt everything by Trimby as well. Flash gone again on towards the Nami, so without getting much, G2 are going to be happy to capitalize. Don't forget, Rift Herald is here for Yike as well. This could be the mid lane turret going down.
I mean, so Humanoid commits the TP. They lose the flash on Trimby. Hansama did need to flash to safety, so that was really the only advantage you can speak of. Noah has got himself the Gale Force and those free-ass boots for now, so we need to see whether or not that itemization advantage can be used, because for the time being, Razork has ganked, what, 2-3 times in the bottom lane, and it hasn't built that lead, so we're dead even at 12 minutes. So as the kills and the goals are concerned, we are 5 seconds from the next dragon, and it looks like G2 want to at least contest this one. They were trying to contest the first.
I like the call here from G2 though. Get mid.
Let's take a look here. Yike, Nature's Grasp is available. Oscarinen can TP in. So can Broken Blade. Teleport's being channeled. 1, 2. Dragon's down to 1200. Razork goes forward. The dragon is secured by G2. Now the fight breaks out, and the first target is going to be Razork. He's taken down. Noah gets his first of the game. The culling chipping away. Unstoppable force at the ground slam. And Oscarinen takes down Caps. It's 1, 2, 3, 4 members dead. 5 Fnatic members is killed.
G2 were angry after yesterday, and Fnatic are the ones that are on the punishing block. They try to go for the dragon. G2 had control of mid, and the play is snuffed out immediately by G2.
Man, that just did not work out at all. Dragon secured 3 kills for Hans Summer. Plates picked up, and a 2,500. I mean, Dagda, where did it all go so wrong?
The big play was Humanoid trying to get onto Mickey, on towards the TP coming in, but they're not able to do anything, right? Because immediately as this happened, Mickey flashed away, Caps manages to get the W to walk out, and then Hans Sama managed to walk the entire way around, so they deal with the mid lane, and this is the 2 big beefcakes we were talking about, with K'Sante and the Maokai to buy a ton of time in that front line, and from that point forward, G2 are just slowly able to work their way through. Noah, yes, he had the Gale Force completed. This is where you're supposed to be strongest, but if the team fight isn't set up properly for you, there's very little you can do.
No, it didn't lay that CC at all. I think Trimby's tidal wave was on cooldown. Wasn't available to, layer it and try and help out. Had the tidal wave been thrown down to be a disrupting force, then the Pop Blossom could have been layered. It wasn't. So that means Fnatic lose the Dragon, lose the fight, and now you've already got a very fed Aphelios in that bottom lane.
Yeah, I think it's also kind of where you can see yes, Nico can be this great engage tool, but she does have to kind of give herself away a little bit when she goes in, and teams can react. Humanoid may not react though.
All right, waiting for the charm to come out here from Caps, uses that second Spirit Rush and does connect. Doesn't have enough damage just yet as the clone comes forward. One last dash under the tower available. Humanoid had the flash, was confident that he wasn't going to get taken down by Caps just there, and manages to get back to tower.
And this is why I wanted to come back to this point, is like, I think if you end up having Oskirnen come in and he is the main engage tool, then it becomes easier for Humanoid to try and follow up on these engages. But if Humanoid is trying to get these flash plays, and it's also him available as Nico, it becomes very much easier for G2 to react to that. So I think taking a step back here is Fnatic, playing these fights slower, will end up playing off of them. But it's now these skirmishes once more where G2 have looked strong all weekend, and they're starting to come back once more.
Yeah, of course, Teleport was available there for Humanoid. I held my breath wondering if Fnatic wanted to contest this, and it kind of looks like they want to. If the CC can land, all the ultimates are available here on the side of Fnatic, and they are looking for the fight.
Yeah, I think it's just trying to keep Caps interested. They don't know exactly where the RE is. They don't want to full commit for this, which is why they're playing so safe, but they could even push in onto that bot lane turret. Humanoid going to reset though. Now this is going to turn into a fight.
Watch Oscar. Unstoppable forces available. Hans Summer, no flash. Nature's Grasp thrown out. Needs to be countered with a tidal wave, and it is. Oscar cannot even channel the ultimate. Another kill for Hans. The Pop Blossom comes out, but the red-white means that G2 have won yet another fight. The re-engage goes forward for Zorki, at least gets something back, but more kills go the way of G2, and they are in absolute control. They've got the Herald to boot.
Fnatic were all over the place in that call. Was Humanoid going for bot terror? Was he resetting the TP in? And by the time they actually decided, G2 had already pulled the trigger. Oskirnen was out of the equation as Fnatic tried to make that play, and despite a really cool Pop Blossom coming in from Humanoid, it's not enough. Like, watch here, right? As we're starting to come in, now we're getting the TP just to mid lane. And G2 immediately see that. They're like, cool, we're going to toss at the Maokai ultimate. We can kill the Malphite before he really gets a chance to do anything. And knowing this fight isn't really able to follow up onto this equation. So Razork immediately tries to make things happen by ulting in, but it doesn't matter. You're able to deal with this, with Humanoid in the backline as G2, and then it's just a case of having that chase down. Noah will escape with a nice cleanse, but everything else goes completely downhill.
And I think I just have this nagging voice in the back of my head that I think Fnatic needed to pull the trigger first, especially because they were behind in gold already. I know Oscar, had he jumped on Hans Sama, there was no guarantee he would be there. Humanoid wasn't immediately nearby, but they need to prevent it. They need to slow down, because now that Broken Blade and Caps are in such a great position, they are taking over the game.
Screw Broken Blade and Caps. You got a 2,000 gold lead in Hans Sama. When you talked about like getting this early lead for Fnatic, it's completely gone out the way. So for now, G2, they just have to play this nice and slow. Let Hans Sama do his job.
The thing that I'm scared about Fnatic here is that even if they can commit and throw everything down onto a flashless Aphelios, which could have happened, they then still have to clear everything else up, right? Okay, so we have a very brief pause in the action here. Can I take a look at the standings really quickly? Because Fnatic obviously 2-0 to start out Summer. Looking good, looking confident. I actually like the concept that they had with this comp. Weren't able to build a lead. You can see Mad Lions 3-0. Some Heretics could also go 3-0. And if Fnatic somehow bounce back, could be at the top of the table. But the way it's looking now, G2 may want to balance out the weekend, go 2-1. Thank you, production team, as G2 are now going to push this lead even further. 6,000 gold up. Dragon number 2. like you said, a very fed Aphelios, 5-0-3, 2 items completed, and he's got both of his sums.
And it's just the fact that none of these plays went correctly for Fnatic in the early stages. A couple of tidal waves going wide, a couple of bubbles not connecting, or even Razork been quite able to finish off the damage that he needed to. Now G2 are in a fantastic spot. They're going to be able to take over Humanoid.
Well, Charm will connect. The root does too. Yikes, Nature's Grasp, perfectly planned. And that will be Humanoid rooted up, kill secured. It's Hunt Summer that gets it.
Of course he does. Of course he does. 6-0 now on this Aphelios, and you can see an attempted play from Fnatic in the mid lane to try and match the counter push, but there's nothing they can do. And now G2, they have control over mid, they have control on bot, another tower goes over, and this is 19 minutes. Baron hasn't even spawned, and they're already getting these tier 2s.
I mean, the game has just been so accelerated because of how many kills each of the fights secured, right? It was around a dragon, was around the herald, have been used very, very well. Look at that goal difference in less than 4 minutes.
Yeah. And it's been really good stuff to see from G2. Again, this has kind of been where they have actually been really good is, okay, let's try and take skirmishes around the Rift Tower, let's set up nice and early for it, play for these team fights, and then make it really difficult for teams to actually play in. At least now the Nico's on the opposite team, so we won't have Caps trying to make any sort of funky plays, so they can try and play this out nice and slow, but I think they've learned their lesson from yesterday, and as long as they can now shift their attention up towards topside with Hansama, keep Broken Blade with having pressure in the mid lane, you can start to get more of these outer towers, secure vision for things like the Baron that's up, and just make it impossible for Fnatic to play at this game.
I mean, it feels that way already. 7,000 gold to lead, 2 dragons, 4 towers secured already to nothing. Caps will now be the target. Multiple members of Fnatic moving forward, but they just can't get close up. He has Flash, he has Spur Rush. You're not going to commit to anything further. If there is a silver lining, and if there's a tiny bit of hope, Fnatic need to get those bounties on those outer turrets. They have to claw back this gold deficit. The only thing is, even if they do that, my head is telling me that scaling is in favor of G2, and I think their comp is a little easier to play out as well.
You definitely have the wombo combo potential for Fnatic, which might happen here.
Well, we're going to find out. Tangle Bombs goes out. Sante goes unstoppable for a moment or two. Oscar in it. Where is that unstoppable force? Razork running for his life. Fnatic are split. Pop Blossom Flash can be triggered from Humanoid. Won't be able to do so yet. Razork stepping forward. They fancy a fight. It has to work. Oscar's looking for a juicy target. I'm waiting. I'm waiting. Flash art. Flash art. Flash art. Cozy Campfire goes forward. Fnatic, remember, they're 7,000 gold down. G2 are respecting the engage. They are respecting the possibility, and that's why they're backing away. The Fnatic have been able to actually use the threat of the engage to unlock the tower. Moonlight Vigil not going to do a whole lot, and now all of a sudden, it's the re-engage. Razork ults over the wall to safety. They get the tower. Well, down that amount of gold, I think both teams doing the right thing with their respective comps.
Would have been dangerous for G2 engage there, though. You didn't have Broken Blade there, no TP available, and it was still 4 versus 5, so just managing to get away from that is still Razork, but...
Oh, G2 pulling the Fnatic Death Rush! The charm connects! Oscar flashes defensively, waiting for the engage. Humanoid can go forward, hunts. Gale forces in! Doesn't manage to pick up the kill! The all-out does, however, with Hunt Summer down. The kill was secured. The second followed up by Fnatic. Broken Blade is on the hunt. He's looking for Humanoid and he finds him. Caps now stepping away. It's a 2-for-2. Follow Noah. Razork is going to be the first target. Caught out by the grass, charmed in place. Now Noah trying to dash to safety, flashing off the relentless pursuit as well. Aqua Prison stops more. 3-for-2. This is not bad for Fnatic considering how far they are behind.
But when the play went their way initially, picking off Hansama, the fact that you're able to get those kills back as G2 is honestly impressive. Like, the main source of your damage was gone, but you're still able to turn it around, and this was just a big mistake coming through from Hansama. Like, great charm, great setup here. Skirn forced to flash away, and he's like, okay, I can get enough damage with the Gale Force, but Gale Force now doing that AD damage as Skirn has a ton of armor, so you end up just giving out that little bit too much. Even Humanoid flashing forward to predict the flash coming through from Hansama. But this is where you you should have just backed away, right? Humanoid, unfortunately, because he's gone that deep, he's already gone that bit too far. And I think maybe if they get that stun onto Caps, they can turn it, but it actually gives an opportunity here for G2 to reassess the situation, turn it around, and Fnatic are running for the hills.
Well, Fnatic, of course, still significantly far behind. 20 seconds for the next Drake. 2 already picked up by G2. Keep your eyes on those cooldowns. 3 seconds for Unstoppable Force. 6 for Humanoid Pop Blossom. And they're now starting to back away. Caps looking for a charm. This G2 are in this middle lane, and Dagda. Fnatic, I think, understand, or Fnatic feel that the only way they can claw this deficit back is by going for those fights. 2 items have been picked up for Humanoid and Noah. And G2 at least are playing the spacing game, the zoning, playing the distance very well.
They're playing midway very well. It's a case of, hey, look, we know that if you don't have control of River, you can't really contest this on mid push. So they push mid in. That gives them access to River. You can't blind face check this as Fnatic. So Fnatic basically try to run topside and go, look, they have Dragon. Maybe we can bait them into some sort of play at Baron, but even then, their confidence is shy, and they will end up backing away, giving G2 control of the area. Maybe a Trimby as well.
Ooh, manages to complete that recall. 24 minutes in. Gold lead is still the same. Look at the vision, by the way. G2 Esports have littered the map on Fnatic's side of the rims. Baron is starting to be burned down. 8,000 hit points. Razork, no flash available. Can get over the wall with the ult. Oscar's got that available to him. Caps won't find the charm. And now G2 a little bit split up. Hunt Summer, no flash available to him. He's backed out from the pit. Follow Oscar. He's trying to tag Baron, keeping it low. We're in a shenanigans situation. Tidal Wave could be crucial. Roots onto Broken Blade. Oscar's holding. The ult actually uses it defensively. Baron now down to 2,000. Get inside the pit. It's stolen! It's stolen by Fnatic! But how many can keep the buff? Humanoid channels the Pop Blossom. Buys enough time for a few more members of Fnatic to run away. But Caps is dashing forward. Finds the charm to Oscar. He's being chunked down and burned down. Hansama doesn't pull the Moonlight Vigil. Okay, Baron secured. It remains on 3. Fnatic need to use all of those buffs to buy time and to farm up because they are still behind in this game.
But what time are they trying to buy? Yeah. You can already see the Aphelios is starting to come online, and the fact that Oscarnan has to try and go defensively with that ultimate, that's the go button for G2. They know they're safe now to go into the pit as long as they can keep eyes on Humanoid, and great steal from Razork will stop G2 from being able to use this Baron buff to secure themselves some things like the Dragon Soul that's going to be up in a moment's time. But G2, like, they're still winning these team fights. They're still coming out with better positioning, and it's Fnatic a little bit late to so many of these plays that are coming back to bite them.
This has been a beautiful game to watch and to cast because I do think Fnatic had successful attempts early. Razork has been really impressive this weekend across all 3 games. However, they were not quite good enough, quite successful enough to find the kills to push that lead further. The reply from G2 in all the skirmishes and fights has been great, and you can see how much respect they are playing Fnatic's composition.
And that's the thing, this is the biggest factor that we've seen from G2 all weekend long, is how good they are at setting up for these objectives. It's earlier resets, it's getting vision beforehand, playing for your midway priority, playing for, if you're going for first Rift Tower, top lane priority first as well. They're dotting their I's across the T's every step of the way, and then it's kind of forcing teams into these uncomfortable spots where they're not quite all as one to go for plays, but now with the Baron buff up and with waves in their favor, Fnatic are grouped up and are trying to see if they can push in, but G2 looking to respond.
Well, let's find out. Razork going forward. G2 can pull the trigger on the engage if they want to. Keep in mind, Caps is not there, but neither is Oscar in it. They're in the top lane. Baron empowered minions helping a little. That's the pullback onto Razork. He uses the ult defensively. Continuing to run that Moonlight Vigil has done so much. Hansama's Gale Force brings home another. And Broken Blade picks up the second of the fight. Blast Cone to try and chase down. He's found Noah, stabbing him in the face, but the damage reply is gigantic. Noah, as well as Razork, pick it up. The chase over the wall, and Razork continues to run. Flash now used and committed. While all of that was going on, Oscar was forced away from that top lane, and Caps continues to apply pressure. Another skirmish and win here for G2.
Especially when they get this top tier 2 as well for it. Oscarnan doesn't really have any way to deal with Caps, doesn't have the wave clear either, and if you ever try to engage on Caps, it's like, cool, well, I'm just going to end up ulting away as well, and it'll be totally fine. So see Oscarnan trying to get that poke, but I mean, you can see it there, it's next to nothing, so you're kind of safe here as Caps to just keep up this pressure, but the rest of your team is doing the work.
He's a glorified minion buff bot in this 1v1 for now. Because obviously Oscar's primary job will be in those team fights to single out one of those members, but look at this. I love how aggressively Broken Blade and Hansama are working together in this comp.
It's tanked. The fact that you've got no real frontline here for Fnatic is the biggest problem. So as soon as G2 go in, they're like, hey, look, you can wail on us as much as you want, but your frontline is going to disappear way faster than ours is if we're just going to hit for tat. So the entire way through now, Fnatic, they're pushed back. G2 were able to follow up nicely, and look, Broken Blade does go that bit too far here. It is a bit of a shutdown there, going over to Noah, 900 gold total, so that'll do nicely. But again, You're a Lucian versus an Aphelios. You're going even on items. This Aphelios has already crested 3.5. He's just in the driver's seat.
It's just like you said, tank diff. Not only are you even on items, but the gold difference, the gold lead, the kill lead. More importantly for me, there's a Maokai, a Milio, and a Cassante sitting in front of that Aphelios. So it's so much, I use this term loosely, so it's so much easier for Hans Summer to play this game out when G2 are on the offensive. Obviously, when they're playing defensive backing away, you have to respect that Nico and that Malphite engage.
And I think that's why Milio is such a good first pick in the drafts we're seeing at the moment, because he's just so flexible. You want to pair him with the Lucian, go aggressive, fantastic, he's there. That's why you had to see Fnatic take it away, but actually TP coming through here.
Oh, Chomp's gonna interrupt it. What was Humanoid trying to do? Get in behind the Dragon Pit. G2 4 members inside the river. Caps is a little bit separated. Aqua Prison catches one, but there's no further commit. Caps almost blows up Trimby, but he's taken down. The CC reply is too much to deal with. They've lost Oscar once again. No ultimate used, no flash used. And inside the pit, the Dragon's down to 2,000 and will be secured. That's the Ocean Soul going the way of G2. In addition to the gold lead, in addition to the tower lead, and Humanoid will just get popped. Moonlight Vigil finds another. Hans Summer, 10 kills, 1 dead, 8 assists.
Humanoid runs over a sapling as he's trying to escape, which just gives enough of a slow for the Gale Force to come through. And then sniped down by Hans Summer as well. G2 are looking damn good.
Noah will be killed for the first time in the LEC this game. Fnatic are likely to lose this game for the first time in Summer. 2 members standing against 4. G2 pushing forward. Nexus turret number 1 is being focused. Oscar in it, still got the ultimate. It's flashed away from Hans Summer, escaped, and Rozok is forced to run for his life. And now Oscar is just bounced and bopped backwards and forwards. The Nexus turret falls. G2 will be content with the control that they have. This has been breakneck pace. 29 kills in 30 minutes. 5 dragons, 9 towers. And it has just been fight after fight after fight.
And G2, that's where they've been strongest. They've been really impressed with the way they're able to set up team fights over the majority of the weekend. Yes, we had some funny business yesterday, but Noah.
Oh, Mickey in a little bit of trouble, but so is Razork now. He's running for his life and will be run down and chopped down once again by Hans Summer. His 11th of the game. Broken Blade looking to hold in place as many members of Fnatic as he can. All of a sudden, it's a 3 versus 5. Oscar, no ult, no flash, nothing left to play with as a Malphite. There's a minion wave congas its way forward. G2 Esports will look to kill Trimby or Noah one last time. The Nexus is being focused. 25 kills, a bloodbath, and a slaughter of Fnatic. And they kill him one more time. They're going for it. They want to ruin his KDA. Dagda. Instead, G2 will close it out, taking down Fnatic.
A statement game from G2 there. Incredible stuff. Playing for those early skirmishes, playing for the team fight, not falling victim to any of the early plays we saw coming across from Fnatic towards that bot lane. G2 did a fantastic job of getting control of this game and not letting go of it.
Oh man, that was just a beautiful game to watch, and I think one of the things that I kind of respect and like about Fnatic's approach to it, not only was their game plan pretty clear, they like almost pulled it off, I think they committed to looking for those fights in the 10, 15 to 20, 25 minute mark, but they couldn't find the opportunities. I think if they pulled the trigger a little quicker, maybe it could have had an impact, but G2 respected it so much. That dance around the mid tower was just exquisite.
Yeah, I think the big thing for me here is just kind of showing the difference between how you can set up for objectives really coming into play. Every time we saw Fnatic try and contest first Rift out, it was G2 on the objective first. They're able to set up with the Maokai. You have Oscarden who's trying to come in from a separate angle, so you can't really play around him particularly well. It felt like G2, because they knew once we get here first and Oscarden can't really play a factor, we're in a good spot, and they just continuously ran with that over and over, and Fnatic weren't able to do too much.
The other question that I will pose is allowing the Melio to go through in the first pick. Now, the Melio was not, let's say, the problem, quote unquote, right? But that is a bold decision. It's not something you see too many teams doing. So on one hand, I respect it, but obviously the Lucian and the Nami didn't manage to generate the lead that they wanted.
And that's the thing. I think the Milio gives you so much flexibility when it comes into the draft, because it's like, hey, look, Lucian Milio, fantastic. Hey, we look towards Milio and Aphelios, brilliant pairing as well. So it means that you can either force the enemy team to go in towards something like the Lucian, which Razork tried his damnedest to get to the head. It wasn't enough for Fnatic. So instead, you just get to play for late game and you're much more comfortable as G2.
And that's exactly what worked out. Player of the game nominees at LEC on Twitter. BB, Hunt, or Michael X. This is actually a really tough one. I think I'm probably going to be between BB and Hunt because I think they both had influence hugely. And I also think part of the reason Hunt could look the way he did is because of how much space and time was bought for him. So, kudos. You got to pick up those kills, but well played. Well, let's find out who wins it in just a moment or two. Hunt Sam is actually standing on stage with Trouble.
Thank you very much, Trevor. Hans, congrats on the victory.
Thank you.
I'm assuming not the weekend you guys had hoped for, but still a pretty positive result. Now, this game looked easy at times, and then it looked very difficult to close out. What was that?
I think the game was hard in early game because they were pressuring a lot. I remember that we had to get escape from the gank from Viego, and they were just pressuring, I think, around the mid bot side. But after that, I think we got a bunch of lead that made the game easier. And then I remember just there was one time that I died. I guess that was difficult. But I think the game so far was okay, in our control.
Okay, tell the truth. Malphite was picked basically because you picked Aphelios to try and snipe you. After you died to the Malphite, did you become a little bit more aware of how much you overextend in the fights?
Well, the first time I died, I guess I was not reactive enough to flash on his ult when I guessed the first on him. But after, I guess I just have to flash his ult and then it's fine. Because only Malphite can kill me.
Yeah, absolutely. And talking about Aphelios a little bit, I tried to Hilesang as well. He said, well, basically whoever gets Aphelios kind of wins the game. He has 62.5% win rate. How do you feel about the champion?
I think Aphelios is strong if he's not getting shut down, if he's not getting focused in the early game and he's free to scale. I think he's one of the best scaling AD. And especially paired with champions like Milio, Yumi, you outscale really a lot, and that was the case already at MSI. And now you have super scaling supports, so it's even deadlier for Aphelios. But I guess in the Balance game, they had Rakan, but Aphelios was having a really good game because he had a really good game. So.
Yeah, and talking about your Aphelios, 37.5 thousand damage. You were top damage meters. I mean, that's not really a surprise. Now, of course, going to N1 this weekend. Next weekend, you guys have SK, Vitality, and Astralis. Who do you think is going to be the strongest opponent out of the three?
I think it's going to be Vitality. I always think that they are a very strong team and they have a lot of potential. And I'm hyped to play against them next week.
Okay, and why do you think they have potential? What do they do really well?
Well, I think they have a lot of good individual players. They can make amazing things in the game that you don't really expect. So that's why I say they have a potential.
Yeah, it's going to be really exciting to watch you guys play against them. Again, congrats for the weekend. And over to you, GB, with your best friend Telestrator.
Thank you very much, Truffle. I appreciate that. Now, very insightful interview, and I was specifically very happy with one of the answers from Hans Summer where he said they felt a bit pressured in the early game. Now I want to dive into why they got a bit pressured by Fnatic and what Fnatic actually did very well. So if we take a look at the Telestrator and we just have a look at the map state currently, you can see that Razork have path down towards the bottom side, whereas Yike, if you look at the minimap, is actually up towards the top side of the map. This is going to spell a bit disaster for his bottom lane. As we roll out the clip, you're going to see that this is going to be a stacked up minion wave. Razork's going to be in a position where they can dive after a very good trade by Noah and Trimby. And because Razork is down towards the bottom side and Yike is up towards the top side, no one is really around to actually help the bot lane of G2 get resources. So they're losing a lot of minions here. So despite not dying, they've lost gold down there. Now up towards the mid lane instead. Razork is still on the move. This is going to turn into another 2v2. The pressure on towards Caps, as we pause the clip right now, is the fact that there's once again a stacked up minion wave, and as we roll out the clip, you're gonna see that they're gonna try and stop Caps from actually continuing back into this one. He's gonna have to go all the way around, so he's missed a minion wave now as well. So if you pause the clip, you can actually see that small gold lead has been accumulated. It's 0.4, but it's also a tempo advantage in favor of Fnatic, with Humanoid suddenly back in lane and Caps still very low. Now let's roll out the clip, because this tempo advantage is something that Fnatic needs to hold on to as well. They need to make sure that they continue with making good plays. The problem for them is that they end up overforcing down in the bottom side. So despite them making a lot of good moves in the early game, when it comes to their TP usage and that final nail in the coffin to really seal that first kill, or, well, more kills for themselves, they don't get it. And despite Caps falling behind in the early game, he suddenly gets all the gold back. They lose out on a lot of minion waves, they lose out on all the gold in the mid lane turret, and suddenly G2 is back. They will also have their teleports ready, so when the fights start coming around, G2 will suddenly be on even footing. Now, why is that gonna matter? I'm not gonna tell you. That's gonna be over at the analyst desk, so thank you very much for this one.
Thank you very much, Goldberg. I mean, I'll give you a hint, because Fnatic, especially Noah, came to break the peaceful LEC, but they forgot that G2 can fight back and fight back hard.
Yeah, unfortunately, like the 2 versus 2, they fell in the bot lane. So, I mean, things were relatively equal. But when you sort of looked at the composition that Fnatic were running, if they weren't able to snowball through like the strong bot lane, looking for dives and whatnot early on, ultimately it was going to come down to team fighting, coming to find an answer for the Aphelios, which was the Malphite plus Nico. Those two players, right, Oscar and Humanoid, had to be working together to try and snipe out the Aphelios on the backline and shut down that element. If that didn't happen, you're not going to win a lot of fights.
I think the thing that summed up this game really funnily was just the last fight where Humanoid just dies to a tower and a sapling before they can even like re-engage, and then all of a sudden they just lost the game like off screen on the abyss of the map. So that was a really funny death to kind of sum up this game. I think that you're completely right. You need to get this Lucian army ahead. I think Goldborg highlighted really well how they got like minion lane advantages. If they used that TP properly and dove bot, I think the game would have looked a lot different. But I feel like also in fights, I have to give props to G2, because their way of kiting back away from the Malphite was really well. They didn't ever give an angle for a flash Malphite ult or like a Malphite ult on their front line, and so that allowed their backline to play with so much space. This fight, I think Humanoid like griefed the whole fight. I think if he plays this better, then I think Fnatic will definitely win out on this fight.
Yeah.
Or like they can at least get 1 for 1 despite losing the dragon. But Humanoid really struggled this game to find really good ults. He had 1 5-man ult, and that 1 magical ult by him, there was no follow-up.
Well, the problem is too, it doesn't feel like him and Oscar are like really on the same page, because obviously Hans wasn't even on his screen. He was looking for Caps and for Mickey on that ultimate. Oscar is really the guy that can go in and set it up, you know, for that ultimate to come in. Obviously, he's in the brush, right? He thinks he has an angle to try and get into the fight, but I think he had to be more patient for the Aphelios and then going in with the Malphite so that you can make sure you just chain that guy into the dungeon.
There's 2 ways Fnatic can play this fight. They have Nico Malphite, so you can play to just ult the front line with a Lucian culling, get a reset for Viego, and play slowly. The alternative way is the Nico flank that Humanoid went for there, by like one-shotting one of their AD carries, and if you don't one-shot them, force them out of the fight, and then you can play front to back. The problem is they never really got given that front to back, as we'll see team fights roll throughout the discussion. It was oftentimes G2 kiting back, poking them, playing on the Maokai ult, and when the Maokai ult came in, I think Fnatic just got really disrupted.
Yeah, the Maokai ult, like saplings make it really hard to find flank angles, and here, again, it's like Oscar getting caught out very early on into the fight. Humanoid is there, but Oscar dies without ulting. So Humanoid, yes, is able to catch out all these players, but Trimby's already solo. Razor got chunked out. Like, there was no actual fight left there, but he went for it anyway.
And that was a beautiful example of culling into Nico ult, into Malphite ult, but there's no Malphite ult, right? And then that gives Viego the reset, and you can see how desperate Razork was for it in the fight. If those 3 conditions are met, then you can definitely roll over G2 in these fights, but they have so much range and they have so much disengage and re-engage with Ahri and Aphelios with the Melio next to him that it's really difficult to find that window.
I was going to ask, is there any way to actually get into that backline with this composition we saw from Fnatic, given that we do have that range extension of that combination with the Melio with the Aphelios?
Flanks is all that matters in that scenario, right? I think Humanoid in the first Dragon fight didn't find it, and I think flanks can work in 2 ways. 1, you either make them really worried and then they back away, and that allows you to get more space to work with, or 2, you just full send and you chunk someone out or kill them, and that's a 1 for 1. So that means that everyone turns around onto you and then your team can walk forwards. But none of that happened, and the front to back didn't work. We saw it in the second fight. So the 2 examples of fights of flanking and front to back weren't executed properly. I feel like everything was just a bit out of line.
It's also tough because I feel like, apart from the Malphite ult, it's really hard to like force the Aphelios flash away. They don't have like a thresh hook or something that you can just, if you have control inside of a bush, you can like pop that. So they almost have to like throw away an engage that Hans is going to be flashing away from and then looking for another play. Also, like, once they lose control over the map, after they lose those 2 fights, it becomes really challenging to set stuff up. Because one of the best things about the Nico changes is she's become a much better pick champion. I think in the sense of like, if you are able to set up, with your clone, you almost bait or not with the clone, with the transform, you can bait the enemy team sort of into you and sort of draw them inside your like effective like threat range. But obviously when you're the one being pushed out and you're the one that has to walk into the dragon fight or something, it makes it much harder to set up a pick, and it makes it much easier for the Aphelios to sort of play on the outside of your engage range.
There was one moment, though, when Hans Summer seemed to forget that he was playing with Emilio. I thought he was playing with the Thresh, just walked straight into to 3
Do we have
enemies.
the clip of that fight? So this fight was beautiful. A couple minutes before this, it was a dance around mid, and G2 kiting around, Fnatic forcing them back, and that was the pressure point of like Fnatic threatening and engage. I think the mechanics in these fights were really good to see. It was just Hans Summer went way too deep, and G2 were pushed back despite being ahead, and that's just the way that these comps function. Then Fnatic regroup, but they're already chunked out a bit. Then they try to engage, I believe it is, onto Oscar. Oscar's flash, fantastic. You might be like, well, why didn't he ult away instead of flash? It's a waste. There's no point ulting. You need to save it for the fight, and this is exactly why.
Yeah, Hans is like, oh, I can kill him, right? Just one more auto with the Gale Force. Oh, that's not actually enough, and now we're chain CC'd into oblivion. And that was the only time we actually saw the ultimates comboed. I think the majority of fights, shockingly, like Oscar died either without getting his ult off or using his ult just to run away, because that Maokai just made his life so hard. The charms too from Cap.
I can really see what Hans was going for there, though. If you like his Gale Force forwards there, it's not a I can kill Malphite before he ults me. It's a I know Malphite's gonna ult me. If I flash this, the fight's over. So he Gale Forces in knowing he's gonna get Malphite ulted, but he didn't react fast enough. If he flashed backwards on a Malphite ult, he's dead, Baron's gone, and the game's won. So I can see why he goes for that really aggressive play. Just a slight misplay.
Yeah, he said it in the interview too. He knows he just barely missed out on the timing.
Can we be lenient on Fnatic as well? Because they've had such an impressive weekend so far. This G2 has been a lineup the whole of this year so far. So what we're seeing from Fnatic, yes, okay, there were obviously some issues there. They couldn't quite find the flexibility to find the comeback, especially with that composition, but there's signs of life
overall, like a Toon-on week, like very successful opening for Fnatic. I think we saw like obviously Noah coming to the roster and looking strong. I think that the 2v2 laning got a little bit awkward here with like Trimby just getting run down inside of the lane. That's something they can shake off very easily. But I do want to pinpoint, I think a big like learning of theirs can be like, how do we actually work together to communicate how we're engaging, because it didn't seem completely cohesive between the solo laners.
Well, we'll see both of these teams return in week 2 of the summer split, and only one team so far has got a 3-0 clean sheet. That is Mad Lions, but they're not playing next. We've already seen all 3 of their games this week. Next up, we have got Vitality versus Team Heretics to close out week 1.
Oh, waiting to see if the cozy campfire will help out. Aqua Prison comes back, and Hans Summer just shreds through Trimby, turning him to sushi. And Razok's looking for the first kill here for Fnatic. This should be easily secured, and it is.
Okay, guys, I'm on Nico. Just flash. I got him. We win this, by the way. Go. Let's get it. Look. Yeah. Nice. Nice. That's an ace. Good job. They're looking to enter. Okay.
He uses the ult defensively. Continuing to run that move on. Vigilant does so much. Hans Summer's Gale Force.
Red Bull gives you wings.
And welcome back to the LEC. Hello, BGs and MBs. The last 10 seconds of that ad break, the music started getting very dramatic, very intense. It's because Team Heretics are about to take on Team Vitality for the last game of Week 1 of the Summer Split regular season. Let's go! So humor me, Dagda. Did I hear correctly yesterday, Draco saying that "Let's go" is your official catchphrase? So
we were playing a lot of games over the break, and I didn't realize I did it, but they'd be like, oh yeah, let's go and do this new thing, or let's go and do the thing. And apparently I just responded all the time with, let's go, and now it's just become a meme. So,
I want you to give me a let's go before a big team fight this game.
Okay,
That's a personal
my challenge. All right,
okay?
already.
And we'll give you a performance review of how good it is. So try to remember. Welcome to Picks and Bans. The Berlin crowd singing their chant of week 1. At least they were, literally until I started talking about it, then they shut up. But it's Zayat, Nico, Draven, Vi, and... We're not hearing chants. Can they see Picks and Bans? Is that why? That's why! So the reason the crowd didn't cheer immediately for the Yuumi ban is our big screen wasn't currently on the Picks and Bans, so it came up after. Thank you, Berlin. Please, Vitality ban Milio. That is going to be the expected ban here.
Yeah. And it's actually going to be the Lucian. Okay, so I still think Milio, your best option here. Milio is incredibly strong. And as you said, like so many flexible pairings that can go with it. But I think there is going to be a significant pinch on this AD carry champion pool. So maybe it's just the Aphelios angle or the Jinx angle that we're going to end up seeing. Because Xayah, Draven, Lucian, now all taken off the board as well. So definitely going to be a bit of a weird one when we get down to it. But it's going to be the Milio. And then I think it's probably a Jinx Aphelios trade here.
Okay, well, that's 3 for 3 thumbs up from Abby throughout Picks and Bans. Milio locked in for Mercer. Flackett has been a revitalizing force for Team Heretics. I think Vito has played well, don't get me wrong, but I do think it's been Flackett with his relationship with Grandpa Yenkos that has given a little bit of energy here. Team Heretics looking for the 3-0. They will be facing the LeBlanc and the Aphelios. Perks has already run the Static Shiv LeBlanc earlier this weekend.
Yeah, I think it'll be the same again. So very, very strong pick, and something that we have seen ban quite a bit. But as we said with the 80 carries, the focus, the LeBlanc will slip through. Now the question is, what do you want to try and go for as Heretics? I think your best option is realistically, you just try and go for full-on team fights and say, hey, we'll take the Cassante, which is open. We'll take something like the Jinx, a Maokai, which is going to be great. But basically just play for full-on 5v5s and say, look, LeBlanc might be a threat in the side lane, but as long as we can get control of these dragons in this early game, we can try and play for those team fights.
I mean, Flackett has played Lucian and Draven thus far over the weekend. We'll decide to lock in Zeri. It is his 4th most played champion. I've got 160 games on record. 20 of them are on Zeri already. I think for Perks as well, that LeBlanc, he's got over 72% win ratio all-time, career-wise, on the pick. Kaiser now needs to, I assume, lock in his support. That would be the most logical option, unless they are comfortable running a couple different things into Milio. Maybe they can look for one of their solo lanes or the jungler, but I would anticipate that being the option. It's going to be the Wukong instead. So now, do you pinch anything? Like, what on earth do you run into Milio?
I mean, I think the Nautilus and that kind of stuff are your general go-tos, because it's like, hey, look, Milio's just such a pain if he's allowed to scale into this massively into the late game. So I imagine that is going to try and be the focus here for Heretics, to try and get a safer bot side. On the upside side for Vitality, we already talked about Cassante. They want to try and set up for strong team fights. So I think getting rid of the Cassante for Ebby, maybe even getting rid of something like the Sion as well, might be the call here. But I think we probably will just see even an Ornn or something along those lines for Ebby, and just trying to make these fights a little bit more difficult for Vitality to play out when you can just go for this front to back.
Yeah, and I think banning that Cassante, very, very clever. 10 games played this season for Ebby. Next highest is Jax at 4. That's how significant the difference is. And with the Rakan being the first ban here from Team Heretics, those S tier supports of Yuumi, Amelia off the pool, then you do look at the likes of Rakan. I think Lulu as a potential. If Kaiser wants to go the engage support, something that he has played particularly well in the past, that is another angle you can consider. And like you mentioned as well, that Nautilus is one we talked about 2 games in a row.
Lulu is just something that we haven't really seen European teams pick up, though, although there is the ban. And we've kind of seen them go, hey, look, if there is an enchanter on the opposite side, we're kind of more willing to just fight fire with fire and see if we can go for something like the Nautilus, which is going to be locked in here. So I think it's kind of a difference, a big difference that we're seeing in versus the LPL or LCK, where they're like, we'll just match the enchanter scaling and actually try and find advantages elsewhere on the map. But at the moment, I think Vitality have a great setup. You've got good engage tools with both the Nautilus and the Wukong. You've got great side laning ability with the LeBlanc. You've got threat onto the backline. So I think it's really on Heretics now to see how they want to try and round this one out.
I mean, you've got the best wave clear in the game, LeBlanc, right? With Static Shiv. Is going to be able to control any of those side lanes. We've seen it used exquisitely. Photon will get the counter pick opportunity. Yeah, as now that's Sion locked in, as well as Kai'Sa mid.
So we've actually seen some pros messing about with Kai'Sa mid a little bit, and Video is one of them that's been doing a little bit in solo queue. It is a case of like trying to play with some of the advantages he got with things like Quincy's range play, now adding into her AP ability, and also then just adding into, hey, we've got another great AD carry that we can try and play for in these team fights. Also gives you a little bit of safety where you do have self-peel on the Kai'Sa thanks to that ultimate, so a lot more of that peel can go across. I also think in this situation, we've seen people like on BLG, on the Milio going for stuff like Moonstone Renewer, because Moonstone Renewer got changed where you end up giving, if I shield the Zeri and Kai'Sa's beside her, both you get the shield, both you get the passive, and that's where you can start to ramp up that damage that this Milio can offer.
This is such a fun comp. I also love the idea of having a Kai'Sa and a Zeri with Milio for backup, and you got Sion Monka on the front line. The reply, there is a Gwen lover in the audience. Somebody cheered very, very loudly as Photon locked that in. It might actually be a Gwen cosplayer if I look at that. That'll Sona. What do you make of the composition here, and how do Vitality want to play this one out?
Well, for Vitality, it's much more a case of, okay, can we play this sort of 1-4 style where we've got at least a strong front line coming through with the engage from the Wukong and the Nautilus. We can try and play with this Gwen to deter things like the Zeri or the Kai'Sa in team fights. Also should give it a lot of controlling side lanes as well, with the LeBlanc going for the static chip, we imagine, plus Gwen also being able to win out of those sides. So I think it's very much Vitality control side lanes, whereas when you look at Heretics is we want to 5v5, we want Blackett to step up as the carry again.
I'm so embarrassed to ask, is that Gwen or Sona? Well,
it is Gwen.
Yes!
It is Gwen.
Yes! Gwen enjoying in the audience. I haven't seen her standing up.
She's in the game. There's a picture there. Just look at the picture and look at her.
You said that there's some pros messing around with Kai'Sa mid. This is the first Kai'Sa mid worldwide. Let's hit the rift. Welcome to Summoners Rift for the last time in week 1 here. Obviously, I'm having an absolute blast today. And I did scream it at the top of my lungs, but I'll just validate this. I got a ping from our stats team who mentioned that this is the first Kai'Sa mid worldwide. So obviously looking at the mid regions, cannot 100% speak of some lower leagues or feeder leagues. But let's talk about this this expectation. How do you want to see the game played out, and what do you make of it again into the likes of LeBlanc, Wukong, right? There's going to be some things that Vito needs to be a little careful with if Bo decides to spend any time mid lane.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing for the Kai'Sa is it's kind of another champion that can take big advantages of the static Shiv. So the fact that, again, you have that ultimate which adds on to the units, which you get then for the static Shiv, makes it very easy. Plus the fact she's just great, clear with the Q. So you do have awful lot of options to match the LeBlanc, and also you can build AP. So going towards things like Luden's Echo is going to be great for video here already, setting up with Heretics for an invade.
I mean, when you do think about it as well, right? When that stack Shiv gets upgraded and the hypercharge can be upgraded, I think when you see VTO dipping into a bit of stealth, you combine the auto plus the Q from the Catherine Rain plus then the static shift. That's a lot of burst already before you add in anything else. And obviously VTO will have a little bit of a good time very early on, being able to auto attack trade and trying to bully that Perks LeBlanc. We also caught a very quick glimpse down that bottom lane. I want to see what Upset and Kai'Sa can do. These are two players that have very famously played aggressively. They like to get in your face with that Nautilus in the bottom lane. The moment they can, you can already see Kai'Sa stepping forward, looking for that auto. Won't channel in instead, goes for the dredge line. Blackett's going to be able to push forward, being backed up by that campfire and getting a couple of hugs there from Mercer. They win the trade pretty handily.
Yeah, you can see why Emilio's a little bit dumb. The fact you get 2 shields and you then have the heal that comes through from the W plus the extended range means that Kai'Sa immediately lose this trade, despite the fact that Vitality were able to get kind of the first punch in that one. Still though, means that now Upset and Kai'Sa will be playing on the back foot. Although, not really dissuaded. He's going to hop over the wall here with the W and try and get in on top of Jankos.
Very nicely done. Great job by the observers once more. Oh, fantastic. I can only presume he's still out of vision. I don't know if anybody would have seen that little pet, though, unless they're watching. Bo, I think he's pulled off a Mission Impossible, may have just stepped back. VTO, flash available. Perks needs to connect with the chains. While that's going on, I'm seeing Kai'Sa being pushed back just a little. Bo spending a fair amount of time here. He's only cleared out that eastern quadrant. Warrior, Trickster, forward, Nimbus strike. Crushing blow goes down and VTO escapes, actually winning out on the trade, pushing Bo to 100 HP.
That's the thing, like, you don't actually have a red buff here for Bo, so not able to get the slow to set up there for Perks either, so made it a little bit more difficult then for him to really get anything going, and I can kind of understand where Bo is. He's a little bit nervous because, hey, look, I got the invade onto my top side, a lot of that's gone, I feel like I need to make a play to get back into it, but it's just not really working out for him.
No, not this time around. We did see a bit of a push forward coming out from Flacket and Mercer. Root's going to connect Dredge line, pulls Mercer backwards. Campfire up, and Kaiser once again worse for wear. Burned through his consumables. Dead even CS in the bottom lane. Minor advantage for VTO mid. Photon, minor advantage top. He's pushing into Ebby as you would expect. Here comes Yankos, here comes Bo. I would imagine this is just to push this wave forward, allow VTO to get that back. He can teleport to lane now and then have that unleashed teleport in 10 minutes if that is the plan.
I think it's also a case of, well, we kind of spotted our Bo go moving down towards the bottom side. So again, you're getting full information here for Heretics about exactly what Bo is up to. And if that's the case, well, you're in a great spot. Again, you've got Flacket who's going to scale fantastically into the later portion of the game alongside this Melio. You've got this Ion. Like, all you have to do is take this one nice and slow. And you're getting some of the early trades going in your favor as well. For example, with Flacket getting that nice trade on the bot side. This is exactly what Heretics want.
All right, well, Heretics dead even for now. And we continue to see Mercer and Flacket kind of staring down, upsetting Kaiser. Almost every time we see Kaiser, he's stepping forward, looking for a hook. This time round, the animation lines up with a skill shot. We've seen some wonky dredge lines this weekend is what I'll say. I think which is dumb. We said some dumb dredge lines. Yeah. That was what we said earlier. And right now with upset backing, he's got himself the Cull as he's returned to lane. The Sheen picked up for Flacket and Bo. Will be first into the Dragon Pit. Both mid lane and bot lane could respond. I think Perks should be able to clear that wave out unless Vito decides to step into the river.
Yeah, what I want to see from Vitality here, though, is how well they're actually going to be coordinated on this style of composition. You have a lot of moving parts here with people trying to play towards side lanes. Engages need to be coordinated, and I think that's the big word for me that Vitality have been missing is that coordination. You can see like Bo will go in sometimes where Perks and everyone else is running for the hills. Vitality are overextended in side lanes. We saw that a hell of a lot in Spring, and that comes back to bite them. So this composition is kind of going to either highlight how far Vitality have come from Spring, or just show that there hasn't really been that improvement on those issues that Vitality already faced.
I'm also trying to remember, I think Kaiser played Norlis yesterday as well and had a number of hooks.
Yeah.
And ended up getting punished for it. Like, it almost felt as though he was looking for the engages, the team wasn't. Those have been fairly consistent problems for Vitality all year long, as you've alluded to. And I think in this game, there's a little bit of parallel in my brain to our Koi Mad game from earlier, where one team was kind of looking and hoping for those 5v5s, and the team wanted to play the side lanes or had better tools for side lanes. So for Team Heretics, can they get themselves into a position where they can use this double AD comp, use that front line? Can they avoid, being flanked and engaged by the Wukong and the LeBlanc, who can look for those, opportunities? And also one other small thing, with the amount of time Bo did spend trying to set up in that middle lane, he is behind a level, he's down nearly 20 CS. He's in some trouble as Kaiser pulls himself to the wall, luckily doesn't take too much damage for it.
Yeah, I think the big factor was because Bo got invaded level 1, actually Flacket caught.
Oh, remember, cooldowns here for Mercer. Doesn't have that campfire up just yet, so waiting that one out, jumping in immediately. But they will be forced to back away for now.
Yeah, so the problem for Bo was because he got invaded on the top side early, it meant that he had to give up his Raptors and his Red. So, and also then wasn't able to get access to his Krug, so a lot of those were later spawning camps, but now Heretics going to try and punish the fact that Bo has to be on his top side. At least they figured that he's on his top side, spotting him on that ward, so Yanko's now starting to move in and should be able to zone off, upsetting Kaiser from this bot wave.
Well, thank you for the reminder. I'd actually forgotten about the fact VTR helped clear out those chickens. And with the engage, that's a level 6 on Yankos. Throws out the Nature's Grasp, the chase forward from the Killer Instinct. Kaiser's below 100, first blood picked up by VTR. Vamos, Team Heretics!
And he even has the TP now to get back to mid, so you can see Perks desperately trying to push in that mid wave. We'll be able to get some chip damage, but the TP will come through. A kill for a plate, you'll take that every day of the week as Heretics.
Very well played there. Managing to use that level advantage and managing to find that first kill, so that pushes the bottom lead marginally ahead. They've got the plate, they've got a 10 CS advantage, the kill in VTO's back pocket, 1,000 gold lead. And that's also what you want to see on champions like Kaiser, like Zero. You really want to get them to 1 item, 2 item points because those ADs, they just scale so incredibly well with a very tanky front line.
And you can see there Kaiser flashing away, but now you've got Video being able to make his way over because he'd already been locked up, so already had that stack of plasma, so able to follow through. And now you can start to transition this over towards the Rift Tower, which is why Kaiser actually foregoing bot side, immediately moving mid. They want to try and get control over this mid lane, so they're going to lean up towards that. But Bo is in the spot side jungle.
Level 6, I think he has double buffs. Found himself Emilio. Cyclone is thrown down, that forces out the flash. Bo won't be able to continue the chase. Backup coming. You can see Kaiser as well as Perks were making their way down bottom lane. Upset's just gonna run out of ammo on red and don't think he'll be able to pick up the plate. So Mercer now flashless. That is a juicy target. Kaiser's gonna get level 6 fairly soon if they wanted to set up a play. And they weren't able to get more than just that.
That was your timing, though, on Vitality.
Yeah.
You'd look at Yanko's no ult, Video no ult. Okay, maybe we can try and make a play. They decide not to go towards Rift Herald, instead try to make the play on bot side. Now, it does buy enough time for Perks to clear out mid, reset and get his own static shift, but that's about to be matched by Video. So now you're just in a position where Heretics' ultimates are going to be coming back up quicker, and they can actually start to turn that into maybe a play on bot side, but more than likely try and look towards something like the Rift Herald. But with Photon having as much control as he does over the top side of the map, could be difficult to try and get Ebby involved in that play.
Yeah, and of course, for Ebby, we saw him there just a minute ago. Honestly, ignoring Photon as best as he can. He's staying relatively even on farm. Photon continues to just push that wave over and over. There's a control ward from Vitality just in front of blue buff. The observers are highlighting it now. And both static shivs were secured for the respective mid laners. So let's see who's going to be able to push those aside. And we're going to be seeing a lot of lightning bouncing back and forth. Teleports on now unleashed, so now we can see where either of the players are going to use. I think it's only Ebby that has his available. Yankos is actually going to go for a very long range catch out. Smashes down onto Perks, and Nature's Grass forces out the flash. So Team Heretics, for the time being, controlling Vitality. If that W had hit, could have chased it up, found another kill.
Yeah, I mean, there was already the plasma there, but even just the fact that she just needed one more auto then to proc the passive would have been huge. But buys time now for Video on this mid lane turret to alone, so should be able to get some damage there. Rift Tower was secure on the top side, so this will be a trade with Heretics looking instead to go towards the Dragon for themselves.
Of course, for Team Heretics, if they are able to close this out, I mean, the only other team at 3-0 joining the Spanish celebration this weekend, Mad Lions, 3-0 for now. Team Heretics, they've started off the Dragon. This is the second of the game. It'll be the first for them, and they will secure it. Teleport now being channeled. Photon has his in 6 seconds. Moonlight Vigil goes out. Mercer's running low, but the kill is secured. That's Bo taken down. Ebby's catching out. Upset decimating. Smash comes down. Flackhead finds the kill. The Dragon and 2 for Heretics.
And this has become the bread and butter for Heretics. 4 go topside. Ebby on a tank will say, look, I don't care about top lane. What I want to do is make sure Flackhead gets these leads. Teleports in for the Dragon, gets some kills for Heretics, secures that Dragon as well. But it does mean that Photon going to get a loss on this top side. And Gwen, with extra gold and extra resources, is going to be very terrifying. So this is a trade that has to pay off for Heretics.
And of course, for Heretics, though, both Zeri and Kaiser have some tools in their kit to avoid and get away from that Gwen. But take a look at the fight. I mean, look, no teleport for Photon, so this is just a 5v4 numbers advantage.
And everyone tries to jump on towards Video, but you've got the cozy campfire, you've got those shields coming through. Ebby had already managed to steer himself over towards Upset as well. So Vitality, again, we talked about coordination at these team fights. Everyone was split different directions, and they're not even ready for the TP from Ebby either.
Exactly. I mean, they had either a mistiming or they were at a disadvantage in the first place. They were a little late to the objective. It was secured before the fight even began. So for Team Heretics, that was just like playing whack-a-mole, really. Kind of fairly easy sequence of events. So kill for Yankos, kill for VTO, as well as a kill for Flackhead. Vitality were setting up a bit of pressure in the top lane. Herald will be dropped immediately. This should secure the tower. Can Heretics find a bounce back in the bottom? Currently 2v1, as Kaiser's going to arrive late. So this should end up being a tower trade, but tower first play goes to Vitality.
This is a good call from Vitality, though. They're like, we need to get something back. We have this Rift Herald. Double down on the fact that our solo laners with the split push are going to be our main win condition. Caught, though, here, but there's just 2 tanks in this top side, so shouldn't actually get too much more.
No, and of course, I want to give some credit here. Vitality actually defended that bottom tower. We haven't taken a glimpse at the minions just yet. Perks will get interrupted. Ebby, no ultimate, so cannot continue that chase. Down to 1 and a bit plates. Flackhead now stepping forward. We'll secure another. And that's also a big advantage for now. 1,000 gold up on the Zeri over upsets Aphelios.
But it is matched by the Gwen, right? And I think the big thing is when you start to look towards the opportunity to take down Ebby in the side lane, it is going to get to a stage where Photon can kind of just ignore Ebby and just go for the towers. Even when you get into team fights as well, that's going to be a lot of damage that's coming through from the needlework. And you are both short range on the Kai'Sa and the Zeri. Yes, you've got some opportunities to try and have a bit of mobility there, but you can still end up taking pop shots at them with that ultimate. And one of the big things that we see a lot is just using that Shroud offensively as Gwen is so good against these short-range AD carries because you can force them back out of these fights and make it very difficult for them to operate. Yes, it's a much shorter cooldown now than it previously used to have, but still can be so difficult for these AD carries to deal with.
Yeah, and that means that BTO and Fleck, the positioning is going to be crucial. I also think the timing windows, once the Cyclone or the Depth Charge find their targets, that's really going to be simple for Photon and Perkz to jump on their target. So can Vitality be in the right place, or will they be coordinated? We've got a minute 40 until the next Dragon, and that's what I'm looking for. Once we do get to either the next Herald or we get to the next Dragon fight, I want to see how coordinated Vitality appear as a team, because Heretics have been on the same page. It's part of the reason that they have gone 2-0 this weekend.
And on the flip side, I want to see Vitality try and play this map out so that they can actually try and contest this.
Yeah.
I think it's a mistake not having Perkz in the side lane right now. Like you can see at the moment, Photon is just clearing topside of his own jungle because he can't really push up onto the wave. Whereas if you actually move upside into the mid lane, well, then you've got an opportunity for Kai'Sa to lean into topside. They can actually play off that. They can start to establish vision. And even for the Rift Tower that's going to be up in a minute and a half's time. And there's now an opportunity as well where Perkz can just W in, take a couple of pop shots at the tower with the static shiv, and just slowly start to whittle away at that. So I think Vitality, we've seen it a couple of times over the weekend, just mismanaging where their players are on the map.
Yeah, and of course for this composition with the Gwen with the LeBlanc, you really want to see that optimized. Depth charge is thrown out. Mercer's already used the flash teleport from Photon and Perkz. It has now been matched by Ebby. We're 40 seconds from the Dragon. I think the fact that Mercer flashed so early did save his life. Also, Upset just picked up that Kraken Slayer in the previous back. Flacket has been sitting on the Trinity Force for a little bit longer. Vitality, to me, looked like they wanted to play for the Dragon. They didn't find the kill, so now they are the ones that are actually being pushed back.
Yeah, it was a pick to see if they could start things off, then get bought into the tower if they want, or sorry, into the Dragon if they wanted to. But now everyone in Heretics is here. Video has TP, so he can just join whenever he wants. So instead, Heretics, they establish river control, and I think this is the right call from Vitality, which is try and push mid, try and threaten the mid turret, because that's a big win in and of itself. But Heretics don't want to give up this river control.
Team Heretics are a little bit split up here. Ebby and Mercer moving up. Vizio will be able to dash away from the first chain, caught by the second. Dragon has been tagged by Yankos, and it's a tower trade for now. The first of the game for Heretics. Vizio's going to commit the TP, so we've seen all 4 teleports into this bottom lane. Dragon will go the way of Heretics, and Vitality, I think wisely, don't look for the, straight up front to back 5v5.
As long as they can get Rift Herald, they're actually in a really good spot because they got the mid lane turret. This is composition that wants to play for sides. Mid lane turret is crucial to try and get that objective complete. But for Heretics, they're already starting to walk in, and yeah, you just got to give up Herald. Unfortunately, just not enough damage before Heretics can move over, and that's the 5v5 threat that Heretics offer here.
So I quite like the respect that we've seen both the previous game as well as this one in terms of teams understanding their opponents' strengths. Vitality very, very clearly did not want to be in a position they could get caught by an unstoppable onslaught, the Nature's Grasp. They still have the tower advantage. I mean, look at this now. Photon should be able to pick up another tower. So they did lose the Herald. I think it's going to end up being a 2-for-1 tower trade. But the Dragon also goes the way of Heretics. So for Vitality, for the next 10 minutes, I want to see what their plan is to prevent Heretics from getting that soul.
Yeah, I think the big one is just trying to get control over the jungle and move from side to side. So you can already see Perkz is moving up towards that top side. You send Photon into bot lane, and it's about Upset being able to push in this mid wave and then unlock Kai'Sa and Bo to lean to whatever side they think they can really threaten. With the video at the moment, yes, he still has flashing as his ult. Might be a bit difficult to try and make those plays, but he is so susceptible to these 3-man plays that can come through with the amount of CC that Vitality have to offer.
Yeah, I mean, that ultimate is an aggressive tool. It can obviously be used defensively, but it's a lot more tricky, a lot more nuanced in how to pull it off. He's currently only got 100 gold lead. The significant advantage is still between Flacket and Upset, balanced out by Photon as well as Ebby. And with all of those outer towers down, Vitality can really start to push on these side lanes. You see how quickly Photon on this Gwen can push the waves out. Perks with that Static Shiv can also do the same. 2 items completed for both of them. And I guess for Team Heretics, they're going to look for opportunities where they can try to force a fight, but they definitely are losing control of both their jungle and just the lanes in general right now.
Yeah, they're all grouping mid here to try and contest the push that Vitality were trying to set up. So you can see Upset now has control over this mid wave, but you really need LeBlanc up in this top side. Ebby, I don't think you actually want to take that really here, but yeah, he will just be able to back away. But you can see the problem at the moment is just the resets that are coming through from Vitality. So Upset going for the reset at the moment, right as they're about to get control over topside. So realistically, as this push is going to come in, you can actually get the counter push that's about to come through from Heretics. So you're not actually able to play around that. You've even got the Rift Herald in the mid lane here. So Vitality just mismanaging the resets that they have on different champions means that now you're actually getting full control here for Heretics, whereas you should be able to try and play sides a little bit stronger. Like at the moment, Perks would love to be threatening that tier 2, but he can't because they have no presence in the mid lane with Upset going for the reset.
Yeah, of course, the entire team is backing away. The grouping from Heretics at least thwarting the initial moves. I think for the most part, up until recently, Vitality have been able to control the Rift relatively well, fairly cleanly. They do still have some of those metrics as in their favor. And we are 2 minutes away from the next dragon. Teleports are up for Photon for Perks, as well as Abby. Vetoes is on cooldown. But I think there's not enough vision yet to really unlock tier 2 pressure. Some wards on that western quadrant, but it's very risky for Photon or Perks to do that right now.
Yeah, see, the problem is, again, is like, look, you're looking at the resets that are coming through. So immediately we've got Nautilus coming out of base, which means you can't get push in mid, which means immediately Heretics are like, cool, we can rotate up to this top side to defend it. So you're not really getting the wave synced at all. And this is where the problems for Vitality are coming from. Upset doesn't feel safe pushing up to the wave because Bo isn't with them, he hasn't got Kaiser with them, so without being able to contest mid-push, you can't get pressure on sides either. Photon on reset too, so it's just this ping-ponging of waves back and forth before this dragon in the mid's time, which means that Heretics are like, brilliant, now we just 5-man group on mid, we push out mid, get river control, we get the fights.
Third dragon as well, second item picked up for Flackhead. He's got the Runons to complement the Triforce. Upset still working towards his second. So that is a bit of a power imbalance or power disadvantage for Vitality. And again, look at this minimap. Because of the grouping, the movement that you just showed in the minimap as Heretics moved left, it allowed the mini-wave to be pushed to the top tower. Airby's not going to stick around to trade. Instead, deny some of those minions, allow them to do the work, and Photon's trying to push. But this is a little bold. Not a lot of vision, or really any, in the southern quadrant of the map. Luckily, a lot of champions are showing, so he can at least get a couple of autos before he's forced away.
But as Video starts to move bot side, this is where now we're looking at Vitality trying to see if they can threaten Baron. But realistically, I don't think that's the call. You've got TP still there for Video. They have the tankier front line. They can easily CC you up. Trying to see if they can get on here, though. See what they can, chip damage they can do.
I mean, look, the chains catching out of Yankos will force the Nature's Grasp. Ebby continues to step forward. Unstoppable Onslaught is available. Flacker takes a chunk of damage. Photon goes in. Ebby starting to get burned down. Mercer's running for his life. The first kill secured is Ebby. The zombie trying to thwack away at members of Vitality. Vitality find themselves a kill. It's a 5 versus 4. And Heretics are pushing into the river. That's a catch. The kill secured by Photon. Kaiser setting that one up. Yankos is the next target. And Team Heretics have just been destroyed. One last dredge line to close it out. A 4-for-1 in favor of Vitality.
The whiff on the engage from Heretics was the go button from Vitality. Photon managing to run the entire way upriver and join his squad, and Vitality managing to get the kill, managing now to get the Baron, and they're going to be in such a good spot with this buff.
I mean, really well played. The pressure onto Yankos forcing out the Nature's Grasp then almost made Team Heretics panic. They step forward. Right now, Baron is down to 4,000 hit points. Abby, no ult available, can channel the Decimating Smash. He's fighting into a smite, though. Here comes Flacken. Vitality will be able to pick up the Baron. They might be able to get themselves a bonus kill, as well as that teleport. And there will be now a reply coming in. Photon chasing. So the kill, the TP, the Baron, Vitality have all the tools they need to play this high lane game.
They can even move over towards the Dragon on resets as well if you want. Photon is there to maybe try and contest, but it looks like instead Vitality are just going to say, cool, Heretics, you have that one. We've got push and top. Static Shift will quickly clear out that minion wave. They can start with both of those Baroned up waves to clear out this top lane tier 2. So Vitality now finally starting to get control in this game.
I mean, I'm scratching my head a little bit at that. The decision to step forward. I really want to see that replay play out. Team Heretics did get the third dragon, so obviously one away from Seoul. That could be a big difference maker, considering the fact that they are down in gold. But I mean, here, Perkz managing to force out Jankos, and yeah, just that step forward reminder as well. Vito not there yet.
But that's the thing here is Jankos, you're actually fine if that really connects.
Yeah.
I think they thought Bo was going to commit harder to that play, but Upset totally fine in the back line. You video nowhere near. You didn't want to commit the TP initially, so a little bit of miscommunication with Heretics about how quickly they were going to turn onto this. And for the large majority of this, is 4 versus 5. You can see video, he shows up, but he hasn't even gotten auto attack off this entire fight.
Yeah, watching it back, I think I really agree with you in terms of like the pacing of the timing. Did he flash into that hook, by the way? I didn't quite see that, or nevertheless, Dredgeline managing to catch out onto Emilio. It almost looked like he flashed into it. Regardless of that fact, I do think the fact that as they stepped forward, we're rewinding. Thank you, observers. That was a little janky, but that's my fault. Oh, okay, flash forward, right. I really, because I saw that when we were live, I got a little confused by it. Nevertheless, Mercer did go down. And to finish off the thought, Team Heretics literally just walked into the meat grinder of Vitality, but I do think the timing, the calls of like, we're not ready to turn, not ready to wait a few seconds, and those few seconds is all Vitality needs to kill them. Yeah,
and then that was the fact that you had Photon on the way, it felt like Heretics were like, okay, they're about to go. We need to try and have the answer, but just jumping the gun a little bit. And now you're in a really good spot. Again, as we said, as Vitality, they've managed to get a good amount of the towers down. You saw that top tier 2 fall, bot tier 2 is now fallen, mid tier 2 is the only thing that's left. As the Baron buff is about to fall off though, might get this wave to crash, but I don't know if they can get the tower. Heretics should be able to mount a defense here.
They should be able to do so, especially as numbers are coming up. VTO with that static shiv, he's dealt 2,000 bonus damage to champions thanks to the shiv. Perkz, on the other hand, 2,800. With Baron now worn off, 3 minutes until the Dragon. This is where I want to see Vitality setting up that vision, either finding that successful pick so they can take the Dragon uncontested, or maybe using the gold item advantage to kill off the carries and they can just win the fight.
This is the win con for Heretics, though. You're going to have your third item completed for Flacket. He's going to be in a great spot. And as well, when you look towards things like the fact that you already are staring in the barrel of a soul, this is where Heretics need to try and find those opportunities. So for Vitality, it's a case of pushing in top continuously, threatening that top inhibitor turret, so Vitality really don't get a chance to, so Heretics don't really get a chance to set up on their bottom side correctly, get the vision that they need, and then Vitality can look for picks, look to burst someone out as Heretics look to retake vision.
And I mean, look at the gold difference. 3,000 gold lead for Photon over Emmy on a Gwen, and then Bo 1,700 up. Shout out, Gwen, thank you. But I do think on a champion like that in the hands of Photon, this is definitely a stellar performance thus far. And if he finds those needleworks, those snips, Zeri and Kai'Sa will just get obliterated in fights.
Yeah, the good news for Flacket at least is that you are playing Zeri and she's dumb. So you do have just a bunch of HP, which will definitely help deter Photon for at least a little bit. But I think when you're looking at Vitality, it's definitely a case of, look, you have a ton of burst that's coming out from Perkz. You got the follow-up that Photon can kind of take the sniper shots with. And again, this is what we're talking about, right? Pushing waves, establish vision, keep Heretics out of this bottom side, and make it really difficult to contest any sort of vision.
I understand looking at the minimap as chaos right now. Look at all of the pings, look at the communication from both sides. But with 1:20, Vitality trying to deepen that vision line. They are trying to push the bottom wave as well and the middle, setting up to deny the soul. I think you mentioned it, Dagda, that's one of the win cons here for Heretics. Get that soul, force the fight. Also importantly, it pulls Vitality towards you where your composition now starts to have those additive values.
Yeah, and especially if you're looking at this as Vitality, the big thing you want to do is just try and keep this line just drawn right across here where no vision at all is going to be set up. And then it means that Heretics have to either push mid, where you can have Perkz waiting in this push just here, and then he can always pop out, or you actually have to try and face check it, which is not where you want to be.
No, not at all. I mean, we saw that little face check there. Perkz comes away a little worse for wear. He's teleporting back. Level 15 to VTO's level 16. Also, item advantage for Flacket. He's got 3 completed. Comparison to the 2.5. This is a TP into the red buff. It's going to get spotted out. He has Sapling thrown down. Can hop over the wall. 25 seconds until the next Dragon is up. 40 seconds for Baron. So the scales can tip very heavily in the next 2 minutes.
Yeah, Heretics are saying, look, we can't fight that mid control. We're just going to try and move into bot. But Photon has hidden himself in behind, and they have absolutely no idea. Vitality have read this really well. Flacket, he doesn't hit the shots. He thinks it's free.
Snip, 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 snip. Needleworks thrown out. Flacket Flacket is on the dump jump, but he's got the HP to work through. The needlework doesn't do it. Now Perks is inside the middle of 5 members of Heretics, and Flacket takes him out. Now Kaiser and Upset are caught by the decimating smash, and both doing what he can. But Flacket survives. Here goes Photon looking for Mercer. Mercer's able to walk away. He's got that warm hug, and that keeps him alive. 1 for 2 in favor of Heretics. The Dragon is up, though. They need to get the objective. Team Heretics are not done yet.
The problem was, though, Photon went that little bit too early, so the rest of Vitality weren't really in position. The follow-up is eventually there, and Vitality pushed back, but Jankos has Smite, Vitality don't, and Vitality started the Dragon.
And there's no teleport for Perks. He used it to get in position before that fight. Flacket is low. Mercer is low. Photon's trying to use that Hallowed Mist to the best of his advantage. Disming Smash comes out. Flacket somehow stays away from the needles. But they will lose Jankos, and Vitality will be able to prevent the Soul, will be able to pick up their second Dragon, and maintain some semblance of control right now.
Well, you better take a breather, because Baron is now up, and we're still going to see the same. But you can see here, like, Heretics are pushing back, and Photon thinks maybe Flacket's going to move. He'll lose his opportunity, but it means that Photon goes way too far forward. And then the rest of Vitality are going, but Photon's like, wait, I thought we were piecing out. I didn't think we were going to fight this. Bo ends up falling, and then it's kind of a, oh wait, Upset is actually doing damage. We can try and make this, but here's that Baron fight.
Okay, Baron fight coming in. Perks will not be able to find the target, and look at Evie being melted down. Could not use that ultimate to engage. It does not look like Heretics can contest this. They have a numbers disadvantage. They do not have the front line, and that means Baron will go the way of Vitality. A whimper of a defensive attempt. Oh, that was so close, wasn't it?
87 HP. That was very close to Video making a hero play, but not quite going to be the case. Still, Vitality will step away with the Baron up. They still want to make sure that Heretics are not hitting that 3-0 for their first weekend. But at the moment, with Upset now completing that Bloodthirster, with their items starting to be complete, Vitality, they are serious threats when it comes towards this Baron play.
I mean, that previous fight in the bottom lane, is that a little bit of indicative of the same thing we've seen this weekend? You know, like you mentioned, Photon kind of piecing out, Bo kind of going in. It looked like it is either a little bit of a miscommunication or just in the chaos of the moment, not communicating, obviously.
Yeah, and I think that's kind of the biggest problem that we've seen with Vitality is that they're just not sure how exactly they want to try and play the game, whether it comes to team fights or how they set up on the map, and it is definitely coming back to bite them. Vitality now starting to move into the spot side, though. This is a much better setup. You've Perks in the mid, he's pushing in, you've got the control on bot side, you've got control over the jungle, and it makes it very hard for Heretics to deal with this power.
It's a 7,000 gold lead for Vitality. And right now, Photon is the man who has the majority of that. 5,000 gold in the lead. Vitality with Baron empowered minions, pushing both middle and bottom lane. They've got 6 towers secured already. Starting to place those wards, waiting for the next dragon to come back up in a few minutes' time. But look at this, looking for the engage. Reminder that in the straight 5v5, even though that gold disparity is significant, if Flacket and Vita are able to burn through some of those front line with standing behind Sion and Maokai, that is how Team Heretics want to play this comp. But the problem is, because of the big advantage that Photon's generated, he could also just burn through everybody. I mean, look at that, 5,000 gold lead. And they're paying a lot of respect to potential damage you can put out. Edge line will find Abby. Nature's Grasp going forward. 2 targets rooted. Unstoppable Onslaught goes out, but it's just a clone that is killed. Flacket will take down Kaiser. Waiting for the Killer Instinct, that's going forward. Vitality have lost Perks as well. That's a shutdown secured. Now Flacket with an Ultra Shock Laser onto Photon. Continues to chase, level 15 into level 18. Zap, zap, zap. One more for Flacket. Team Heretics with the 5v5 get the fight.
Video's TP to the mid. They want to make sure that they can try and end this. That's 35-second death timers, and Photon is not around for a minute. Heretics, they might have just won it off that play.
How is that possible? They managed to punish Vitality. They managed to find the kills. Vitality stared them right down the barrel of a 5v5, and Team Heretics have won it. They're still down in gold. Now all of a sudden, Kaiser is spawning. I do know there is some lag on the HUD. I apologize to everyone at home, but they've done it. Team Heretics have done it. They've taken up the Nexus turrets. They've taken up the Nexus. They have punished Vitality. Team Heretics go 3-0.
Heretics, who need everything if they hope to make it to the season championship, are coming out with a 3-0 weekend to start off their campaign. What a turnaround for this squad.
And the early game looked good. Team Heretics were playing to their composition. They were in a position they needed to defend the base, and they just straight up won a team fight. I don't know how to feel about that. On one hand, great, fantastic, they executed well. On the other hand, did Vitality need to be in that position? You know, pushing, forcing. They could have tried to push the other lanes. I don't know. Ultimately, Team Heretics, they did win it.
And that's the thing. Look, I think we went on ad nauseum, honestly, about the mistakes that Vitality were making when it came towards their coordination and the communication in those fights. But I think it is really take a moment to just celebrate the fact that we're again seeing Heretics step up here. Like Flatkid again, flashing forward at the end to get those kills, looking great in these team fights. Video bringing out the first Kai'Sa mid as well, looking good, being able to go toe-to-toe with this disgustingly strong LeBlanc by matching it with the static Shiv. I mean, phenomenal stuff from Heretics. This is the bounce back that we were really hoping for when we saw Flatkid and Video being added to this roster.
Fascinating start to the weekend. First Kai'Sa mid all year in the hands of VTO. One of the sort of up-and-coming promising players of, I think, the last couple of years. This 2023 has not been good for VTO. First 3 games on Heretics, he's picked up 3 wins already. And of course, combined with Jankos and Flatkid, it's a great start to the summer split.
Yeah, and I think the fact that they have these kind of different styles, well, I was going to say different styles, but realistically, it's been a very similar story. It's, hey, we're going to play for these late game team fights. We had seen a lot of the Aphelioses. We'd seen the fact that they are now bringing out things like the Zeri. This team knows how they want to play the game, and no one's been able to shut them down as of yet.
Scratching my head about that final fight there from Vitality. You want to see the setup. Anyways, player of the game nominees at LEC on Twitter, VTO, Flatkid, and Mercer. Those are your 3 candidates. They are now joining Mad Lions. 3-0 are the only 2 teams undefeated here after week 1.
Spanish dominance.
Spanish dominance. That's the way it is. Anyways, that does it from us at the Casters. Thank you so much for watching. We're going to head over to the interview where Trouble is standing by with no mercy, Mercer.
Thank you very much, Quick Shot. Fantastic cast, guys. Mercer, congratulations.
Thank you. Ευχαριστώ.
First and foremost, because it's very important, your mom is in the studio for the first time ever, and you guys went 3-0. Is there anything you want to tell her?
Yeah, I mean, she brought me a lot of luck. It was her first time visiting me in Berlin, and we won all our games, so I couldn't be happier right now. I feel very relieved to win this game, so everything is perfect.
That's great. You got the mom buff. It actually worked. Back to gameplay now, because that game looked so difficult. There were backs and forths. You guys looked like you were winning. Then you got Aphelios. You know how this goes. But there's a particular fight in that bot lane that turned this whole game around, and you instantly ended up finishing right after that fight. Please run me through this.
I mean, I feel like they overextended here. Like, they used Wukong Clone before Maokai ult and Nautilus Q. So it looked kind of good angle for us, and we immediately like Maokai ulted and ran them down. Also, I think if we play front to back with double ADC, we outscale them. We just messed up earlier fights. So I think we were kind of good in the game. It was just hard to deal with the split push.
Yeah, absolutely looked like it. Now, you guys cooked a little bit in this game. We saw the Zeri coming through, and then we saw a Kai'Sa coming through, and we're like, hold on a minute, that's 2 AD carries, but one of them can use static Shiv. So what was the thought process behind that?
I mean, I feel like there's no counterplay to static Shiv LeBlanc right now. So you just have to match it with another champ that can buy static Shiv.
Okay.
And that's what we did. We were prepared for it, and we gave LeBlanc on purpose, and that was our goal.
Yeah, and I was asking the production behind the scenes. I'm like, okay, but that's a Kai'Sa that's kind of hybrid, wants to auto-attack, wants to stand still, very short range. She almost did as much damage as the Zeri, if not more, this game. So it absolutely works. So congrats to VTO on that one as well. Now, coming into the end of the week, huge 3-0 for you guys. Struggles over in spring. Now you're doing fantastically well. Did this week go as expected?
I mean, coming into summer split, we have very little points, right, from winter and spring. And our goal is to make worlds, even if that sounds very hard. And for sure, going 3-0 is great, but we still have 6 very hard games, and we didn't play the top teams yet, I think. So yeah, I'm happy, but we still have to work a lot.
You do have Koi, Excel, and BDS next week. Who do you think is going to be the toughest opponent to face?
I think even though BDS is 1-2 right now, I think they're going to be the strongest.
And what would that be?
Why? I mean, they almost won last split, right? And I don't think they are weaker. It's just the meta changed a little, and maybe like best of ones, everyone can lose, right?
And talking about the meta, is that your favorite meta, playing Milio Enchanters?
I mean, not really, but I think it showed yesterday when I picked Nautilus. I was kinda rusty after spamming Enchanters all like for a whole month now. But yeah, I think fighter supports are more fun.
Okay, and since playing so many Enchanters, of course, you need a very reliable AD carry, and your AD carry swapped between the two splits. How has the synergy been with Flacket so far?
Kinda good, even though we didn't even get to duo queue or anything. Just from scrims, we like each other a lot, and he's an ADC that short calls a lot, and that's very helpful because he knows when he needs to ask for resources. And it's ADC meta, right? It's very important to do that. So I'm pretty happy with Flacket.
That's absolutely amazing. Mersa, again, congratulations for a killer week. We're going to throw it over to PGL, where Kadril, Vito, and Frankie are waiting for you guys.
Thank you ever so much, Trouble and Mercer. And while we get into things on the in the post-game lobby, I need to ask Mateo, why are you giggling? Share it with the class, please.
I asked him a question. I said, because they were talking about Flacket, I was like, is Flacket funny? Is he a funny guy?
Yeah, I said, I think my teammates are really funny. And I said that I think I've heard some stuff inside this team that I've never heard before. And sometimes you just can't focus, but it's fine.
Flacket does seem like he says some wild things. He is a funny guy.
It's an education.
Yeah, I mean, I won't say that Flacket is the only one. And yeah, that's the only thing I can say.
We saw Jankos and Flacket having a bit of banter yesterday. They were Flacket was calling him old. Jankos was saying he had to carry him all the time and micromanage him. So it seems like the banter in the team is going really well.
Yeah, I mean, I think we have already some memes about some Kazakhs being 0 KP in 30 minutes, but just coming in review and saying guys, I should call this game perfectly. So it's everything.
Classic junglers do nothing and then come into the review with their balls out, just dictating everything.
That's your playstyle, right?
Yeah, of course. Every jungler.
Tell me, you were saying to Kadril as well, Mateo, that you feel like you've never progressed so quickly with a team before. But now I'm wondering if that's a case of what's happening in comms on the joking meme side as well as actually on the Rift as well.
I mean, I think it's the first time I joined a team in the middle of the year, right? Because I stayed 2 years with Misfits, and then I joined Excel for the new year. But right now I'm joining between spring and summer, so it's kind of new for me. But I will say that I think we improve a lot between our first and last scrim. Even though, our first and before last scrim, because last scrim we don't talk about it.
And then, was it a happy little 0-5?
You haven't spoken about it, but this is a safe space.
I would say
what happened in the last scrim?
A quick 0-6 into 3-0 weekend, so it's all that matters.
Losing scrims, win on stage. It's the age-old classic.
Exactly. Maybe it was a good omen. It was a good sign.
Yeah. Well, I've had a week where I went 3-24 on scrims, and then we won the weekend. So I can tell you that's not that bad.
Yeah, and it was
my
never
match
your
history
fault
was red.
until you won.
Exactly.
And then it was all you.
That's junglers, baby.
All you, which is why you're on the sofa right now.
Well, yeah, just catching L's and strays.
Yeah, let's talk about the game that we just witnessed. I mean, obviously, it all came down to that last fight where your damage went absolutely through the roof. Hopefully, we can actually watch it. Trouble was saying in the green room, it's all about that bot lane inhibitor. We've seen so many games turn around in that position on the map. Notably, obviously, Caps doing his 4v5 Nico thing yesterday. Tell us what's happening here, though, Mateo.
I mean, I think my job right now is just landing some W's, right? And then at one point, I will just I have Zonia, so I can just go. But I feel I don't need to use it because I just one-shot them. But I think it's we made a good call that if they hit bot tower, we will just go on them because we felt we're stronger. I think we lost a really bad fight on mid that should not have happened. We engaged when I was catching bot, and then we just gave up Drake and then Nash. It was pretty hard, but I think at any point we were stronger in fights, or at least that's how I felt.
Yeah.
And then my champ just spiked so much at 3 items, and then fights like this are just so good for me.
Because talk to me about Kai'Sa then with static shift. Can you proc static shift and then ult forwards in a team fight, proc it again with the Q and then Zonias? Is that the burst idea?
I mean, I don't think you can like proc it twice instantly, but like just I think Kesa AP is like really good. They made some changes, like they buffed the passive, and then like they buffed the Nashor tooth too. And then right now Statics makes like AP champ good because you have actually wave clear. Like you just auto queue the wave and then there is no wave. And I just think the champ is really good. It's even better on new patch, right? But so that's kind of something like we realized. Like we didn't play this in stream at all.
The Kai'Sa didn't play it in scrims.
No, I didn't play.
You didn't play it in
but
scrims at all.
I didn't. I played so much in solo queue that I just came. Okay, today I mind control my coaching staff a bit.
Yeah. You're just like, guys, I promise it's so good here.
To pick Kesa. So I'm really happy because like I'm a bit one-trick Kesa when I play AD.
Yeah.
And I like to play AD, so I just had to play it, and then I'm really happy that I could win with it.
Is there any more static shift champs cooking up? You know, we've seen Kai'Sa LeBlanc. Is this how far does this item go? You have to say champion names, but is there more?
Yeah, I think I'm cooking a lot in solo queue, and there is like way more than only these two champs.
Oh boy.
Is this a public account? Can we?
There is
can we
public
spy on
account.
you?
But I think the beauty here is we've got 3 weeks of this patch. And it's not like Static Shift's going to go anywhere for the next 3 weeks. So if you can cook something up, that's huge.
I mean, it's Static Shift, so it got like it's buffed on live patch, right? But like we see, it's still playable on this patch. So I think there's maybe some champs that are not that good on the live on the LEC patch that are good on live patch, but you can still play something for sure.
Still viable.
Yeah, should we actually take a look at the post-game breakdown as well? Because I'd be interested to see how much damage you did in the end. We do not have it. We do have the draft, though, so we can also talk through the thought process there. So were you always planning to play the Kai'Sa? Because I imagine you knew that Perks was going to pick that LeBlanc as soon as it was left open.
Yeah, I mean, it's just our prior, right? We knew like yesterday they first pick LeBlanc, so if it will be open, they will just pick it, and as long as we'll have like good answer into it, we could like just get prior picks for it, and I think that's what we did, and we got the draft exactly like we wanted. I think it went pretty well until we like misplayed a bit. So it's like I think when draft went really well, game was really well. Like we misplayed. I don't feel like it was anything bad with the game. We just like we fucked up, and then we will just learn from it. And then I think the game today, at least from draft and gameplay, was pretty good.
Yeah, makes sense. And I think it's great to see you. I don't know how to describe it. Maybe coming out of your comfort zone, coming out of your shell, being you again. You know, in XL, it looked like you couldn't be yourself as much. Like maybe everything around you was falling apart. I know you had some struggles in the off-season and such, and during the split, and then you went to the bench, and Abadaga came in, and everyone was like, where's the VTO from last year? And then all of a sudden, you're back. Like this week has just been stellar with you and the team. How have you found such a quick shift around for you personally to just transition from what was like a train wreck to now your first place 3-0?
I mean, I think like when you go out from an atmosphere that is so bad, or at least that was that bad for me.
Yeah.
It's like literally I was in Berlin, right? And then I came back in Paris to my parents, and like 3 days after I felt like 10 times better. And I think like so stuff were going really bad, and I really felt like the only things that could help me was winning, because the only thing I was doing like is literally playing all day. And then when you keep losing, it's just like it stack up to you.
Yeah.
And then so we couldn't win, and then at one point it was a lot for me. And I think so I think just I came back home, I took some time, I keep playing obviously, but I took some time for myself, and just I think my ambitions and my goals are still the same. I just needed a way better environment, and I think I learned from it. I learned like what I need to do to perform, really what I want from a team. And what I need, and that's I think what I found for now on Heretics, so I'm really happy.
Yeah, I mean, also, I think it's so easy to forget that you were doing so well in Misfits, and then the rug was pulled under you last year as well. And then, of course, you come into XL, things don't go the way you hope they'll go, and now you've found yourself in Heretics. I think this is a really interesting meta, though, when we look at you as a player, Viteo, because you can be a superstar, and at the moment, mids are kind of expected to be a facilitator. Obviously, you're getting to play the AD today. How do you feel, though, you're going to adapt to this particular meta within Heretics when it's so bot-focused?
I mean, I think the mid meta has been like this for a really long time, so I don't have that many issues. I think like Ari is probably one of my best champ right now, because I just played her so much, Like you just have to play the meta. But I think the biggest struggle I had in Excel is that so I came from like I feel 2 good years on Misfits. Feel like I improved so much, and I really like I didn't see myself like not playing to win, and not like playing to win the trophy at the end. And like I just like my expectation was so high, and then I just felt like it was. I think it was the hardest thing for me, and then I just like I came here, right? So as you said, like people expect probably less, and I still expect a lot from myself, but people expect less. And I would say maybe. I mean, I know it worked on Misfits, and I think just the Excel environment was not the best for me to really play for winning for now.
Yeah, it's almost like in Misfits, it was like fighting for worlds. Like that's the idea. And then in Excel, after weeks, it's just fighting for a win. Like that's all you're looking for. Your goals shift so much. But I think it's great to see you thriving now, even in the LCK. And there's some of their content they were saying, like the EU Chovy. You know, I think there's an overlap there. So I think your growth's great to see, and it's just nice to have VTO back.
Yes, it's so good. I think the thing with you, Vito, is we've always been saying this year how fantastic you are. It's just been about unlocking that. When you signed up to Team Heretics, did you actually say to them what your expectations were before you signed on the dotted line and agreed to join?
I mean, I think I've always been clear, and people that like told to me knows what my expectations are. They didn't change the day I joined LEC, and it's still the same. So I think they just knew what my expectation will be if they sign me.
Yeah. Were you worried? Because Heretics didn't do too well last split. You know, they've been struggling this year as well. Were you worried that you'd come in and still, you know, be near the bottom of the table? Or do you actually think, like, I can make a change here?
I mean, I think I've done really good last year on my teams. And I always felt like I was a player that made my team win at some point. And I think this year, like, we had really good players on Heretics. And then they made like changes that they felt like were important for them. And I think a really important stuff is the coaching staff too. I think there is a really great coaching staff that helps me. So it like convinced me even more to just go. So I was like not really worried that it will be like last year for them. I was just know that it will be like Misfit or better, because I just feel like it's same as last year, but we probably have a better roster than I did last year.
How are you finding things with Jankos?
I think it's really interesting, obviously, because like he's the most experienced guy in the LEC, and he has his own view out the game, and I think I have my own view too. And I try to discuss a lot with him about that. I think it's really important for us to like try to know how he wants to play the game, and that I can tell him what I want and what I expect from a jungler, so we can like just find a way to have the same point of view about the game, and then we just like want to, So I think if we just keep doing that, at one point we like be on the same page. It would be really good.
Do you remember what he said to you there when he grabbed your hand and like shook it and you both started laughing as soon as the game ended? Did he say, I knew the Kai'Sa was good, or like you're cheeky for picking that? Like he was laughing so hard when he grabbed your hand there.
Yeah, I don't listen to Flagged. I don't know.
Don't listen to Flagged either. Just win the game.
So what do you expect from a jungler? What do you want from Jankos?
I mean, I think it's more about like how I play my lane, right? And how it needs, like the resources that I call, like what it means, what I need, like in the moment, like if I need to push out, like right now, or if I can like wait 30 seconds, like if he finishes camps or stuff like this, stuff about blue buff that I really fight, right? Like.
But now you get it for free.
Yeah, but not first one, right?
Oh, not the first one. He needs to finish his jungle item, so you have to fight for the first one still. Okay, fair enough.
So like, but it's just even like, oh, I want to play side lane. I think there's a lot of stuff that I think that my jungler should give, and like how he wants me to communicate to help him, and that's really something we have to keep working on, because I think we like for sure not perfect on our synergy, but I think we're getting like better for sure, and so it's really good.
Yeah, it's nice. I feel like you're like the sponge, you know? You've got Jankos next to you, you've got Evie next to you, you've got this coaching staff. Flack had won a split last with G2 as well, so I think there's just a lot to take in, and you can just focus on yourself.
Yeah, sure. I mean, it's only my third year, right? I'm still 20, so I'm not that that old.
Not like Jankos, 45.
Yeah, I'm not like 57 yet, so I think I still have a lot to learn, and I'm still like on my first years on the LEC, so yeah, I'm not that worried. And if I can learn from the best jungler that EU has ever had, I can learn a lot from it. it will like for sure make me a way better player at the end.
Do you mean the guy you're sat next to, right? He's teaching you stuff.
Yeah,
right
He's
now.
only the
that's
best
me.
mid laner. That's
Yeah.
you.
I'm the best mid laner. Oh God, what can I say? I think we can wrap this up now. That's great. No, we can just leave it at that. Can we just cut them? I'm kidding.
Should we take a look at the standings then?
Yeah, let's look at the standings because you guys
Yeah.
are 3-0. That's crazy. You guys and Matt are undefeated, top of the table. And when you've only got 3 weeks and you've got these best of ones, I think that's such a comfortable position to be in. But would you say your strength of schedule is only going to get a bit harder?
I mean, for sure the schedule will be harder because like we didn't play, for example, any teams from the top 4, right? Yet, but I think like the most important is, I mean, I'm not that focused on best of 1, right? I just think we need to grow as a team and be ready for best of 3 and best of 5. And yeah, I just think we need to improve. I think we show good things this weekend and bad thing too, that we will just go on for this week of stream and work on it. And if we can like improve every week like we did in the boot camp, I think it can be really good, yeah.
Yeah, you clearly contended with some stressful situations even today in the Rift. So clearly that synergy is definitely building at the moment. Hopefully we can actually take a look at who you'll be playing next week. The schedule should be confirmed by now. So you are going to be playing on the Friday.
Ooh, XL. What do you think of that game?
Yeah, I will play my
this is the Saturday,
whole
sorry.
life on this.
Yep.
You're going to put your whole life on that?
Yeah, probably.
I'm gone back to 2022 on the Friday. I'm sorry. That's
On the
actually
Saturday,
when I fly
yeah.
out here on the Saturday.
No,
Sorry.
that'll be a good game. Heretics XL, VTO can, get
Yeah.
it personal with them, get the revenge, keep the win streak going. I'm not sure what the schedule is going forward in the week, but yeah, you've still got the top teams to play against. So there's still a lot of work to do and a lot of things because I feel like sometimes your games get a bit too messy at times. The first game you played, this split with the whole Nexus thing and, making sure you end. And then this game was just you fell behind. So yeah, a lot to clean up. How do you think EU as a whole is doing? Because a lot of people, I've heard a lot of interviews where everyone's saying we're disgusting, the region's disgusting. Whoever comes to the day and plays the least worst is going to win. Do you have a similar sentiment? Is everyone just kind of griefing right now?
I mean, I will say I don't think EU is really good right now, but I think EU has good players at least.
Yeah.
I think just they need to make it work within the team and like just get like just if everyone plays good, but I feel like even like individual performance are so like there's so many up and downs
50-50 on a day.
that it means like even if the good players don't play always good, that it's just hard and I think, I mean, maybe for Worlds it will be better, right? I hope so, at least that EU will show better than in MSI or just like the regular season. I think just we need some time, and I think teams like don't often get really take that seriously, like best of ones too. So I don't know if it helps.
Are you saying that you're taking them more seriously than everyone else right now? That's why you're 3-0?
I mean, I think I went from like 10th place and Heretics from 9. So for sure, like we won't disrespect.
Yeah, no, they definitely got to take it seriously.
No, well, clearly, every game counts, clearly, because everyone's fighting now for a place in the season finals. If you don't make the season finals, you don't make Worlds.
Yeah.
But given that Heretics, even without you, did make it to groups last time, now, surely they're going to make it to playoffs. It's just a staircase.
Yeah, it's just a staircase. You don't have that many points, I believe, so there's definitely a lot of work to be doing to get into the top 6 in the first place. Like your placement this split, I don't know the exact number. It's probably going to have to be like top 3 minimum, I presume, with things going in your favor if you don't win the entire split. But to feel that pressure, you have like these 3 weeks, then 2 weeks of best threes, that's it. And if you don't win there, then mid-July, that's it for the rest of the year.
I mean, sure, but at the same time, I feel like if we want to make it to Worlds, we have to be like top 3 in EU anyway.
Yeah.
So it's like it doesn't really matter how much we end. Anyway, I'm aiming to, like, I'm not aiming to finishing like top 4, top 5. I don't really care about this. So like maybe like the time had some pressure because like we are late compared to the other team that didn't make change, right? And we have to get to their level like really fast. But like the result, like we have to make like top 3 and not top 5. I don't really mind.
You just grind it out.
Yeah, well, Mateo, on Sunday, you're going to be part of our match of the week because it's going to be Heretics versus Koi. That's definitely going to be an interesting one. How do you feel about that mid lane matchup versus Larsen?
I mean, obviously Larsen is here for like since I joined LEC, but I think he's like a good mid laner. He played good this weekend, I think.
He played Static Shivari.
Yeah. I think Ari is so good without static that you probably don't need. But like compared to like some champs like LeBlanc that are not that good without static, but Ari is very good without it. But yeah, I think I enjoy playing against good players in LEC, and Larsen is one of them. So I'm just happy to play here.
You didn't build static on Ari yesterday, did you?
No, I didn't.
Would you consider doing it in the future?
No, I don't.
Ooh, tip of advice for Larsen then.
Yeah.
Stay away from the static Ari.
Yeah, maybe we just ban out. No one's going to ban out Ari, are they? There's too many things you need to ban right now.
Yeah, there is so many OPs. But I'm excited for the static Shiv tech. We talk about it a lot these days. Nico and static Shiv are like the talking points of the news of the LEC right now. But I feel like now that we've seen LeBlanc, now we've seen Kai'Sa, I'm going to look at your solo queue, and I'm going to keep a microscope on that. So watch out what you play in solo queue, because I feel like other teams might have a look as well.
His eyes are on you. You know what? We've got to go. But before we go, actually, Nico, thoughts?
Okay, actually, like this champ is so unfair in lane. So yesterday I played against Nico, right?
Yeah.
And I juke his first 3Q in lane. So like I even like was thinking about calling, okay guys, he's choking, he missed his first 3Qs, and then I got absolutely destroyed for the whole laning phase until like 10 minutes where like I TP bot and give kills, but it's really not fair. Like when you watch, and so yesterday I said, okay, maybe I'm inting.
And then you saw caps.
And then I saw it caps. I said, okay, guys, I was fine. I was actually only 15 CS behind, so I was actually chilling.
That's a good end of the matchup.
Yeah, I feel like there's a lot to learn from the way that Caps played Nico, good and bad. Unfortunately, though, that was all from us here in week 1 of summer, if I can string a sentence together. There was so much action and so many games that, to be honest, I've lost the ability to speak. I lost the ability to speak on Saturday, let's be honest. We've got to do a selfie.
Yeah, let's do a selfie.
So yeah, I'll say goodbye to you guys because I forgot to do that last night. Tell no one. And
I'll go over here.
Let's take this picture. When did you last take one of these, Matteo?
When was the last time you were on PGL? You don't need the mic. Oh yeah, you need the mic to talk.
Yeah,
I
think
So he's done it. He's clearly done it before.
I mean, it was on Misfit, so probably last year.
Oh, hang on. I'm literally.
You got this?
I'm squats for selfies. There we go. Happy?
Nice.
Good.
Perfect.
Okay, cool.
Awesome.
Got my
Love it.
approval. Amazing. Thank
Week
you so
1 done.
much. Good to have you back. Week 1 done. We'll see you next time.
Carson just asked me, what is the color of your underwear? What is the color of your underwear? Well, I said pink, but I was lying. That's a lie. And he trusted
Are
me.
we ready, boys? So we can fight, yeah, fix off.
Yeah, I like it. Diego, here's flash.
Yeah, I need flashy bills. Okay, exhaust. Kill any, guys, kill any.
5 members of SK. They continue to push forward. The Moonlight Vigil, super mega death rocket, will find his man.
Think it's in. I'll catch the Jinx on I shield you. Nice. I stun still.
This is nice.
For the Blitzcrank to make sure they have total vision. Denial, that hook still connects. A little bit of extra extension on that. And Adam in a position to contest. Oh, an elbow from Junghoon. This guy just doesn't miss. Who's that mid laner? It's Leader. You go for it, last breath. Under the tower, Nuke's just gonna fall. Leader still has the flash to get away.
Not good. If Kazi survives, we can win.
Cassante flashed.
Good Karzi. Holy f***. This is it. Oh. This is Dr. Karzi on the beat, boys.
Oh my God, what the... Get back to safety, pulled backwards by Shigenda. He's got the damage for the second solo kill and flashes away from the cart.
Okay, guys. I'm on mid. Nico. Just flash. I got him. We win this, by the way.
Play together.
Amazing.
No. Yeah. Nice. That's an ace. Good job.
They're looking to end it. Okay,
Nice.
Waiting for the killer instinct, that's going forward. Vitality have lost perks as well.
Need to get in position. He comes out, double flash. Oh wait, the stun missed. But
You see nothing yet. I'm a tip.